Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the New Dimension Racing TBO Challenge post-season endurance, the 6 Hours of Aston North, presented live here on Sim Broadcasts for your enjoyment this afternoon. I'm Peter Butcher, and this evening I'm going to be joined by all manner of people from the Sim Broadcasts team. And to begin with, I'm delighted to say that, as has been the case throughout the entirety of the TBO Challenge season, Eoin Harmon joins me for the beginning of the 6 hour. Hi, Eoin.
Hi, Pete, and welcome along, everybody, for a bit of frolic and fun around Aston.
So what have we got coming up this afternoon? We have the post-season endurance at Aston North for 6 hours. This concludes the 6 race calendar, and this is a non-championship round, so the points were decided, the championship was settled last time out at Falkenberg Green. This is just a bit of fun to end the year, and we have a good amount of entries for this race, and we'll go down those in just a few moments' time. A little bit about the track then. We're at Aston North, 5.2 kilometres, 2.2 miles. We're using low wind. Qualifying has started for a few drivers. We'll take you to the track in a few moments' time, but that's going to happen for about 15 minutes, and the race will get underway at 3 o'clock UTC for the 6 hours. So 14 corners, one of the most tricky tracks in Live for Speed. Every single type of corner you could ever imagine basically crammed into this really short track. It's sure to be a good one. We're running the same classes that we ran for the main championship. The XRT will carry 2% air intake restriction. The RB4 won't carry anything, and the FXO will carry its 6% air intake restrictor. And we have a good number of entries for each of these classes today. So let's have a look at the qualifying lineup. We have 11 teams who are formed of drivers who entered into the main championship. So these guys have already qualified into this order. Aerotac News and Racing will start on pole. That's Sean Lee and Renault Coots. Then alongside them will be 3 Pedals equals 3 Legs Racing Team, Nico Pantola, Carolus Motojutis and Adam Brown. Bono, my teammate, is gone. That's Michael Malek in P3. Team Sidus will be Gabor Gier and Rick Cardle. No Paulik Peltikangas joining that team today, the championship winner. Angry Angus Racing with Jared Mead and Reg LeBlanc will line up in P5. Born to Race, Patrick Klinker, Katal Krorkin, Ayubel Hanouni and Henry Vertinen will line up in P6 in their RB4. Cuddle Kitty, which is Sigitas Sakis, he's in P7. Race Green Autosports, they've got a healthy lineup. Roni Krompus, Patrick Hall, Daniel Balla and Magic Klimchik will be in P8. Ford Rally Sport team of João Paulo, Gagetti, Zanella and Gonzalez will be in P9. Global Gaming Racing, Salmonas Talkovicius will be in P10. And the Racing Wilsons, Lucas Wilson and Harry Wilson will line up in P11. That leaves 5 teams which will shoot out in the qualifying session that's underway right now. Fragmaster, Zdravko Topolniak, Daniel Lukastik and Darius Vyshinskas, driver for Fragmaster. They're out on track. Simbroadcast.tv, we're entering a team, that's fun. Thilo Falkenberg, Travis Mehlinger and Zdeněk Cagaš are on the track. War Factions, Heike Hitman is on the track too. Procrastination Motorsports, Mattis Lind and Andres Leipnieks are out there too. Tortoise and Hare Racing's Rob Logtenberg and Daniel Revega are the final cars that are going to take part in today's race. These are the only 5 places that are left to be decided. So without any further ado, Eoin, what's happening on the track?
We've got our 5 qualifiers out as of now. The FXO of the Tortoise and Hare team, Logtenberg, has a 2:16.93 second benchmark time. The number 91 of Linda is about half a second behind. Heitinen, again, another second behind for P3. And then it's a battle for the 4th position between Topolniak in the XRT and our own Thilo Falkenberg in the RB4 with the dashing sort of 4-color scheme. The white primary and then the traditional Sim Broadcast TV the red, blue and yellow. It's very fetching, I have to say.
Certainly colourful. So yeah, the 99, Logtenberg, is leading the qualifying session at the moment. Remember, this is the shootout for the remaining places on the grid, so the best that the drivers can hope for is P12. which is still a decent starting position in a what would it be? It'll be a 16-car field for this race. Mattis Lind is driving the number 91 XRT. He's heading into turn 1 at the moment, currently P2 in his XRT.
Session's about 2 minutes to go, so any drivers who are still in the pit lane won't have time to set another lap.
Hittinen isn't out on track at the moment, but Topolniak is still setting lap times. Quite a distance off of the FXO on pole at the moment. He'll want to improve that time before the end of the session, no doubt.
Oh, Linda makes a bit of a tank slapper out of Sector 2, the very treacherous right-hand uphill corner. He just got on the grass and had a bit of a slide, so I don't think he'll be improving his time. But second place is still very formidable.
While we're watching these 5 cars on track, I need to let you all know that we're announcing 3 things during this 6-hour race. The first announcement will take place at 4 PM UTC. The second thing will be at 6 PM UTC, and the final announcement will take place at 8 PM UTC. So every 2 hours throughout the 6-hour race, about half an hour before the end is the final one. So if you can't stick around for the whole race, make sure you tune in at the end, and we'll give you a summary of everything we announced during the race. But yeah, plenty of announcements to come today. As we watch Mattis Lind heading down the Laguna Seca style corkscrew towards the final corner. That looked nice. Let's see if he can improve on this lap. He's currently only half a second off the pole time by the 99 team. Tortoise and Hare Racing.
Session over, Pete. He's run out of time, I think.
Run out of time. He's coming to the pits.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Well, we'll see if anyone else finishes their laps, and if not, we'll be able to give you the final running order for the 6 hours of Aston North. Just a reminder for those of you who are just joining us, these aren't the only 5 teams competing. These are the 5 teams who are formed of drivers who did not partake in the main championship. We have 11 cars aside from these guys who did take part and have lined up in their order already, based on their championship points averages of the drivers who are in those teams. So while we're waiting for official confirmation, we can show you the top 11 teams. Aerotech News and Racing on pole position, followed by 3 Pedals Equals 3 Legs Racing Team. Carlos Montejuices has joined that lineup. They were Anika Pantola and Adam Brown were driving as Subaru Technica International during the main season. Bono, my teammate, is gone. Is Michael Malik in P3. Team Sidus is Gabor and Rick Cardle. Lineup in P4. Angry Angus Racing's Jared Mead and Reg LeBlanc, P5. Born to Race is Patrick Linker, Katal Crawkin, and Ayabel Hanouni with Henry Vertinen are the top RB4 in P6. Cuddle Kitties Sigitas Sakis in P7. Then it's Race Green Autosports, Roni Krompush, Patrick Hall, Daniel Ballot, Magic in that car. Then it's Ford Rally Sport in P9 with João Paulo, Gagetti, Jeremiah Stanella, and Cristobal Gonzalez in P9. And the top 10 is rounded out by Simon Astalkovicius for Global Gaming Racing. The Racing Wilsons are the final team that qualified by default for this race in P11. That's Lucas Wilson and Harry Wilson. So do we have a final list of drivers there now? Owen, do you want to run us down that order for us?
Yes, Pete. The top 5 drivers in our early qualifying session remain as is. Lachtenberg has the pole position, followed by Matthias Lind. Topolniak, Heitinen, and Thilo Falkenberg just unable to improve his time in the last few moments of this session.
Fantastic. So a full 16-car grid for the beginning of the NDR TBO Challenge post-season endurance. 6 Hours of Aston North coming up in around about 13 minutes' time. There's going to be a driver's briefing. So while we're waiting for that, what we'll do is we'll talk you through what we've got coming up in the next week or so. The first thing we've got coming up is the MRC BF1 League returns next Sunday, the 27th of December from 2:15 for round 3 at Falkenberg Black in the BF1, Eoin. Our very capable colleagues Adam Brown and Travis Mehlinger will be covering that. I think that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds good to me.
To say the least. Bouncing the BF1 over the curbs at Falkenberg is going to be entertaining for those guys. So if you want to sign up for that, you can on the Live for Speed forum. Sign-ups are still open for Master Race Cars BF1 League Round 3 at Falkenberg Black next Sunday, the 27th of December from 2:15. We hope you can join us for that. So as I mentioned during qualifying, we are announcing 3 other things during this race. At 4 o'clock, at 6 o'clock and at 8 o'clock. So please make sure you jump back onto the stream and check out what's happening and what we're going to be announcing. That's going to be cool. But if you can't, feel free to head over to Twitter or Facebook after the race, where we'll give you a summary of everything we announced during this broadcast. Quick recap. Aston North is a 14-corner, 5.2 kilometre, 3-mile track within Live for Speed. We have completed qualifying now, and we are awaiting the start of the 6-hour race. Your race director today is Jonathan Prevost from New Dimension Racing. I'm Peter Butcher. I'm joined at the moment by Eoin Harmon in the commentary box, who's going to be with me for, I think, the first couple of stints. Is that right, Eoin?
Yeah, I've put myself down for the first 2 stints. It's about 45 minutes to an hour per stint. So I'll sort of be around till about 6 o'clock, and then there'll be a few other people ready to take over.
Yes, we'll be hearing from a few other people. We're going to hear from Zdeněk, Thilo Falkenberg, and Travis at some point, I think. So it's going to be a packed commentary box today. I'm going to try and make it through the whole 6 hours myself. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, but we'll see how we go. I've got my green tea and Strepsils lined up if my throat decides to let go at some point during the race, which has happened before. But yeah, we're looking forward to it. We hope you are too. We hope you can join us for all the racing action, and feel free to support your favourite team in the chat as well. A reminder to everybody who's watching, if you want to get live updates of timing, you can do so over at tracker.newdimensionracing.com. The link for that will be posted in the stream chat right now. If you want to follow along with all the drivers' live timings and things like that, you can do so at the New Dimension Racing tracker. It's a handy little tool if you need to, if you'd like to see where everyone is on track, but if the stream is not enough for you, then you can go ahead and get the full breakdown of all the times and things there. It will change over to the race session in around about 9 minutes time when we go live. The driver briefing's just started, Eoin, so we're going to take a quick break here before we get going in about 8 minutes time for the start of the New Dimension Racing TBO Challenge 2020 post-season endurance 6 Hours of Aston North. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes time. Welcome back to live coverage of the New Dimension Racing TBO Challenge 2020 post-season endurance race, the 6 Hours of Aston North, live here on simbroadcasts.tv. Qualifying's over and we are 2 minutes away from the start of the 6-hour endurance race here, and we've just got about enough time to run you through the full qualifying order for the start of the race before we do the formation lap. Starting on pole position as an average of their combined points during the main season, Air Attack Newsman Racing's Sean Lee and Renault Coots will start on pole position in their FXO. 3 pedals, 3 legs racing team, Nika Pantola, Karius Motodjutis and Adam Brown will start in P2. Bono, my teammate, is gone. That's Michael Malak in P3. Team Sidus, we believe, are a no-show so far, so unless they can get on the grid within the next 2 minutes, it looks like the championship winners, both in the Drivers and Teams Championship, will not participate in the 6 Hours of Aston, which is a shame, but anyway, that will let Angry Angus Racing's Jared Mead and Reg LeBlanc be promoted a position, essentially. They start P5. Then, Born to Race, the first RB4 of Patrick Linker, Katal Crawkin, Ayabel Hanouni and Henry Vertinen start alongside them in P6. Cuddle Kitty, Sigitas Sakis, P7, Race Green Autosports, Roni Krompus, Patrick Hall, Daniel Balla and Magic Klimzik in P8. Ford Rally Sport teams João Paulo Gagetti, Jeremiah Stinella and Cristobal Gonzalez in P9, and Global Gaming Racing's Simas Taukavicius in P10. The Racing Wilsons are in P11, and then from the qualifying session that we just had, Tortoise and Hare Racing Car 99 will line up in P12. Procrastination Motorsports will line up in P13, Fragmaster in P14, Wharf Action P15, and Sim Broadcasts, our very own Thilo Falkenberg, putting the RB4 on in P16, the number 9 car. So, Owen, the formation lap we've seen used 12 times during the season. It didn't always go according to plan, but by the end of the season they ended up getting it right. Hopefully everyone can get it right today and we can get this race underway on time.
Yeah, I definitely go along with that, Pete. With the mixture of experienced TBO challenge drivers from the campaign itself, as well as our special guests, it'll just be a little bit of getting used to for the drivers, especially with a 2-minute lap at the Aston North configuration. But I wouldn't expect any trouble with tyre warming. That should be something everybody can master by now.
Yeah, I don't think much tyre warming will be needed. The drivers will be wanting to get as many laps as possible out of their tyres in this race, of course. We're not entirely sure how long each stint is going to be, but we think at least an hour and a half for those. We have the cars on the grid for the start of the formation lap, and we'll bring you that in just a couple of seconds' time. Here we go then, Owen, for the start of the NDR TBO Challenge, 6 Hours of Aston North. I can't wait for this.
Yeah, same with me. And for anybody who is unfamiliar with the layout of Aston North, I shall give you some of my own input through the lap, starting with turn number 1. You're going to be braking at about 75 meters, heading to the left-hand side apex onto the runoff on the right, before another hairpin takes you uphill and to the right. Watch out for the truncation there. You could be going on the grass for a bit of oversteer in the XRTs, followed by another hairpin left to mark the end of sector 1. Again, the closer you can get to the curbs on the left, the better. And you can now begin to turn right and accelerate underneath the Michelin bridge. Keep turning. Got to stay patient, but watch out for the gravel as you head downhill and left. That is turn number 4, and then you're going uphill once more for 5 and 6 double apex. Get as much of the curb again as possible without touching the grass, but it sympathizes with you if you're measured with your pedal, the accelerator pedal, of course. Now you're heading downhill and left for the sector 3. Again, lots of patience needed here, and if you can ace that left-hand curb on the left, you're going to be prime position, braking to third or fourth gear for another quick right-hander. Then comes Another left-hander for turn number 9. It's going to be about 60-mile-an-hour corner, followed by a massive, massive straight compared to the rest. There's AstroTurf to the driver's right-hand side. They'll be tempted to use as much of that as they possibly can. And if they can get this sweeping chicane number 11 correct, they will be absolutely flying for the following chicane combo. And it's a massive straight, welcoming the drivers again. So the overtaking spots that you most want to look out for, I'd say, is turns 11, 12, and 13. It's going to be lots of high speed complexes to look forward to here. Now, the 100-meter board is what you want to look out for here. My least favorite corner when I was doing my own practice here. You've got to get right up to the curbs without hitting those tires on either side. Then you come up to the carousel, or the Laguna Seca style corner, downhill left, and then an uphill rise to the right. Then you want to get as close to the curbs on the right-hand side again for the final corner, sort of 90-degree left, but it can be a bit confusing if you're not careful. The drivers will then reach the final start-finish straight, pushing as hard as they can, ready for another lap, and that completes Aston North.
Thank you, Eoin. As we see Sean Lee guiding that XRT onto pole position ahead of Nico Pantola. Nico switching to the XRT from the RB4 that he's used all season. We'll have to see how that goes. So here we go. Just waiting for the final few cars to pull into position, and we will be going for 6 hours around Aston North. Stand by for the lights. Here they come. Red lights are on. And we're green. Away we go. Sean Lee with a good start there ahead of Nico Pantola. As Michael Malik also with a good start. He'll be on the inside. Will he go for a send? No. Sean Lee guides the car round turn 1 in the lead. And it looks all good down the back as well.
Well, Thilo is in a 3 wide with João Paulo and Lucas Wilson. That's an excellent move. He can pull it off. Oh, he's just going to run out of room there, but great pass as the Ford Rally Sport car just loses out on a bit of its traction.
Jared Meads made it up to P3. He's in a bit of contact there with Nico and Michael, but he's managed to get past Michael, and that's let Patrick Kalinka in his fast-starting RB4 pull alongside Michael, and he's ahead before the Michelin Bridge as we head into the middle sector now. So big gains for Jared Mead.
It's great to see Jared up the front.
Yeah, a few positions lost there for Michael Malik. For Bono, my teammate is gone racing.
This is where the drivers will most want to stay focused. They have a long evening ahead of them, but if you rear end someone at that corner, you're both in serious trouble. There's no forgiving barrier to the left.
Yeah, definitely. I love endurance racing, and it's always great to see such a spunky grid. I think there's a lot of drivers that could win this. I'm not really sure which team is best suited. There's very, very few FXOs on the grid, so it's all to play for. It's XRT domination here. But Patrick Kalinka in that RB4 is already up to P4 as he heads on to the back straight, closing in on the back of Jared Mead's Angry Angus racing car.
Now Thilo is side by side with Lusatic for position.
Daniel Ballas just moved up past Michael Malik as well now on the back straight. Up into P6 for the Race Green Autosports team, car 22. Michael Malik's dropping like a stone right now. Sorry, P5 for Race Green, P6 for Michael. But yeah, Thilo Falkenberg from the back of the grid up to P10. So a good start for him. We've got a battle on here between Simas Talkavicius in that blue XRT side by side with Andreas Leipniks. Haven't seen him around for a while. If I'm not mistaken, he was a Red Bull kart fight winner a few years ago. So very talented driver in real life racing. Used to drive for Core Sim Racing when they were active in the for Speed. So yeah, he's marking this as his return to sim racing and getting up the back of Michael Malek's car there.
Yeah.
This is probably a very strong team.
Go away on his just above his number plate. So that's a warning message to anyone who gets too close. Leipniks doesn't seem to want to heed it at all. He just wants to get past the lonesome number 47. Oh, a bit of a slide there for Taukavicius. He was on that grass I warned Jiz about on the formation lap. He's getting a little bit close for comfort, but he's managed to hold onto the tank slapper.
I believe it was Red Bull Kart Fight 2014 that Andreas won. If I'm wrong, apologies. But anyway, I think it was 2014 that he won. He's currently P7, and yeah, that team could be one to watch. Very strong lineup. Procrastination Motorsport, number 91, Mattis Lind and Andreas Leipniks. Both drivers from Latvia. Here comes Leipniks now. He's lined up Michael Malek. There you can see the go away message that Eoin was alluding to before. Which way is he going to go? He's going to go to the inside. Yep, he's going to go to the inside for the next right-hander. Brakes late. And Michael holds it around the outside for now. And yep, indeed holds the position.
Oh my word. That's so close.
Intense racing for the start of the 6 hours. And Lottenberg there, going for a move on Sigitas Sakis into the final corner, the highest place FXO at the moment in P9. We really do expect to see them higher up, as Leipniks is now on the inside of Michael Malek, down into turn 1. Surely that position is his now. Yeah, Leipniks registers P6, as Sean Lee takes the fastest lap of the race out front.
His lead increases to about 3/4 of a second over Nico Pantola.
It's getting close in the background. Daniel Lekastik, the number 2 car, is fending off Henry Hittinen and Lucas Wilson. João Paulo's some way back in the field. Not sure where he's got to, but he's quite a way back at the moment. He's out of camera shot. Thilo's got his mirrors full of this battle. Daniel Lekastik there in the black XRT. I wonder if there's a skin problem there. They definitely had a skin, I think. But anyway, haven't got that loaded. So yeah, he's in P2 P12 at the moment, fending off the number 32 War Faction car of Daniel Lekastik, who has a better line definitely through the middle part of these twisty corners. He's going for a move. It almost looked like he was going for a move. You don't really see overtakes there very often.
And I think just out of camera there, another mistake from Taukavicius. This time, Lichtenberg in our special entry number 99 for Tortoise and Hare has gained position. So that very troublesome corner, number 8 I think it was, has let down our friend in the number 46. It's again a game of patience. If you keep the rear tyres in an optimum window of temperature for the XRTs, then you should be able to get your pace back.
Sean Lee heads into the corkscrew, and right behind him is Nico Pantola in his XRT. As they come round to complete lap 3. It's getting close at the front actually. I think Nico's had a pretty strong lap here. Let's see what it is. It looks like Sean's getting quite loose out of the final corner for sure. Cross start finish. And Nico Pantola does indeed take fastest lap briefly, but then Patrick Linker in his RB4 up to P3. He's taken the fastest lap again. So this RB4 is looking very strong, Eoin. And considering where he qualified on the grid, Patrick Linker for Born to Race already up to P3 in that RB4.
Yeah, if I was an entrant today, I would have picked the RB4. I prefer its stability and easy control.
Oh.
Where's the XRT? I just don't have the skills to pull off the rear wheel drive and keep it steady. I was burning off the tires in about 10 or 15 laps. But compared to me, these guys are top of the range drivers, and they should show you how it's really done.
Yeah, well, you can see how close to Nika Pantola and Sean Lee Patrick Linker's managing to get in that car. We wonder how long the stints are going to be between the cars. I expect the RB4 to go quite a long way on one stint. It depends whether drivers are in this for the win or in it for fun. Some teams in fact are electing to just split their race into equal parts so that all of their drivers get an equal share of the driving. Some are stacking their drivers such that the drivers in each of the stints do as much as they possibly can and get as much out of the fuel and tyres as possible. As Michael Malek now is sizing up the back of Lochtenberg. It looks like Lochtenberg's managed to get past Michael, in fact. Takavicius is some way behind, so that FXO has finally woken up and it's moving through the grid up to P7. Michael Malek, after a good qualifying position, is down to P8 right now. Let's see if he has a response up the hill. He's drawing alongside. And it looks like he's going to be passed around the outside.
No, not quite.
Yeah, he's definitely made that move.
Oh, he has. He's got it back. Yes, of course. Sorry.
But the FXO very, very eager to the inside, and Michael just has to yield that. That was nothing, no real defence he could have made. And Lochtenberg there with a good exit. Let's put a bit of air between him and Michael. I wonder if Michael can have a return shot into the first corner. Meanwhile, Patrick Linker, Eoin has made it past Nika Pantola, or just about anyway. Change for third place. Nico down to P3, the fast-charging RB4 of Patrick Linker up to P2 now. And there's a close battle behind, actually, between Rej LeBlanc, Daniel Balla and Andreas Leitnieks. Leitnieks up to P6, of course, and he's already biting on the heels of the top 5.
Yeah, it's looking very interesting. Gaggles of cars in all sectors of the track. It makes for great viewing.
Yeah, the last time I saw Andreas Leitnieks race in Live for Speed was during another New Dimension Racing event, actually. It was the race that NDR organised when the new Westhill first came out. It was an FO8 race that was probably the first time I ever streamed a race, actually. Yeah, we did the broadcast for that a few years ago, a long time ago now. And Leitnieks had some very, very peculiar connection trouble halfway through the race, so hopefully those bugbears don't come back to haunt him. But he's doing pretty well so far, and his teammate's no slouch either. So P6 so far for Procrastination Motorsports Car 91, currently driven by Andreas Leitnieks. He's all over the back of Daniel Balla, the 2 green cars ahead of him. First of which is Race Green Autosports, then Angry Angus Racing with Jared Mead at the wheel. And Andreas is going to line Daniel up for the back straight. I think there's a bit too much of a gap there for this attempt. Jared goes defensive, doesn't want to give Daniel that slipstream.
Equal performance through the same car, but I think Jared has sensibly placed his car in the ideal positions, and he's going to defend if he can hang on, just avoid the grass. Oh, the corkscrew awaits, and it looks like they'll go back to one at a time before the final hairpin.
Yeah, final hairpin. Andres is having a go around the outside of Daniel Balla. I'm not sure that's going to work, but he's tried the switchback. Daniel's run a bit wide onto the AstroTurf, and they're going to be side by side across the line, Eoin.
Yeah, you can just see a little graphic of Sonic the Hedgehog in a green skin, but it's going to be the inside line now for Lapinekis, and that should be the job done against Balla. Leitnieks is now ahead for P5. Good job.
Yeah, Patrick is all over the heels of Sean Lee right out front. This is potentially a change for the lead very early on. We've completed 5 laps now, and born to race with Patrick Linker at the wheel. Very fast guy. He won a couple of races during the TBO Challenge. plenty of podiums to his name. And Sean Lee gets on the grass, kicks up some dirt, and that's surely going to give Patrick the... and again for Sean Lee.
That's a big slide.
This is aggressive driving from Sean so early in the race. It's did someone remind him it's an endurance race before he started? We're only 17 minutes in, Sean. But anyway.
Now it's really the difference maker. This is the fastest sector of the track.
We missed the overtake with Leipniks. Leipniks has managed to get past Daniel and Jared, so much so that the order of all of these drivers have now switched position. Yeah, so Daniel's got past Jared and Leipniks has got past both. But anyway, here comes Daniel on the return. Leipniks leaving him plenty of room. That's really great. And Leipniks will keep that position up the back straight. So Procrastination Motorsport up to P4.
Yeah, they're not living up to their name. They're getting the jobs done very quickly.
Nico's managed to pull back some time on the Born to Race car. The top three still very close. I hope this is the way it goes the whole race. This is fantastic. As we are about to complete lap number 6 here. Daniel Balla and Jared Mead very close as well. But let's keep an eye on the battle for the lead. Sean needs to get a few steady laps in. He can't afford to be dipping wheels onto the grass through the middle sector every lap, because that's going to make him sweat and it's going to make his car... Well, his car won't forgive him for it, let's put it that way. Leipniks now has gapped Daniel Balla and Jared Mead. And Jared Mead and Daniel Balla side by side into turn 1. And the FXO of the 99 car, Falkenberg, has set the fastest lap. So that FXO really is coming alive and bearing down on the top 5. Now then, Jared Mead still side by side with Daniel Balla. Up ahead you can see the battle for the lead is really tight as well. This is great.
Yeah.
Don't forget that it is tradition for Sim Broadcast to host the skin competition during endurance races. The poll for that will be posted at around the halfway mark, and you'll be able to go and vote for your favourite livery of the race. So while we are broadcasting, keep an eye on the liveries that you see, and also have a look at the liveries on the NDR tracker, tracker.newdimensionracing.com, for the live timing of this event. The link for that is in the Twitch chat now, as we watch Jared Mead for Angry Angus Racing defend really hard right now from Daniel Balla. I think this is going to be a battle all race long between these two very green cars. But look at that FXO.
That's the one I'd fear, to be honest.
Yeah, like, Tortoise and Hare Racing. Quick. The name is... Yeah, the name suggests that they have a plan. They started quite a way back as Daniel runs into the back of Jared, unfortunately, there. Jared defending for all his might. Meanwhile, at the front, it's the same story. It's Sean Lee and Patrick Linker closer. Nico Pantola's in a pretty good position here. Those two ahead are just sweating it out, trying to defend the lead. And Nico in a comfortable position there. Doesn't want to let them go too far, as we are side by side across the line for the lead with only 20 minutes gone. We could see a change for the lead. Sean's late on the brakes. Patrick's later. Sean could be at risk of losing 2 places here. But for now, it looks like Born to Race have taken over the lead of the NDR 6 Hours of Aston, part of the TBO Challenge 2020 series. And for the first time...
Patrick to make a getaway. I don't think he'll fancy the expertise later on in the stint.
Yeah, it really is good to see an RB4 out front for once. It doesn't get as much... it doesn't normally get as much time at the front of these races, but Patrick Linker all season long has done an excellent job in that RB4, and Sean's going for a return here. Sean is not done with Patrick. He wants that lead back. Flashing of the headlights.
Yeah, and a honk as well.
Le Mans strategies at play here. Patrick is wise to that. He's not going to care about flashing lights, Sean. Focus on your own race and defend from Nico now.
Oh, tap in the back. It seems to be okay.
So the lead of this race separated by less than 1 second. 8/10 separate these three cars.
I think gives up the inside line for the next turns. Oh, the slipstream is going to give Nico the extra space.
3 wide for the
That's
lead.
A double disaster.
Wow, Nico could have played this perfectly and go from third to first. And as there's contact between Sean and Nico there, Nico swings past into the lead, and that leaves Patrick and Sean to battle it out for the final place now. Wow, I didn't expect Nico to do that. That was inspired.
Yeah, and Nico Pantola just played that one perfectly. He was used to the RB4 in the regular season. He's converted to the XRT for his new entry, and it's paid off brilliantly there with the extra boost of the slipstream.
That rounds out lap 8, and still we have a 3-way fight for the lead. Further down in P4 now is Andreas Leipnieks, who's definitely catching these front three, Eoin, because they're so busy tripping over each other. Look, Sean's been forced wide by Patrick. He's on the grass again, and it looks like he's just about going to keep it. But these guys need to find some sort of rhythm, else they're going to get swamped by Andreas, and he's just going to disappear into the distance by the looks of it. The 99 car of Falkenberg has gapped Jared Mead and Daniel Balla somewhat now. And yeah, whilst those two green cars scrap with each other, that's letting Michael Malek catch back up a little bit as well. So it's all condensing up at the front. But now
it's just a matter of which driver has the consistency, which ones prefer just to set the exact same lap time as often as they can, or just ones who know they can turn up the heat to the max and pull out an excellent lap time when they need it the most. And Michael Malek, I'm just watching from Heitman's point of view, he went wide at turn number 6 and he's trying to recover it, but he's in danger here with sector 3 coming up. He may just have to let the faster car through. His rear tires are constantly disturbing his rhythm. And there we go, the outside line is available for the long left. But he's gonna hang on with the curbs, just about able to help him out. But now we've got the AstroTurf factor here for Heitinen. But there's a block from Malek. Yeah. If the rear tires give up... the foreground there, the Ford Rally Sport was in the gravel. But the caution to the wind is being played here. Heitinen's now got the inside. The yellow flags were not visible. This remove is therefore totally legal. Good job, Heitinen through.
Yeah, Michael's coming back at him.
Attack back. Oh, the corkscrew. That's one heck of a place to challenge. Lucas Stick has an opportunity as well to capitalise.
Yeah, Daniel Lukastik driving for Fragmaster. He is running around in P10 at the moment and looks set to get involved in that battle with Michael Malek. Michael has not had a good start to this race. He started really high up, and yeah, he won't be happy that he's right the way down in P9 at the moment. But it's a long race, and Michael's doing this race on his own, and that comes with its advantages as well as disadvantages, of course. So we'll see how he fares throughout the remainder of the race. Hopefully he can defend from Daniel and keep the battle with Henry Hittinen alive. Heikki Hittinen, sorry. But meanwhile, Eoin, Nico Patola's opened up a bit of a gap to Sean Lee. So sitting behind Sean and Patrick while they were fighting has clearly helped his tyres stay alive a bit more, and Patrick maybe is struggling now because of the effort to try and get in the lead, which he had briefly, of course.
Yeah. Because again, this is the crucial phase. Like, we're getting into about 30 minutes in, so this is where the good and the great are separated in endurance races. Like, it's all well and good you can manage a sprint like we would have seen in the regular TBO challenge, but now this is where they have to really show their skills.
Yeah, and Andreas Lightning for Procrastination Motorsports is not to be sniffed at. He's in P4 at the moment, and he has the top 3 in his sights. Really smooth driving right now from the number 91. But I am interested to see the pace of this man, Falkenberg, number 99. Tortoise and Hare Racing in the highest placed FXO right now. What's that car got left in its chamber? João Paulo, the only other FXO in this race, spent most of the last lap in the gravel. So this is our only real hope of an FXO to be on the podium.
Indeed, and that was the fastest lap. You timed it very well, Pete. Fastest lap for Falkenberg and Tortoise and Hare.
Okay, so that car definitely has pace, as it's getting close again between the top 3.
As well as the leaders, the continuing battle between Bala and Mead continues for 6th and 7th. Within about 3/4 of a second of each other, but any mistake and that'll shrink to almost nothing. This is probably where the XRT, I wouldn't, as I said before, I wouldn't fancy it in Sector 2. It's so hard to keep it all on one edge. Like, the oversteer can be diabolical. But now this is its strength, the fast sweepers and the straights. That's going to give Bala an extra drag for pace. That's Daniel Bala, yes, I'll confirm that's Daniel Bala in that. And number 22.
Yeah, Jared's no stranger to endurance racing, nor is Daniel. These guys aren't going to battle for every single position during the race. They'll pick their own battles later on. All that matters is consistent lap times at this stage. We don't know whether the leaders have taken too much energy out of their tyres at this early stage. That will only become clear as Jared Mead has to cut the second part of the downhill corkscrew because he got the entry all wrong. That won't help. And that'll give Daniel a bit more breathing room ahead.
Yeah, the bravest drivers probably take the corkscrew in 4th gear. It's such a misleading corner if you're coming out of the original sweepers above or before them at top speed. But you can definitely get your line spot on. But unfortunately for Jared, it wasn't on this lap.
Michael Malak and Daniel Lukastik are going at it. Lukastik was ahead briefly as we headed across start-finish, but Michael's managed to get back on the inside for turn 1. But Lukastik, nice move around the outside there at turn 1. And Michael down to P10. Currently, for Bono, my teammate is gone. The name of his team.
Yeah, good reference there. He's going to attack again. I've seen him go for lunge, but obviously not. Carry on.
Looking down the order, the battles everywhere else don't seem anywhere near as intense as the battle that's going on at the front. Sean Lee has managed to somehow close back up to the rear end of Nico Pintola. We're riding on board with the number 42. 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team. Looking back at the Air Attack newsroom car of Sean Lee, and you can see how close it's got. Patrick Linker for Born to Race is becoming a fainter and fainter speck in the background, but it's still pretty close between the top 3. We have no idea how long their stints are going to be. We'll keep an eye on when they come into the pits, and that will give us some idea of their strategy, how many stops they're going to make, and, well, based on the teammates these guys have got. They're pretty evenly matched, so if it goes like this to the end of their first stint, then it could be a close race for the lead all the way through the 6 hours. We're at the bottom of the hour. Nika Pantola leads from Sean Lee. Then it's Patrick Linker for Born to Race, Andreas Leitnieks for Procrastination Motorsports, Falkenberg for Tortoise and Hare Racing, the top FXO at the moment, rounding out the top 5. Daniel Balla is driving for Race Green Autosports, number 22 in P6. Jared Mead just behind him for Angry Angus Racing, the 98 in P7. Heikki Hittinen in P8 for War Faction. He's driving on his own for the 6 hours. Daniel Lekastik for Fragmaster in P9. Michael Malek in P10. Simas Talkovicius in P11 for Global Gaming Racing. Thilo Falkenberg for SimBroadcasts.tv is close behind him right now in his RB4. Sigitas Sakis in P13 for Cuddle Kitty. Then we've got Lucas Wilson for the Racing Wilsons. And with only 33 minutes gone in this race, Owen, we have our first retirement, we believe. And that is the Ford Rally Sport car, I think, has retired from the race.
Yeah, that's correct, Pete. How Paolo was already a lap down, and I suppose it was a team decision. We can't possibly rescue the race from here, and we're going to retire. But that's speculation on my part. But it's a real shame to see them gone. They had some quick drivers, but it's just the divided we fall territory. If one driver had a problem, the rest of them have to go with them. It's a shame.
Yeah, it's part of the trials and tribulations of an endurance race, of course. If your weakest link, drops the ball, then that's it for the rest of the team. But anyone can drop it, and just an unlucky day for the Ford Rally Sport team. Only making it half an hour through the 6 hours of Aston. Hopefully they'll come back stronger. They can, of course, join later on and finish the race if a teammate joins or whatever. It's not over for them, but it's going to be a long road to try and get back through the field if they want to make up any places. We have some announcements coming up throughout the race today, as I mentioned at the top of the show. At 4 o'clock, at 6 o'clock and at 8 o'clock UTC, we are announcing 3 things today, and we will summarise them all at the end and on our social media after the race. So in around about 25 minutes time, stay tuned and we'll give you a little announcement here, something exciting to maybe something to look forward to during your end of year break, wherever you're enjoying this from. I hope you're doing well and safe, and hope your Christmas plans haven't been ruined too much, and hopefully we can bring you some more action over the holidays to keep you entertained at this time of the year. Now, Owen, the top 5 are in the same camera shot right now. Leitnieks is absolutely charging towards the front 3. He's taken that gap down from around about 10 seconds to 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's an excellent observation. The speed of the procrastination car is something to behold, but it's all going to come to a head when he catches up to Patrick Linker's RB4. He just needs to hang on in there for another 40 minutes or so for the first stint coming to an end. But then again, he could be swamped himself by Lachtenberg, and it could be a 5-way battle for the lead after the first hour. It's just whatever tactics the drivers have in mind, they've got to think on their feet, and any help they can get from the radio would be much appreciated. So it's definitely one to watch the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, the top 10 are currently separated by... the top 10 in the race are currently separated by half a minute, but the top 5 by 7 seconds. So this is remarkable how close this is halfway through the first stint. I think it's and it's also exciting to think that it's bunching up as well. Logtenberg lost the fastest lap, but Leitnieks with the fastest lap now, as we have Talkovicius going wide and allowing SimBroadcasts.tv to swing past. Thilo Falkenberg there. A voice you should all be familiar with, currently in a battle with Simas for Global Gaming Racing.
Simas is another one of those unbelievably crazy drivers to play it solo. I couldn't possibly do it myself, so I respect him immensely for it. But I think his stint in the last 10 minutes has seen his rear tyres light up. He needs to calm it down a bit. Hang on in there.
Yeah, he's definitely getting quite sideways into the first part of this chicane complex. He's going to have the downhill corkscrew now. Let's see how he manages this. Yeah, a little bit of wiggle on the exit, but yeah, every single corner you do a little bit more sideways, especially like that. It just puts more energy through the rear tyres and makes it trickier to get the power down on the exit, and just reduces the life and the length of the stint that you can do. So Thilo for now up to P11, and Takavicius down to P12. Nika Pantola still leads the race. The gap to Sean Lee has opened up again, and Sean is now closer to Patrick Linker than he is to Nika Pantola. Sorry. Andres Leitnieks is the man on the move, though. He has the fastest lap on the board at the moment, the 91 Procrastination Motorsports car, currently being driven by Andres Leitnieks. His teammate Mattis Lind will be in the car at some point, we assume. These two Latvian drivers are very talented, and you can see that right now as Leitnieks is gaining hand over foot to the 3 cars ahead of him. Falkenberg has dropped off the pace a little bit, not able to respond to Leitnieks' pace, but the top 5 still really, really close at this stage of the race. The battle between Daniel Balla and Jared Mead has neutralised somewhat, because we saw them battling pretty intensely for the first half an hour of the race pretty much, but that gap has opened up a little bit as they each find their own rhythm. They probably took quite a lot of life out of their tyres early on while they were fighting. Heikki Hittinen, the number 32 for War Faction, currently in P8. Daniel Lukastik for Fragmaster. Apologies, we can't get that livery on the screen. I'm not sure whether that's a problem with Daniel not choosing the right livery for this race, but anyway, he's in P9. I'm hearing now that car 2 did in fact forget to set their livery before the start of the race, so unfortunately you'll have to base their livery on the picture on the New Dimension Racing tracker. A link for that in the Twitch chat right now. That will be relevant later when we open up our skin competition, as we always do during these endurance races. You can vote for your favourite at around about 7:30.
Yeah, just at the corkscrew, Pete, Takavicius made another wobble, and thankfully the tyres didn't knock him off course. He just went through the gravel trap at about 30-degree angle and managed to catch it, but I'd really be concerned for him. He has to calm it down if he wants to follow his stint strategy. Being on your own, of course, it's so much harder to keep motivated if things go wrong, but he just needs to keep believing. And he can hopefully hang on to that position ahead of Cagaš.
Yeah, the back end of the field is pretty spread out, so he can afford to make some errors, but the more errors you make in an endurance race, the more time you give up. And yeah, obviously you don't want to be doing that too often. I'm really interested in the pace of Leitnieks. It's been a little bit neutralised. The gap between himself and Nika Pantola has opened up over the last 3 laps. However, the gap from Procrastination Motorsports to Born to Race has come down by around about a second. The gap now around about 1.5 seconds between Leitnieks and Linker. So this battle really is getting close, and soon we're going to be seeing a 4-way battle for the lead of the 6 Hours of Aston North, organised by New Dimension Racing and broadcast here on simbroadcasts.tv for your enjoyment on Sunday the 20th of December 2020. Oh, and you were lucky enough to be in the commentary box for all of the rounds of the TBO Challenge. It's great to see a load of the drivers who competed in the main series here today. And for anyone watching who wasn't a part of the TBO Challenge and isn't competing in the race today. What would you say to them for any future series that involves the TBO cars and potentially New Dimension Racing?
Well, the great advantage was the grid size was very big. We had approximately 30 cars per race. So even if you want to start for the very first time, there is a chance you can compete for positions down the grid. You get points up and down for each position, so you won't be feeling too left out on 0 points. And the mixture of the sprint and features, that means if you have one bad day, you have a chance to recover it the next time, especially if it's a track you like and you have a poor sprint race. You could try again in the feature and make up for lost time. We've seen a few comeback drives throughout the season, so it is possible.
Yeah, it was an excellent series, as you said, and the big grids have definitely made it more action-packed and enjoyable for us. And yeah, if New Dimension Racing organise another TBO challenge in 2021, we'll be right alongside there with them, because it was such a good series to be a part of. So thanks to them for getting us to cover the racing action. We hope you enjoyed it, and we hope you enjoy the remainder of this 6-hour race. We're 43 minutes in, with 5 hours and 17 minutes remaining before the checker flag comes out. You're riding on board with Born to Race, the number 33 Patrick Linker, currently sizing up the back of Attack News and Racing Sean Lee as we head up to the back straight towards the corkscrew section. The car just ahead in the distance is Nika Pantola for 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team. That's a mouthful. He's joined by Adam Brown for this race, as well as Carolus Motojutis, who drove for Last Lap Motorsports in the main championship. Carolus joining that team in their XRT today. As we round the final corner to end lap 17, and Patrick closer than ever to the back of Sean Lee.
Yeah, if the next hairpin, I think Sean's going to cover the inside here, but the next one he could definitely use his grip. And Lipenex has caught up now. He's very, very close. Oh, not quite there for Patrick. I don't think he's going to get the front wheel drive he needs. Sean Lee now has the power down.
Yeah, if I was Patrick and Sean, I'd be worried. I wouldn't want to be fighting for too long, because Lightning-X is right there, and the FXO of Logdenberg is right there as well. This isn't going to go well for Sean and Patrick if they keep battling like this. But it does all depend on whether Lightning-X can get past them cleanly. Lightning-X is on absolute pace, 2.75 seconds separating Lightning-X now from Nico Pantola. So the gap from Nico to Lightning-X is less than 3 seconds now. So yeah, the top 4 separated by 2.5 seconds after 45 minutes of racing. We're riding aboard with the Latvian for Procrastination Motorsports, the number 91 in P4, looking up the back of Spikey, otherwise known as Patrick Linker, for Born to Race. Silky smooth inputs as we head on to the back straight.
Yeah, Lipenex wasn't even the pole sitter for our guests qualifying session. So I'd put out this kind of running for the first 45 minutes is absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, Lightning-X was one of the cars who, well, this Procrastination Motorsports car was not involved in the main championship and therefore had to do the main qualifying session, and they got pole position in that, and they've gained 8 places since the start. They started in P12, they've made it up to P4, and they're knocking on the door of the top 3. So apparently the 88 car of Sean Lee is about to get a black and white flag. That's a warning flag for those of you who aren't aware.
Car 88, black and white flag, your driving standards are being watched by the stewards.
And there you go, confirmation from Jonathan Provost, our race director, that Sean Lee has a warning for driving standards and he's being watched by the stewards and also by us, because Leipzig is now as close to Mehlinger as it's possible to be without being alongside him. Sean needs to make sure he's not pushing the boundaries of the rules any further. He doesn't want to pick up any penalties. This battle is still wide open. Of course, still a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, it could have even been the defensive moves he was making on the last lap that we saw on the onboard cameras. Just maybe weaving a little bit too much in the hairpins. And he has the caution for the driving standards. But hopefully he doesn't cross the boundaries any further, as you said.
Yeah, just needs to settle down and find his rhythm again, and maybe not defend as hard. I mean, hard defending is kind of Sean's nature, and most of the time he's defending fairly. But clearly the stewards don't agree, as Leipzig now has a run on Mehlinger, and this should be a change for position as they head up to the top of the hill. Will Mehlinger be able to hold it around the outside? I don't think so. The XRT is really strong in a straight line, and Andreas Leipzig for Procrastination Motorsport, the number 91, has made it up to P3 after starting in P12 only 48 minutes ago. That's an impressive run so far from the Latvian. Red Bull Kart Fight 2014 champion Andreas Leipzig rounds the final corner, and will he have to defend from Mehlinger, I wonder?
Will he keep a sensible defensive move going? Because the RB4 was strong here fairly recently. You can get the apex absolutely nailed on with your four-wheel drive. I think that's job done. And battle for position, Daniel Bala versus Jared Mead, as Mead puts in another personal best. Again, it's all going to be blocked. His ultimate pace is going to be hampered trying to make the overtaking maneuver. I think his next chance will come in about a minute's time. Oh, he's getting very close. That is literally bumper to bumper from the two green base livery cars.
Yeah, the two very green cars in this race.
Yeah. They take the corner very smoothly there. I'm impressed with that. Now they have to do similar heroics here, heading downhill and left. And if they can match that curbing, they can brake hard. And into third gear, they can jump down to. And that's looking smooth as we turn to the lead battle.
Yeah, Sean Lee has, now that Mehlinger's managed to be swamped by Leipzig, Sean Lee has found some pace again. I'm not sure how he does this. He kind of yo-yos between being on pace and being some way off the pace, but unless Nico's made an error, I don't think so. I think it just is that Sean's turned something on. The gap to Leipzig has opened up and the gap to Nico's come down, so yeah, Sean has got the bit between his teeth, and if I were him, I would push to the absolute limit and get as close to Nico as I could before Leipzig came and gobbled me up. Falkenberg is he's still here, but he's still hovering around the 7 seconds distance between Nico and Tola. It's been about that for probably the last 10 laps or so. But the battle for the top 5 is still very much alive as Nico Pantola sets the fastest lap of the race. So even though it's really tight at the front, the pace hasn't gone away for the Finnish driver. But Leipzig now then, and even Mehlinger, you'd have to say, Mehlinger's probably been pulled along a little bit by Leipzig here.
Yeah, it's good to be able to see what your opponents are doing in front of you. You can either copy them or do what you want to do. even more so.
Oof, Lightnings.
Yes, absolutely right on the grass there. Could that be considered a corner cut? That was all four wheels off the tarmac.
Well, definitely a corner cut, but you're not going to gain an advantage by going that wide, certainly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Track limits there are ignored here anyway, due to the nature of the corner. You don't gain much by running that wide, especially. But yeah, that's somewhat stunted his progress towards Sean. The gap between Nico and Leipnix is around about 3 seconds at the moment after 20 laps of racing. And we're coming up to the top of the hour. Nearly an hour gone already. Can't quite believe that. It's been quite action-packed so far, especially between these top 3 or 4 drivers. And of course, stay tuned, because in 7 minutes' time we are announcing the first of 3 announcements today. So you'll have to stick around to see what those are about, but we're very excited about each of them.
This is about lap 22. 53 minutes are about to be allotted as well. The driver is keeping a very, very strong pace. They're not dipping out of the 2-minute 20 zone. They're keeping underneath it, lap after lap.
Yeah, Nico Pintola's lap last time round was some 1.5 tenths faster than anybody else, so he's still got pace, and expect those lap times to come down even further as the fuel comes out of the car and the tyres get thinner, as is the case in Live for Speed. The older the tyres and the lower the fuel, the faster your car gets. And yeah, he looks comfortable right now. He didn't always look comfortable during the season in his RB4, Owen, but right now Nico Pintola is doing absolutely everything he needs to do at the head of this race. Sean Lee, who's had an entire season worth of practice in an XRT, is looking a little bit wobbly, but quick nonetheless in P2. And Leipnix, who is a complete unknown in the XRT, but we know he's a fast driver from previous events in Live for Speed and in real life racing, so no slouch in P3 up from P12. And Talinka, with a few podiums and wins to his name in the main championship in the top placed RB4 at the moment, had the lead of the race for most of a lap earlier on, but has since dropped off the pace a little bit, but still there, still within 3.5 seconds of Nico in P4. So far we've only lost one car from the race, the Ford Rally Sport team, who, as far as we know, have retired. They retired 11 laps ago, in fact, around about the half an hour mark. They are able to rejoin at some point if they want to. They will get their laps back, but so far that car has not reappeared on the track. So only one retirement so far. It's not great to see anyone retiring from endurance races, but it happens. They're difficult.
Yeah. So how Paolo himself put an explanation for our Twitch viewers. He highlighted it in purple. If you want to read it yourself, it's a bit of a long quote, but just the preference for how was to have the XRT underneath him, and then the other drivers in the team would have been more comfortable with the FXO. So it's just he couldn't keep the car in position with his racing lines, so he had to try and repair the car, and then after his pit stop it didn't seem to fix the problem that was suffering for him, so he had to decide enough's enough. And I think some of the teammates couldn't even make it, so that could be another factor towards the decision.
Unlucky then. Hopefully we see them at future races.
Leipnix was very close to Sean.
Very close.
Trying to read the comments, so not quite enough for P2 just yet. But Sean may be thinking twice about his next defensive moves with the black and white flag from about 2 minutes ago.
yeah, Sean with that warning hanging over him. He can't afford to be too aggressive on the defence with Leipniks, but he'll defend as much as he thinks is necessary. He's no stranger to, big defensive moves, is Sean. But let's see, can Leipniks find a way around him at some point? He's definitely got the pace to. But while Leipniks has been trapped almost behind Sean, Nico is opening up the gap even more. The gap now up to over 3 seconds between Leipniks and Nico Pantola. So Sean's doing quite a good job of rear gunning for Nico.
To cross the line for the 24th lap, so we'll monitor Nico's lead. It's about as big as it's been all race long. Yeah, 2.4 seconds. If you can just eke a bit more out of him there.
Oh,
yeah,
contact.
There's a move from Leipniks. Was that a bit over aggressive?
A little bit, I think. Yeah, Sean will cut back and defend that. They're exchanging horns. Leipniks was on the inside, yeah, but Sean didn't leave any room. And, Sean maintains the position for now. Patrick, I'm pretty sure he's not going to want to get involved too much in that. More contact between Leipniks and Sean. This is going to be helping Nico Pantola out a bunch while those two are scrapping. Now Mehlinger may think about a move if he can get into position. He's well placed. Or will he be thinking, I'll try and follow Leipniks through on Sean rather than trying to get past Leipniks on track? Let's see how we go. I think this is very promising, Eoin. With an hour gone now, the gap between the top 4 is as close as it was at the beginning, pretty much.
The 3 cars about line astern through that corner is one of the most variable on track. You can take all kinds of racing lines through there and not be too badly punished. But from this point on, Pete, I'd say Patrick will be hanging back.
Yeah.
His horsepower disadvantage is going to really be felt here.
So, just before we do the first of our 3 announcements, Nico Pantola is running around at the front with a comfortable lead at the moment over Sean Lee. Sean Lee must be sweating at the moment. He's got his mirrors full of the cyan and red Procrastination Motorsports car, currently being driven by Andres Leipniks, Latvian. Patrick Mehlinger in his number 33 Born to Race RB4 in P4 at the moment. Then it's Falkenberg in his 99 Tortoise and Hare Racing FXO in P5. Then we've got Daniel Ballard and Jared Mead, who are still pretty close together. Not much to choose between them right now. Daniel in P6 for Race Green and Jared in P7 for Angry Angus Racing. Heike Hittnen in P8, the number 32. He's driving this race on his own. Daniel Lacastic for Fragmaster, the number 2 car in P9. Michael Malek for Bono, My Teammate Is Gone, running around in P10. Thilo Falkenbergs for Simbroadcasts.tv, the number 9 in P11. Simas Talkavicius in P12, the number 46 Global Gaming Racing car. Then we have Sigitas Sakis, who's getting quite a slide on there into the entry to the Corkscrew, the number 73 Cuddle Kitty car. And Lucas Wilson for the Racing Wilsons, rounding out the 14 cars that we still have running in P14. So, it's time to grab your friends as we prepare to make our first announcement for the stream, Eoin. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, I guess, away from the action. If anything happens, please shout at me. I know it's getting close between these 3, but a schedule is a schedule, so let's get on with it and hope nothing happens.
Let's go.
So I am delighted to announce that on the 26th of December, we will be streaming the Race Ungreen Events This is Crashmas 2020 by Race Green, the Xmas Derby event, which is very popular among the LFS community. It's a way for you to basically take your anger out on everybody that you've been racing this year on the Race Green server. This event has been run for a number of years by Roni and the team at Race Green, and I've had the pleasure of driving in it and having chat on TeamSpeak with a bunch of drivers over the years in this event. It's going to be a good laugh, and we hope we can get a full turnout on Saturday, December 26th. The Xmas Derby event by Race Ungreen Events, streamed in full by simbroadcasts.tv. So we hope you can join us for that. Owen, did anything happen while we were on our quick break?
Sean got very loose into the turn 11 complex. Thankfully, he didn't get badgered by the tyres, and the other drivers behind didn't take advantage. Otherwise, the other drivers are keeping sensible.
Yeah, I'm glad nothing happened. That would have been terrible. Terrible time to have an ad break. But anyway, yeah, we're definitely looking forward to being able to stream the Race Green Crashmas event, as Leipnix is practicing for that already by tagging the back of Sean Lee's car there as we head into the middle sector once again. These three are so close, and yeah, Leipnix can't afford too many more contacts with the back of Sean Lee's car, or else there's going to be fireworks. But yeah, an hour has elapsed. 4 hours and 57 minutes remaining in the 6 Hours of Aston North. One announcement down, 2 to go. Good stuff.
And drivers who are scheduled to swap for the second stint, they are just emerging now. They'll be preparing their own bodies for the long drive ahead. So it's just who blinks first and enters pit lane. Maybe earlier than scheduled. That would be a disappointment. But I don't fancy any of the leaders anyway having any problems.
No, these leading guys, they'll have their strategies well worked out ahead of time. We were given the strategy of 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team by Adam Brown yesterday, but he's a member of the Sim Broadcast commentary team, so I told him that if he wants us to talk about their strategy, he should come and do it himself. So hopefully, at some point, Adam will join us and let us know what's going on there. I don't know whether they'll want to now, because they're leading the race by quite a comfortable margin. Maybe they need to keep their cards close to their chest. But anyway, Leipnix is so close to Sean. This is surely going to end in tears if Leipnix can't get past soon. But he really is biding his time. At the line, we'll give you an update of the gap as well.
Just 0.2 of a second between second and third. 3.3. Oh my goodness! It's gamesmanship. I think he's more trying to psych Sean Lee out more than overtake him with the skill we know he possesses. So with just a few minutes to go till scheduled pit stops, I would anticipate. And there's Patrick Linka.
Yeah, why not? Go for it.
Move. Yes.
Yeah, he may as well do it. This is going to help Sean. The gap opened up. Linka put his car on the inside. There was no contact, I don't think. But anyway, that's going to help Sean and open the gap for Nico. Nico Pantola then has a 3.5 second gap to this battle.
Yeah, so Patrick Linka threw the spanner in the works, and that gives Sean just perhaps the half a second he needs to be able to focus on his racing rather than worrying about defensive maneuvers again.
Looks like Spikey is, quite bored of following that red and cyan XRT. He fancies an overtake, and I don't blame him. Patrick Linka has had one attempt at least on this lap to try and get past. So will he have any more goes? Down the back straight he's going to be at a little bit of a power disadvantage, but that wasn't the best exit, you have to say, from Leipnix there.
No, it wouldn't have been. He should have been clear of the RB4 by now. It's a matter of putting your moves together like a game of chess. in these chicanes, if you get the first one right, you line up the second one, and then for the final move, you can take an inside or outside line for the final hairpin. And I have to credit Patrick Linka there. He did everything correctly, but Leipnex has defended.
For now, Linka's really, really close to the rear bumper of that car now. But I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move. He might go for a late send. He does. Leipnex leaves the door open. Really close racing, clean racing as well. Spikey really, really wants to get in on this action. And fair play to him. Sean's really not able to get away whilst this is happening either. So this is playing into the hands of Logtenberg and Nika Bentola right now.
Yeah, and the new fastest lap with 2:18.13 from Lachtenberg. We haven't forgotten about you in the Tortoise and Hare car, don't worry. But maybe it's a second stint that'll bring that team fully into play. It was a fabulous drive so far from Lachtenberg.
Super battle from P2 to P4 at the moment. And yeah, credit to everyone for taking part in this race, and especially for keeping it. You know, I'm surprised. I'm staggered. I don't remember a TBO Challenge race this year where the feature race was this close after 45 minutes, let alone after 70 minutes. Owen.
South City is probably the closest I can remember. That was close all the way through.
True, we had Isaac Price battling with Paddy Potakangas and Sean Lee in the dying lap. That was a pretty closely fought race, you're right. Probably, yeah, the most comparable to this. Leipnex has managed to give Patrick the slip, and he's all over the slipstream of Sean Lee. Could this be the move for P2? Sean goes defensive very late on the straight, forcing Leipnex to the outside, and Leipnex has to concede for now. No way round Sean Lee there. Where is this move going to happen? Is it going to happen in this stint, or is it going to have to happen in a pit stop or later on in the race? We'll keep an eye on pit entry for you, but doesn't look like anyone's going to flinch right now. Sean runs a little bit deep through the final corner.
A fastest lap now from Nico. It's 2:17.8. That's a massive gauntlet to throw down.
Yeah,
at this point in the race.
Gap to Sean Lee, 4 seconds now.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse for the Singaporean in the number 88. He's just got to hang on as best he can. Like, he could strategize and let his opponent through, but that is just not in Sean Lee's spirit. He wants to battle for every position, and honor is crucial for him. He wants to show his skill and not faint at any challenge. Ever so tight, this section. It's more about the driver concentration more than the car's power. You're just going to have to follow for a little bit longer. Got to stick to those apexes, braking hard now, and emerging for the next left-hander before the long straights start to kick in. But Sean ever increasingly taking a bit of oversteer there. I think this set of corners now will let him pick his line and push for as much horsepower as he can get. He's going to get right on the Astros. That's a great exit line, and that should keep him happy, so he can now pick where he wants to defend. Yeah, that's Lachtenberg. I'm just watching him within 2 seconds of Linka, and that'll be huge for that team to get within 1 second even of the fourth or even third positions. And I think Sean will hang on just for another lap. The corkscrew is going to keep quiet for now, and now we'll have 30 laps done.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement happening on the server. I think we're about to get ready for some driver changes, Owen. The first of the race.
Yeah, indeed. But just so important, like if you have each driver has a particular set of skills that you can maximize them as best you can. Especially if there are 4 of you, if it's a 4-person team, you'll all want to have lived up to your end of the bargain. Sean and Renault Coots are just a duo for Air Attack Newsroom Racing, so they will get a chance to redeem themselves if they feel something went wrong.
Yeah, looking at Falkenberg, his gap to Nika Pantola is going up, but the gap between Sean Lee and Nika Pantola now 6 seconds, Owen.
Yeah, that's absolutely staggering given how close everybody was earlier on. Like, Nico did have a point where he took the lead.
Sean's
and he lost
gone off.
Sean, yes.
really wide and scrubbing a lot of speed on the exit of Sector 2, and that's let Lightnex get alongside him. This is going to be a side-by-side battle down the back straight if they can work it out. Lightnex will drop back into the slipstream, I think. I'd be surprised if he goes for this move. No, he does back. He thinks better of it. But all the time that this is going on, Nico, you can just see, is pulling out a huge gap at the moment, and Lochtenberg is probably thinking he can maybe get to P2 by the end of the next stint, potentially.
Lightnex goes for the outside. Again, Sean has enough grip to keep it on the inside, and his drifting skills are up to scratch there. Not over impeding his opponent here, so that's all well and good.
This must be so frustrating for Hlinka. Hlinka doesn't go for moves unless he's dead certain they're going to pay off, I think. He had a few goes at Leipnix that didn't pay off earlier. Let's see if he goes for another one here. I know he likes to be late on the brakes into turn 1. The RB4 super strong on the brakes, obviously. Let's see if he goes for another move. He thinks about it. Leipnix has gone deep. This could be a move for Hlinka. Yes, it is. So, Leipnix gets it wrong on the brakes into turn 1. That opens the door for Born to Race to get back on the provisional podium right now. And yeah, Leipnix not able to respond to that. So, yeah, drama here on lap number 31.
That's immense disappointment there. And he's even hacked the back of Hlinka's bumper. Again, it's not too much of a felony, but the frustration of having a chance to go second just a minute and a half ago, and now he's into 4th place with 5th place man Lachtenberg just inside his mirrors at this point. Another lap, and it could be a 5-way or a 4-way battle for second. John Lee nearly has a second advantage over Hlinka, and that will prove ever so valuable. Lucas Wilson did pit for the brothers Wilson car, or the Racing Wilson, excuse me. That means he's a lap down, but he can gain it back if everyone else pits before he carries on.
Yeah, we're just riding on board with the number 99 Torsten Hair Racing here, Owen, and that team name is coming to fruition. Because look at the gap now between him and this battle for P2. Sean's gap spiky. Lightnex is trapped now behind the RB4. He might go for a move into the corkscrew. Let's have a look. He's trying it around the outside. It's very close there, but it's not going to pay off. This is giving Sean a bit of breathing room, and that FXO is looking fast at this point in the race.
Yeah, if it has the capabilities to perform at its maximum for another few laps, then definitely Leipnix is under a lot of pressure. But there we go, Lachtenberg pits.
Yeah, he didn't fancy getting involved in that battle, did he? He just thought, you know what, I'm just going to pit now. So on lap 31 or lap 32, Lachtenberg comes into the pit lane for his first stop. That could be inspired.
Yeah, now absolutely plays into the minds of the other contenders for the podium. If the undercut works, that will be something they need to think about for their second stints. And a driver change for the 99 team has been enabled. It's Daniel Revega.
Yeah, Daniel Revega in the car. Good stuff. Right, let's see if he can get the same pace out of the car as his teammate managed over that awesome first stint for that team. Yeah, since that happened, Lightyex has lost some time to Mehlinger. I'm not quite sure what happened. I think I missed it. But Mehlinger's caught up to the back of Sean Lee again. Lightyex's pace has just dropped off.
Yeah, that's something to consider for the next few minutes. There's actually a battle for 12th at the minute. Tautkovicius and Sakis neck and neck down the start finish straight, and it's bad to worse for the 46 car, I'm afraid, unless he's actually psyched out his opponent here, braking a lot later, and that's going to keep the position secure. But the cuddly kitty, and another solo driver there, I suppose he was feeling a bit generous and thought, no, I'm not going to lunge so close to a potential pit stop. But very, very close as Tautkovicius struggles again in the last sector. Those rear tires, I think, are crying for mercy.
Daniel Revega for the 99 rejoins the track in P8, and the only car ahead of him is, at the moment, is Heikki Hittinen, who is due a pit stop, obviously, at some point. So this could be a really inspired move by the Tortoise and Hare team, coming out in a bunch of fresh air. And we're hearing that Mehlinger may be having a run on Sean Lee, and he is, in fact. There's a little bit of door scraping again between these two. Lightyex will get close again because this scrapping's going on. Update on the gap ahead, Owen. 6.5 seconds to Nika Pantola.
It's going to get worse, Pete. There was a fast lap from Pantola, and the rubbing of the wheel arches between these two real protagonists of the day, and that's a dive for position. Mehlinger doesn't have
ambitious.
His rear. Was ambitious, but his rally car drift hasn't paid off, and Lightyex nearly was able to pounce. It was a huge gamble. You could just see the rear tire is not able to compete. Wasn't able to handle the lunge, and it just meant he had to get the runoff air on the outside just to keep him on the circuit. Yeah,
fair play to Mehlinger there for having a go. That was entertaining. Just didn't quite pay off. Bit late on the brakes. Didn't need to go that deep. Obviously, Sean using mouse, he's probably got his brakes dialed in, but he has no choice as to how hard he can go on the brakes. So that RB4 is lethal in the braking zone. And hopefully he gets another chance to try that out, because it nearly paid off. He's going to be under threat from Lightyex up the back straight, though, unless Lightyex botches his exit. Let's see what happens here. Lightyex could get that P3 back if Mehlinger can't get a good exit. It's going to be close as we head up to the corkscrew. Mehlinger defends the inside, which is his right, which forces Lightyex to try and go around the outside, the long way round. They're still side by side contact. Oh, and still side by side, in fact. But I think Mehlinger may have to yield this, and he does.
Oh, he's got a chance now on the inside.
Oh, wow, I did not expect that. He kept his foot in, and he has the inside for the final corner. He'll have better traction on exit as well, and wow, I've not seen that happen before. That was excellent.
Certainly was. I thought when they were side by side in the first chicane, braking from about 100 meters, turning right, I thought Mehlinger had to back out. He was on the curb, so he would have been in a dangerous position. But he regrouped, went to the outside line, out of the corkscrew, which then became the inside, and he got the job done.
Yeah, just decided to carry a load more speed around the outside of Lightyex on the exit of the corkscrew. So great move. Lightyex will be wise to that next time, of course. But a great return move there from Mehlinger. Excellent stuff. And Sean goes quite deep into the hairpin again. Gap to Nika Pantola, nearly 9 seconds with all this going on. Nika Pantola and the 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team have a very, very healthy lead in this race now. Adam Brown and Carolus Motojutis have big shoes to fill because Nika Pantola has put in an absolutely excellent opening stint so far. We don't know when he's coming into the pits, of course, but it's got to be soon, as we are an hour and 20 minutes through this race.
I didn't like Sean Lee's exit out of turn 6, as we're now down to turn number 9, so it's quickly evaporated the little advantage he got. Patrick is nice and clean heading out of that turn, so I think Sean will recover from that, but if he has any more instances like that, he will be sweating again.
Yeah, we do expect most drivers to be stopping around about the 90-minute mark. Obviously, we've had some drivers who have broken that prediction already. We've seen the
Lightning could strike twice here. Lipenex has gained the 3rd place back, but the inside for the final hairpin is closed off, so that's P3 once again.
Yeah, great move that there for Leipnix to get back past Hlinka on the back straight. But Hlinka is still right there, and who knows, he might go for another late break. No, he decides to fold on that particular occasion.
Problems for the 3rd place man out of turn 2. One more big hairpin to go in this sector. Use of the oversteer to get him back in position. Linka could now decide, I'm going to follow you turn for turn before my advantages return to me in the final sector. Clean as a whistle once more. Picking up a little dust off the curbs.
So much focus at the front of this race, we've barely paid our attention to the rest of the field, but at the bottom of the hour we'll do our usual run through of everybody. But for now we'll stick with the cars at the front who are fighting for the important positions in the race.
Yeah, our favourite battle at the start of the proceedings, Pete, was Bala versus Mead. They're about 2 or 3 seconds apart at this stage. So maybe later on their driver swaps will bring them back together or spread them apart. And then as well, a few laps ago we had Tautkavicius versus Sakis, but nothing too dramatic came out of that.
Yeah, Nika Pantola's rounding the last corner with, as near as makes no difference, a 10-second lead over everybody else, and he doesn't elect to pit, so he's going to do another one. He's already got 35 laps out of those tyres, and thinks he's got a bunch more left in the his XRT. I'm sure he'll be thinking, why didn't I choose the XRT for the rest of the season? This is easy. But anyway, he's doing a great job out there in front, and his 2 teammates, Carolus Motojutis and Adam Brown, wait in the wings for 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team. Hope one of them can come in here and explain what the heck that team name means at some point. But anyway.
Yeah, we may have to keep that after the watershed.
After the watershed, indeed. Well, we don't run that late tonight, so I guess we'll never find out. I'll never be able to broadcast the reason anyway. Leipnix is getting close to Sean. That gap has definitely come down this last lap. Will it ever end for Sean Lee? I bet that's what he's thinking. He was all over the back of Nika Pantola, and any time he settles into a rhythm, the Latvian drivers come up behind him and spoil his day. So let's see what happens here. At some point, surely Leipzig is going to think, am I better off just pitting and going into some clean air? Because the last thing he wants is to come out in this battle again, I'm sure. Let's see. We know that the undercut doesn't often work. Ravega pitted a long time ago onto new tyres and a fresh set of fuel, and has no doubt lost a chunk of time to the front runners. So after looking like he was catching this battle, the number 99 Tortoise and Hare car decided to bail to the pit lane, and a lot of laps have passed since then. So I'm wondering whether that strategy might not be optimal for that team. Only time will tell.
Yeah, he'd want to start hitting 1 minute 19s or more as quick as he can if it's going to really pay off. Those top drivers for the runners-up spot haven't taken a lot of seconds out of each other, so that's where it could go wrong for Tortoise and Hare. But I do think they will have a chance in the dying embers of the race. Sean Lee pits.
Oh no, he doesn't. He comes back. He decided not to come into the pit lane. That was very weird. He actually rejoined the track and made contact with Leipzig. So he bailed to the inside, then decided that he wasn't going to pit. So clearly a call from the pit wall to say no, stay out. So a Bono moment there, and he's.
Oh no, you can't do that, Sean. You can't
bullied his way through Patrick Linker there. I
don't like that.
No, me neither. That's not okay. Dear Sean.
Oh, that's BTCC style. Listen to me, friend. You're not behaving properly. I'm going to give you a slap. So hopefully these two don't lose the tempers. But the stewards will have to investigate. Was Sean genuinely meant to avoid the pits with an instruction, or was it playing possum? I was looking at my Twitch stream, so I'm about 2 seconds behind on there. Sean clearly looked like he went into the pits, then the camera changed, saw him back out, so I didn't quite see the incident for myself.
Yeah,
so
me neither, really.
Steward's inquiry.
Yeah, it just, when the cameras went back to him, he was in the side of Leipzig's car, which is not okay, really. But, you know, in all of that, he's lost a place, nearly 2 places, but Mehlinger not able to get the place as Sean kind of bullied his way through into the second hairpin. So very strange. I wonder whether Sean will come in this lap. We'll have to wait and see. But that does mean that Leipzig is up to P2 in the race, don't forget. And Nico has an 11-second gap. So let's see whether now that Leipzig has some clear air, can he bring that gap down?
This will be lap 38 now. Still no sign of Sean Lee or Lapnex or Hlinka pit. Now is Sean definitely going to pit this time? Is it absolutely certain? Yes, it is. That is Sean Lee for AirTech Newsroom pitting just as lap 38 is about to begin. Got to keep underneath the speed limit. It's 50 miles an hour or 80 kilometers per hour, whatever you prefer. Takes an early enough box, and his teammate Renault Coots is in the server, so a driver swap is available to him if he needs to make it.
Yeah, surely he will make it. Let's see where he comes out in relation to Dan Ravega. Dan Ravega is exiting the final corner. Sean Lee's still in the box. He's still in the box, so what's happened here? Ravega has moved up to P7, overtaking Sean Lee. I'm mightily confused. Unless Ravega didn't change tyres? No, he must have changed tyres and he must have refueled. So what's gone on here for Sean Lee and Renault Coots? Unless I've missed something fundamental. Not entirely sure what's happened here. It's possible they didn't have the driver swap dialed in properly, because that team now has lost an absolute chunk of time. That is disastrous for AeroTac Newsroom. That is a very, very, very long pit stop. That's a disaster, Owen.
Couldn't tell you what's going on there, Pete. Renault Kuts now has the driver change complete, but he's 15 seconds behind Ravega.
15. That's crazy. And with only 4.5 hours to go, he's probably going to need all of that to claw it back. So we're at the bottom part of the hour, and this man, Nika Bentola, as he cuts the final part of the entry to the corkscrew, that was not optimal. He leads the race, remarkably, with that rallycross attempt, ahead of Andreas Leipnieks, who currently holds the fastest lap of the race for Procrastination Motorsports. These two drivers due into the pit lane at some point soon. Patrick Linker, the RB4 in P3, born to race. Then it's Daniel Balla, promoted to P4, with the out-of-phase pit stops happening. Jared Mead, P5 currently. Then it's Heikki Hittinen, closing in on those two green cars ahead. Dan Ravega for Tortoise and Hare Racing is in P7 at the moment, because Sean Lee, who pitted, has promoted him with that really long pit stop. Also promoted temporarily, Dan Lacastic. And then Renault Kuts, who took over from Sean Lee just last lap, in P9 for Air Attack Newsroom. Bono, my teammate, is gone, driven by Michael Malik, is in P10. Thilo Falkenberg for SimBroadcasts.tv in P number 11. Simas Talkovicius in P12, closely followed by Sigitas Sakis. These guys have been really close the whole race pretty much, so that battle going well for them. And Lucas Wilson for the Racing Wilsons is in P14 and due at some point to hand over to the other Wilson. And we wait to see when that will happen. But anyway, no sign of Nico going into the pits just yet, Owen.
Yeah, you can keep going. The strategy's paying off as it stands, especially the loss of the Air Attack Newsroom's momentum. They may have had a trouble with the pit lane. Sean Lee has apologized for the infraction at the pit lane. He didn't know where the entry point began, so he had to pull out of his attempted pit, and it did cause a fracas with Patrick Linker, so maybe that'll let him away with it. But Renault Kuts has the carry job of a lifetime as our SimBroadcast.tv car decides to make a pit stop.
Thilo Falkenberg pits, and I'm not sure which of our team is going to take over right now. I need to check our spreadsheet real quick, Owen, to update the audience. It will be Travis Mehlinger, the commentator who brought you a couple of the rounds of the Team Up Racing Championship earlier in the year, and also the lead on the BF1 League will be taking over the car from Thilo. And maybe Thilo can come and give us a few words in the commentary box after his stint. We'll have to wait and see. Nico has a very, very strong lead at the moment. Still over Andreas Leipnieks, but I have to say that I think the gap might be coming down ever so slightly. We'll give you an update on that when we can. Meanwhile, Linker still staying with Leipnieks. These two are... they have really, really great pace at the moment. Yeah, the gap to Nico's come down to 9 seconds, Owen, so there is some movement at the front.
Yeah, and more pit stops now. The battle for 6th and 7th has Daniel Balla and Jared Mead in the pits. And we'll have to keep an eye out for the Angry Angus and Race Green Autosports cars, see how they do. But that will give Renault Kuts a chance to gain positions. He was never likely to catch them up on the track, but the benefit of having a clear track in front of you, that'll definitely help out Renault Kuts, who we knew from the TBO challenge, if he gets into the lead, he can break away as good as anybody.
Yeah, Dan Lacastic's also coming to the pit lane. It looks like Dan Balla has had his stop and makes it out ahead once again of Jared, who's still stationary. Long stop for Jared. Wonder if this is a driver change issue again. Brake lights off and he's going again. Reg LeBlanc takes over the car from Jared Mead. And it looks like Ronnie Krumpus is in the car, in the race green car. He takes over from Daniel Balla for the second stint. So new faces joining the race. Great to see. New faces currently Renault Kuts for Air Attack News and Racing. Ronnie Krumpus for Race Green and Reginald Blanc for Angry Angus Racing. No other changes besides Travis Mehlinger for simbroadcasts.tv.
Ronnie, I was just going to compliment him on his long service to the likes of Kyoto 250 and 500. He had a slight off heading down the left-hand turn. I think he recovered it. So just a little bit of rustiness there for Ronnie. He has to stay focused now. He's in the race. Any mistake would be so costly.
Yeah, after Dan Ballard's excellent first stint, he doesn't want to make any mistakes. But I do wonder what happened with the Angry Angus Racing pit stop. They've lost a lot of time because of that stop, and so much time, in fact, that they can't see each other anymore on the track.
Yeah, that'll be something else to discover as the race winds down. I think the majority of the mid-pack drivers have pitted or are about to pit. Speaking of the devil, number 32, Heitinen, has decided to get some fresh fuel and tyres on.
Heikki Hittinen doing this race on his own for War Faction in the pits. Leaves the race from 5th place and will lose out on places to Renault Coots and probably Ronnie Krompusch. But he may come out around Michael Malek, depending on when Michael decides to pit. Unless Michael's already pitted.
I don't believe Michael's pitted so far. He's still running.
Michael's still got a pit stop to do.
Heitinen's ahead of Krompusch out of the pit lane. That's a great job.
Yeah, that's a good effort. Yeah, so not just a bad slower stop for Krompusch and Mead, but not just for Mead, but also for Baller as well. How odd. So unless they're just running less fuel or something for this next stint, who knows? But Hittinen has managed to get out ahead. So he's just finished his stint. I'm assuming he's gone for a loo break, got a bit of food. But anyway, Thilo Falkenberg, welcome to the box.
Hello and welcome. No, not welcome. Oh.
Well, welcome to you.
I'm still a little bit
done. You need to take your driver hat off and put your commentary hat back on.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, talk us through it. How's the race gone so far for us? I can say us because it's our team.
Yeah, you can say us.
Yeah. How are we doing in this race, Thilo? Tell me.
I think we're doing decently. First stint was solid. I had nice battles with the 46 of Tart Gavicius and also all cars I could swallow at the start with the RB4 and the standing start. The setup seems to work well, as I just see that Travis is now fighting with Samas Tarkvicius.
And Sigitas leaves the pits. I just want to mention that Patrick Linker is in the pit lane right now. I wonder whether there's a driver swap about to happen for Born to Race. Back with you, Thilo. But yeah, it does look like we're in a battle with Global Gaming Racing and Sigitas.
Yeah, so Travis has the H pattern setup at home, so he'll use all the 5 gears to his full advantage, I think. But he has to get into the rhythm right now with the stint while the cars around him are all solo runners.
Yeah, so Katal Krorkin, Owen's countryman, has taken over from Patrick Linker in the RB4 at the head of the race. So we'll see how he gets on. And he joins in P4, importantly, just ahead of Renault Coots, Owen and Travis. So Renault Coots behind Krorkin.
Yeah, Ravega is in front. Ravega's undercut with his teammate.
Oh, that's true as well. That's remarkable. But remember that they're out of phase. They're very out of phase on their stops now. Ravega will have to pit significantly earlier than the guys around him. Whether that's going to work for them at the end of the race remains to be seen. But yeah, they came in very early. They came in on lap... what lap did they come in? Lap 31.
And we have our race leader in the pits at last. Certainly MVP performance from Pantola.
Yeah, so Leipniks is going the furthest of the front runners on his tyres. Nico Pantola pits with an hour and 40 minute stint. That's remarkable. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how long Leipniks is going to go. Looks like Mattis Lind is in the server, so due a pit stop certainly at some point. Andres Leipniks. But yeah, Ravega is entering the final corner, and this will be telling. This will be telling us to see how much of an advantage that early pit stop has had for the Tortoise and Hare Racing team. I did not expect an undercut to have this sort of effect. I'm really surprised. So unless they've short-fueled it or something, who knows? But anyway, Karadis Motojutis has taken over from Nico Pantola, and he's out ahead of Ravega and rejoins in P2. So that's a pretty clean stop.
Yeah, we should mention that Nico is now off doing some drifting, as he is joining a drift event later today.
Well, bundles of energy from him. Indeed, Thilo, yeah. I was also going to mention Renault Coots has overtaken Cathal Corkin for position. He used the longest straight in the transition between sectors 3 and 4, and that helped him through.
Yeah, Cathal Corkin had some good results in the main series, but he was never at the pointy end of the field, as far as I remember. So ultimately, I'm not surprised that Renault Coots managed to get past him so quickly. Renault Coots had the advantage that his tyres were up to temperature, of course. Cathal still needs to warm those up and get into the rhythm of the race. But yeah, Patrick Linker's mighty first stint absolutely showing there. Apparently Leipniks hit the wall, and you can see that on his front left. Leipniks has front left damage on his XRT now, and he's coming into the pit lane. So, will we expect a damage stop? How bad is that damage on the front left of the Procrastination Motorsports car? That's not what he wanted after a superb first stint. He went from 12th on the grid to leading, and he's overshot his box slightly. I don't think it'll be a problem. But our leader comes into the pits. Okay, no damage repaired. So they're going to have to run around with that and see how it plays out.
Looking at the in-game display, it is not too severe. So more an optical damage than really suspension damage.
Yeah, and to make matters worse for Procrastination Racing, Mattis Lind has received a drive-through penalty for chat when he joined the server. So after this pit stop, he'll have to be back in the pit lane for a drive-through. As Karolis Motojutis takes the fastest lap of the race, as well as P1 away from Leipniks. Ravega also gets past Leipniks, who's still stationary and leaves the pits without making a driver change. I am very confused right now. His teammate...
But he's joining the track right behind Renault Coots.
Okay.
Car 91 drive through for chat.
Confirmation
Such
there
a
from
bummer.
race
Such a
director Jonathan Prevost that, yeah, the 91 not only has a drive-through for chat, but also they didn't make a driver change, which seems odd. I feel like that driver change was definitely due since Andre's teammate was ready in the server. So could that already have been the beginning of the undoing of their race? Hopefully not. Hopefully they can regain some time. But great news for Ravega, great news for Motojutis as well. Looks like Corkin that's going to have a go at Leipniks at some point. Those two are getting pretty close again. Krorkin's very close. You have to say, I don't know where Lightnex's pace has gone, whether that damage really is hampering him or something went wrong, more wrong in the pit stop than we realised. Hopefully Eoin and Thilo can give me some update on that.
We do have a couple of close battles right now, as Leibniz has to give up his 4th place for the drive-through penalty. We also have a battle for 9th position with Rec Le Bonon and Verchinskas for Fragmasters battling it out in the 2 XRTs.
Yes, so Daniel Lukastik has given way to Darius Verchinskas for Fragmaster there, and it seems as though he's got past Reg, and that gap is opening steadily as Katal Krorkin has now got past Leipnex because Leipnex has done his drive-through. So I wonder when the driver change for that team is going to happen now then.
Maybe at the halfway mark, so Leibniz doing the first half and then giving the car away to his teammate.
So it's now Carolus Motojutis, not Nika Pentola, who leads the race for 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team in the TBO Challenge. 6 Hours of Aston North. We believe that Michael Malik is the only car who has yet to make a pit stop. Michael loves doing very, very long stints in endurance racing. Thinking back to the Open Endurance Cup that you ran, Thilo, where Michael was a fan of getting punctures. Hopefully he doesn't push it too far and get a puncture here.
Indeed, but I have to think of the Team Rock Racing Endurance Pro race at West Hill, where he was trying to squeeze out a pit stop, but his strategy back then was ruined by a safety car period.
Admittedly, your memory is better than mine. But yeah, we're about to see Motojutis put a lap over Travis Mehlinger. So all but the top 11 will be a lap down. But yeah, excellent pace from Motojutis. 9 seconds the gap to Dan Ravega. With a very different strategy to anybody else. Ravega's team, Tortoise and Hare, pit super early. The only team that pitted before them was Racing Wilson's. Renault Coots running around in P3 for Air Attack Newsroom. Cathal Krorkin still keeping him honest, it has to be said. And looming in the background is the car of Andres Leipniks with that new front left damage and a drive-through under his belt. We will see how the recovery drive will go now for him. He was looking so strong in the middle of his first stint, where he'd carved his way through the field, was battling with Patrick Linker for Born to Race and Sean Lee for Air Attack for a lot of laps, and it just all went wrong in the pit stop for whatever reason. So back to your race, Thilo. We saw that at the start you managed to make a brilliant start. You made like 4 or 5 positions off the line. Was that mainly due to the RB4 just being a faster starter than the XRTs around you, or was there something else that happened that we missed?
The initial sprint into the first corner was remarkably good with the 4-wheel drive. Into the first corners, 2 or 3 cars got together, tried to go too wide exiting turn 1, and with the better traction of the 4-wheel drives, I could overtake them around the outside into turn 2 and defend it into the tight hairpin turn 3. And from that moment on, people are still trying to find their rhythm, and I could eventually make it into 9th position with the number 9 car. But after that, the pace started to settle, and one of the first cars that overtook me was the Tortoise and Hare entry.
Yeah, currently P2 at the moment, so they've had a heck of a race. I'm just thinking at the moment, Michael Malik, if he can make it another 3 or 4 laps, could manage 2-hour stints here. I don't know if that's realistic or likely, but can we get a health update on that car? I hear his rears are getting thin. The little birds in my ears tell me that car does not have much rear tyre life left, but Michael thinks it has enough for at least another lap as he pulls past the pit lane to begin lap 48.
Yeah, I just noticed Travis got a lap down by our leader, Montejuices. But what would Travis's plan be now, Thilo? He's got... Tadkovicius is off the road here. Right in front of our sim broadcast car. He's lost the traction out of turn 8, but now turn 9 is going to spare his blushes. That's quite a moment. But yeah, just I was going to ask the question to Thilo. Certainly one objective would be to avoid the race leader. Quite remarkable. I was not here at the minute, so an extraordinary loss of focus there from Tadkovicius in the number 46, excuse me.
Yeah, Travis thinking about a move there, a return move, but he hasn't gone for it. Michael has a puncture, we hear, so sticking to tradition in endurance racing, Michael Malik has pushed his car too far again. This is becoming somewhat of a meme, I think. Michael needs some advice from his peers on how to judge when his tyres are going to blow up in endurance races. So if there's any help out there, please lend a helping hand to Michael Malik. Press F to pay respects.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long drive round for him. He was in P8. He's now just lost a place to Fragmaster. He has a rear left puncture. And that's going to be a tricky drive down the corkscrew. Oh, Michael. He tried to make it to 2 hours, didn't he? It just didn't work.
I think so, yeah.
He's doing this race on his own. Fair play to him. And there we go. The other tyre's gone. That's both rears off. That's Reg LeBlanc who gets past.
Disney Pixar Cars style, Lightning McQueen refused to pit for tyres, blew up both of his rears, and managed to get the 3-way tie, if you've seen that film. But at this stage, we've really got to get him into the pits. That's a real shame.
It's Lucas Wilson unlapping himself, actually, on Michael Malik there. Yeah, with no rear traction on this car, this is going to be a long drive to get round the next corner for him. Well, you can see the marks left on the road behind him. Luckily, there's no cars around him.
Thilo, if you're in chat, you may have just seen your teammate has overtaken Tadkovicius for real now. He just cannot cope with that turn number 8. It's pushing his XRT way offline and into the grass. So, Sim Broadcast TV, gain a position.
Good stuff. Michael Malik in the pit lane. As has been pointed out in the chat, maybe Michael's team name shouldn't have been Bono, my teammate is gone. It should have been Bono, my tyres are gone, as he parks sideways in the pit box. Mercedes will still service your car like that. Hopefully they give you the right tyres and you'll be on your way again.
Yeah, I'm not really confident that that's going to be the right tyres. Hope he doesn't get hybrids now.
Yeah.
But just from a very team-focused standpoint, Travis is going to overtake Michael there, which promotes some broadcast into 10th position right as I speak.
Yeah, there he goes. Meanwhile, Carlos has put a lap on another lap on Michael Malik while he's sat in the pits, or a lap on Michael Malik, should I say. Dan Ravega,
A-lap, yeah.
still really, really like doing a great job in P2. I really am intrigued as to how this pit stop strategy is going to work out. The problem for them, if they pit 10 laps earlier than everybody else, is by the time they get to their final stint, they could be leading the race, but will need to pit very late for tyres and fuel. So
Yeah, and the problem with the tires is they are getting into the heat cycle. Like, the heat peak for us in the first stint was around lap 10-11. So usually you don't want to have that in your final stint.
So Michael Malik rejoins in 13th place after that pit stop. We're approaching the top of the hour, so let's give you an update of the running order. Cagaš Motojutis for 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team leads the way. He was handed his car by Nika Pantola around about 15 laps ago, 10 laps ago I think. Dan Ravega in P2 for Tortoise and Hare Racing started way down the order, but as the name suggests, he's done a great job to claw his way back through the field with an alternate pit strategy, which we'll have to work out how that's going to pay off towards the end of the race. Renault Coots is catching him though for Aerotac Newsroom Racing. There could be a battle on for P2 in this race, Thilo and Eoin, very shortly. Catal Crawkin is close as well in P4, so the top, from 2nd to 4th, they're still really close. Cagaš has got an 11-second lead. Then there's a 4-second gap to Tortoise and Hare. So yeah, 3 pedals looking very, very, very comfortable out front. In P5, also close, it's Andres Leipniaks, who we thought was going to make a driver change, but instead crashed the car and got a drive-through as he makes his way past Michael Malik. So yeah, probably going to go another stint before handing the car over to his teammate. Heikki Hittinen has pitted. He's in P6 at the moment in a comfortable position ahead of Roni Krompush, who took over from Dan Balla for Race Green Autosports. Darius Vazinskas has taken over from his teammates Daniel Lekastik. Reg LeBlanc took over from Jared Mead a few laps ago as we have a retirement. The 47 Michael Malik, Bono, my tyres have gone. Bono, my teammate, is gone, has retired from the race after 2 hours. Hard luck, Michael. Good effort for giving it a go. Feel free to come and have a chat to us. We promise not to make fun of you. Good effort. But yeah, second retirement from the race. Michael Malik sadly has to back out. Travis Mehlinger then promoted to P10 for SimBroadcasts.tv. Took over from Thilo Falkenberg moments ago. Simas Taukavicius in P11. Sigitas Sakis also doing this race on his own in P12. And Lucas Wilson, who has yet to hand over to his teammate, the other Wilson, in P13, still driving around in this race. But yeah, hard luck to Michael there. Puncture and yeah, the prospect of driving around on his own at the back of the grid didn't really tickle his fancy, so he chooses to retire from the 6 Hours of Aston North, and that completes the rundown of the 13 cars that remain in this race.
There could be a potential battle for second place coming up as the 3rd hour begins. Ravega is being caught by Renault Coots. The lap traffic not going to play a factor for much longer. Taukavicius is cutting the first chicane, but he's no intentions of pulling over until the very last second. That is close. Ravega had to back out of that. It is a high-speed section heading for the final hairpin, but thankfully he wasn't collected. So that could be trouble for Taukavicius. He's struggling at the faster parts of the track to keep the rear end stable, and the position, the gap for second place is reduced to exactly 1 second. But Ravega will have another chance to tackle the track before he catches another car ahead. That would be a frustrating moment for him, that's for sure.
And usually without the balancing, you would say, okay, one of the main overtaking spots is the long straight, and the FXO usually has the lags, but with 6% intake restriction, the XRT is in the advantage there.
It's definitely true, Thilo. It's just the slipstream as well, as you said. Rivega has to stay out of it for as long as he can. I don't know which car is ahead of him to be lapped just yet. Can't quite see who it is. But I think he has about 3 or 4 laps before they catch. And if it can be the blue flags come out safely, then we shouldn't have a repeat of that incident.
Meanwhile, in the back of the
while
race,
they are
yeah, take it
getting
away, Thilo.
closer, we do have a battle for 7th position with some rubbing of the bumpers. The good thing is both cars are mainly black. The car of Ronnie Kronpush and the Fragmaster car of Verchinskas.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't aware of people's real names, this is Trespasser, driving for the Fragmasters team, mounting a charge on race green Roni.
Oh, into the 180.
Yeah, into the spoon corner, and he makes the move stick, but can Roni have a go in the slipstream up the back straight? Let's see what happens here.
Better line by Ronnie. So he's easily within the slipstream.
Yeah, but Darius had a great run out of the corner. I don't know whether there's enough straight. Definitely not enough straight for Roni to have an attack back. So I would say that that place is firmly given to Fragmasters.
Yeah, maybe something about the slipstream I noticed during the stint. Unless you're within 2/10 of the car in front, the slipstream is not helping you to get a run on the car in front. So he was about 3/10 behind on the straight, and that's just slightly outside the window where the slipstream is actually working in these cars.
Renault Coots is really gaining on Rivega for 2nd position now. It's 0.4 of a second, and it's going to shrink further as the XRT is going to reach its... maybe that's the job done at the spoon curve. Yeah, bang on time. Maybe Rivega thought there's no point battling with the slipstream. That's going to gobble me up anyway. Could have been a driver error too, that can't be ruled out. But all I could see was Renault Coots surging through to the 2nd position.
As we approach, well, we've just passed over 2 hours gone in this race. A reminder that the skin competition for this race will be live at the top of the hour when we head round to 3 hours to go. And at that time, we will also be announcing the second of our announcements during this race. The first of which is that we are going to be streaming the Race Ungreen events. This is Crashmas event on the 26th of December. Details for that are on the Live for Speed forum. And our second announcement coming in around about 50 minutes time.
A little bit of Christmas here. Just not with presents, but with announcements.
Yeah, an early Christmas from Sim Broadcasts.
Or late Hanukkah.
Yeah, very true.
Or if you're celebrating the well, what is it called in English? I forgot.
What is it in German? Maybe we can start there.
Wintersonnenwende. So the.
Of course, it's a really long name.
Oh yeah, the winter solstice. Yeah.
Winter solstice. Okay,
thanks.
there you go.
Yeah, sure. Fun fact: the Newgrange, what's it? Like from the sort of Stone Age kind of period, it has a special entry where on the winter solstice the sunlight breaks through and it lights up the inner chamber. So that's one of the most famous tourist attractions in Ireland. I've been lucky enough to go, not quite on the winter solstice, but on a different time I could go and see the experience for myself. It's a lovely, lovely spot in County Meath, if you ever wish to go.
And if anyone's listening from visitireland.com, you can find our royalties address on our website.
Ireland's beautiful.
It
I've
is.
been there.
It is.
So
Visit Ireland, peeps.
this segment of the broadcast is sponsored too. Yeah. Anyway.
Renault Coots looks like he's going to put his authority on the top 10. He's about to pass Travis to lap all but the top 10, or all but the top 9 in the race. Corkin is... I think Corkin might be getting close to Ravega for a battle for the top 3, interestingly. But joining us now in the commentary box is Michael Malik. Really sorry to see you out of the race, Michael, but talk us through your first stint. It looked mega.
Hey there. Well, first of all, I didn't really practice for this event. I spent like 20, maybe 15 minutes by practicing before the race, so my pace was pretty much the result of that, and I went for the untested strategy that unfortunately didn't work. I think it would work, but I would have to use less handbrakes in the first half of the stint. So yeah, I went into the unknown and it didn't pay off this time.
No, I don't think we jinxed it per se, but we did mention that you were pushing it quite late on the tyres. It does seem, well, to me at least, that the theme of your endurance races recently has been punctures at the end of stints. Is there anything you're going to do to address this in future? Maybe you should put a notice out to get another teammate, because yeah, I don't know if you had a teammate for this, but they dropped out. But yeah, what's the plan?
I blame the tire manufacturer.
Okay.
But
which tyres were you running?
To be honest, I don't know. Let me check. Oh, Michelin tires.
Michelin, of course it's Michelin, okay. Yeah.
Well, anyway, as the team name suggests, I was going solo this race all the time, so this is kind of my feature because I like going for long stints and long distances. Unfortunately, after dropping to the tail of the field, I didn't really feel like I have any will to continue, so I went to the pit lane and spec'd, but I'm looking forward for any other endurance events in the future.
Yeah, well, you organised your own endurance event last weekend. Anything you want to reflect on the E-Challenge while you're here? Any further reflections?
The only reflection I have at this moment is that I definitely want to do another edition the next year, but at this point I have no idea how to handle it. But I think it was to some extent a successful event, and it would be a shame to leave it just for the one duration.
Yeah, we agree. Thilo and I had fun with that one. And yeah, if you missed that race, you can find it on our YouTube channel, Sim Broadcasts, youtube.com/SimBroadcasts. The E-Challenge replay is there, organised by Michael Malik and Master Race Car. And yeah, sorry to see you out of this race so early, Michael, but we hope you enjoyed your stint at least, and we'll see you again in a few weeks' time.
Well, maybe sooner. I've heard that this is Christmas event is going to be streamed, as far as I know. So maybe this will be the great time to see.
Yeah, we hope to get a bumper grid. It's not been fantastically attended in the last few years, which is a real shame because it is a really good fun event.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, this is Crashmas. Go and have a look at that on the Live for Speed forum in the race screen events section. It's always a good laugh, and yeah, we're streaming it, so all the more reason to check it out. Thanks, Michael. Hopefully we can see you in a couple of weeks' time. Well, less than a week, I suppose. Or is it a week? It's a week.
It's a week from now.
Yeah.
6 days.
Excellent. Cheers, Michael.
Okay. Cheers. Thank you.
Michael Mallet there, sadly retired about 20 minutes ago with a double puncture. Didn't really want to continue, which is completely understandable. And yeah, anything happened while we were interviewing Michael? Or are we in a kind of a bit of a status quo at the moment?
No, I think it's just about right. Tadkavicius got lapped by Lapinekis. So all those 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, they're all visible to one another on the straights. That's encouraging.
Yeah, also Tadkavicius got a warning for contact under blue flag situation.
Yeah, not surprised. Unfortunately, he was caught very closely by Revega and didn't yield in a safe place.
As if 3 wasn't enough people for your ears, we're going to say hi to Zdeněk Cagaš. Hi, kid.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
You're a little bit quiet.
Welcome.
Sort that out. Yeah.
Okay.
We believe you're going to be driving in the Sim Broadcast car a little bit later on.
That is correct.
So yeah, how are you looking forward to your stint in the race?
Oh, it will be cool. Well, I tested the race setup a while ago, and it seems to be holding out pretty well. So unless there's some problems with the car during the current stints, I think 219s in the late stage of the stint will be totally doable.
Great. Have you been watching the race so far?
Oh, on and off. So I know who's leading and who's got the pace to win. So that should be okay.
Yeah, well, that's a good start. Yeah, it was remarkable how close the first 70, 80 minutes of the race were. It's spread out a bit now because of, for some reason, a longer pit stop for the Air Attack News and Racing team, and also the somewhat botched pit stop by Andreas Leipnieks and his teammate getting him a drive-through for chat. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, I watched the first 70 minutes, as I said, on and off, and it was amazing how well these drivers were sticking together and racing cleanly-ish, because I heard you talking about some incident from Nova later on, but I guess that's sorted now.
Yeah, the end of his stint was pretty clean. He had a bit of a bust up with Mehlinger just before he came into the pits, but everything seems to be okay on their side. Renault Coots definitely has the pace. The gap between him and the leader is holding around about 11 seconds between Motojutis and Renault, which is about what it was when Nico came in. So it's holding steady. To be fair, Renault Coots had to make his way past Tortoise and Hare Racing. Dan Revega and his teammates are on a slightly different strategy. They pitted 10 laps before anyone else, and the undercut worked, which was remarkable. So, yeah, the number 99 car on a somewhat of a different strategy. Whether it'll work out for them remains to be seen. We'll see what happens there.
Indeed. What I've noticed in the pre-race chat someplace, some cars will be driving maybe even 2 stops only, if it's doable, or 3 stops with only refueling or tire change during the last stop. So we'll see.
I think what it was meant is that they are going to stretch the tire life out as long as possible and have a rather short last pit stop for just the necessary fuel and new tires.
I see. Okay.
Because we just saw what happened to Michael Malek, who tried to stretch his stint out to 2 hours and sadly suffered 2 punctures on
That's
the
unfortunate.
lap.
Yeah, I thought his girlfriend called him, but apparently not. Still, gotta admire some of these drivers who drive alone. Mr. Hitonen in 32 car is doing very good job and still not in the closest contact with the top 5, but I think he can still surprise us later on.
There's a battle for position there. Leipenex versus Cahill Crorkin. Could be a moment away from position change. Crorkin understeers into first hairpin. And the XRT should have advantages to reap in the third sector if they can remain as close as they are now. The Irishman has to make a breakaway. And this sequence of corners coming now. Unless he's left the door wide open for a dive. Wobble. Oh, goodness, he goes through the racing line to defend. And the gap is going to be extremely minor here. Should be less than 0.2 of a second heading from the uphill left and the uphill right. Now going down the sweep. Gets right on the grass. Can he keep it online? Yes, he can. Another mistake has perhaps spared the Born to Race team from the indignation of losing 4th place, but we'll keep an eye out on this battle if it regroups.
You gotta be patient in these fast turns because you cannot really overtake here unless the other car makes a mistake. So I think Leipniks has to wait and draft past Revega on the straight or someplace else.
So the AstroTurf factor here comes into play. Can go a lot wider than you'd normally expect. The slipstream should now kick in here. But maybe not this lap. It could be the next lap. 0.4 of a second is just too big to claw back.
But it's a matter of time, I think, because the last lap difference was 1.22 seconds, I think. So Crorkin definitely faster.
Through the corkscrew, nice and clean. Braking at about 60 meters here is the leading car of Crorkin. A lot wider compared to the XRT. But lap 59 for these two shall begin. Comparing lap times, a 2-minute 20.3 for Crorkin. Lapinakis with a 2-minute 20.18. And they're going to collide just a tiny bit. Mistake in the braking zone from Crorkin. And Lapinakis will try again here. This is being tracked by Travis Mehlinger in the number 9 Sim Broadcast TV car. So almost perfectly apt that we have our own car following this battle.
Yeah, I still have Travis on one ear. He was quite amazed that he suddenly could go the speed of Leipniks. But indeed, Crorkin and Leipniks are not, to put it politely, using the right racing line to be fast. They are pretty much battling for the 4th position here.
Similar entry points for the downhill turn number 9. It can prove very effective for the RB4s. It's their last chance before they have to deal with these long straights. Lapinakis now can power down here, flat out for the straight. Sector 3 line passing the drivers by now. But it's another 0.4 of a second. It's too much to claw back here for the procrastination team. Making at 100 meters again. And one at a time. Lap number 60 is coming up. It's an extraordinary amount of laps. But it's an extraordinarily long time to go as well. So we're going to break 100 laps if things pan out the way they are right now.
I think my calculator once told me it's going to be over 140 laps for the whole race.
Yeah, that's definitely achievable, Thilo. I wouldn't be surprised. Based on the speed of the 3 pedals team, they're looking extremely strong.
I have to say that Krorkin's putting up an excellent defence here so far. Given that the pace we've seen of Leipzig, this is excellent pace from Krorkin, who he had a good season, but he was always kind of hovering around the mid-pack. Had a few decent results in the mid-season, but yeah, great stuff from the number 33.
Yeah, I think he missed 1 or 2 events in the calendar. Would have bumped him down the standings, but there was definitely hope after his first round performances, and we're seeing him at his very best again, keeping a very, very quick driver at bay.
So
He is 2 wheels on the grass. Sorry, the interruption.
As Number pointed out in the chat, we have a Trespasser or Veržinskas coming up with some very fast laps. Last one was low 2:18, and he's catching up on Hitonen. So we will see some battles soon, I believe, for the 6th place. If he keeps this pace up, he can maybe battle with top 5 as well in later stages.
And as we've monitored the battle for 4th position, it's the 3rd time in a row where the start-finish straight separated the 2 drivers by 0.4 of a second. So the consistency is at the highest level between these two. But any mistake from Krorkin is likely to be punished, and he goes wobbly using his RB4's 4-wheel drive, but it's okay. His braking is absolutely fine.
Yeah, you can see on this example that the car balance is absolutely spot on, because he was faster by a lot, but now he just cannot go by because the XRT is not catching up on the straight too much, and he has to just keep it behind him until he finds some space or a good time or another means to get by.
The agility of the RB4 on demonstration again with our helicopter camera. He was able to go on the racing line, braking from the outside curbs and then jinx to the inside to follow the ideal apex. Nice and smooth here. This is not an overtaking point unless you've totally messed up your line.
Rivega is now coming up to the point where he took the car over from Falkenberg. Currently 29th lap he's on, and on lap 31 there was the driver change for the Dutch and Canadian team.
Yeah, I wonder how much longer he's going to go on this stint, or whether this middle stint might be a bit longer. The problem is, if he pits now, they're not going to get enough stints out of the car to maintain this position later on in the race. So they really need to start eking laps out, I think. Let's see how this goes.
But for now, it's nice to see all 3 cars within the top 4 spots of the current running order.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Ravega, the Born to Race 33 car was leading at one point. Ravega's looked, the 99 Tortoise Hair car in general has just looked strong since the start. They were setting fastest laps early on, and then again at the end of their first stint. And then they pitted just as they caught up to the battle with Leipniks, Renault Koots, and Patrick Linker, Sean Lee at the time. So yeah, I hope they can eke as much life out of the tyres as they can, and pit as late as possible to keep that hope alive, because it was a really, really great first stint from that team. As we approach the bottom of the hour, with almost 2.5 hours gone in the 6 Hours of Aston, Kaulis Motojutis and 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team lead the way ahead of Aerotac Newsman Racing. The gap definitely coming down. It's been coming down dramatically over the last few laps. It's over the last 5 or so laps, it's come down another 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds almost. So Renault Koots is on pace. So we could be on for a battle for the lead at the end of these guys' stints. So stay tuned for that. Ravega, currently driving the Tortoise and Hare racing car. He was handed the car from his teammate Logdenberg on lap 31, which means he's doing the pit lane if they stick to the same strategy. Katal Krorkin still defending very well, it has to be said, from Andres Leipniks, the 2015 Red Bull Kart Fight winner. I got it wrong earlier, I said it was 2014, but it was 2015 that Andres won the Red Bull Kart Fight. Heikki Hittinen is in P6 doing a great job at the moment. He's about to be under pressure from this man, the Fragmasters driver, Darius Vajinskas. Unfortunately, without a livery in this race, the driver at the beginning of the race didn't add the livery to the car, so unfortunately we can't see it. But anyway, Ronny Krompush, P8 for Race Green. He was handed the car by Dan Balla some while ago. He's running around ahead now, quite a way ahead of Reg LeBlanc for Angry Angus Racing. Travis Mehlinger for SimBroadcasts.tv is rounding out our top 10, as we have some... Sorry about that. We have Simas.
Number 99 is in pits.
Okay, Ravega does pit, right. So that's quite early again, Thilo. It's bang on 31 laps after they came in last time. So they really are sticking to their guns. They're not trying to get as much life out of the tyres as they can. Maybe they're limiting up fuel, or maybe they're just running 45... what is it, an hour?
It seems like they are running an
hour 15 each. Yeah. So they need to aim for their last stint to be their longest if they don't want to make a... It looks like a 4-stop though. Let's see how this works for them. They've already dropped down to P7. Where's Roney? Roney's coming past start finish now. So yeah, they'll return in P7 easily actually. So yeah, an alternate strategy. This is the most different strategy to anybody else that we're seeing in this race so far.
It's very different because when I was watching their tires, how they were holding up, I think they would go a lot longer than they did, but for some reason I think they believe they will make their strategy work unless they change it during the race.
Yeah. Good to see teams using different strategies though. It always makes it more interesting for us and for the drivers in the race. I'm sure there were quite a few people who were surprised to see the FXO of the 99 team right up at the top of the leaderboard when everyone had made their pit stops. I certainly was. I didn't expect it to work out like that. Let's continue down the order. Simas Talkevicius for Global Gaming Racing is in P11. Then in P12 we've got Sigitas Sakis for Cuddle Kitty, solo entry again. And in P13, the last of our remaining runners, Lucas Wilson, still in the car. He's yet to hand over to his teammate in the Racing Wilson's team. And 15 laps ago, we lost Bono, my teammate, is gone. That was Michael Malek, who we had the short chat to after he retired from the race. And 53 laps ago, only half an hour into the race, we lost the Ford Rally Sport team. that car hitting trouble. So 13 runners left. Carolus Montejutis about to put another lap on Lucas Wilson. But we will now return to the battle between Darius Vizhinskas and Heikki Hittinen.
Yes.
During the rundown, there was a moment for Vizhinskas. Oh no, wrong battle. Sorry, keep on.
Oh, that is close. Hittinen nearly got hit.
Tried to go for the late dive, but he was too far. But as I said earlier, he was catching up very fast, and I think I hope the best for him. But maybe he will get. Maybe he will be another victim of this track where you can pass only in a very few places. Let's see.
I see what you did there, Owen.
Well, it was an unintended pun. It was more. What else could I say besides it?
I liked it, don't worry. It does seem like Vizhinskas is struggling to follow or get a good exit out of the hairpins, isn't it? I mean, look, the gap's akin to what we were seeing with Lightning-X and Krorkin a while ago. Krorkin's still keeping Lightning-X at bay. That's really impressive. Lightning-X's initial pace was so quick, we thought he was going to take over the lead. But anyway, let's see if Darius can get the move made on Heikki before he has to stop again. This has been brewing for a while, this battle. Meanwhile, the gap at the front, folks, 5 seconds between Carolus Montejutis and Renault Koots. So, Air Attack News and Racing looking strong.
Yeah, strong and festive with the decoration on the car.
Mistake from Krorkin. He's gone wide at the final hairpin. Lapinekis has his opening, and the position is almost certainly gone. Just a misstep with the braking, and that is all that's needed. So unlucky.
Yeah, me driving the RB4 later in the race, I was practicing the last turn, and it's kind of difficult to hit the braking spot in the right time. If you brake too early, you lose time. If you brake the tires, all tires get blocked, and so hitting it right takes a lot of practice.
Yeah, we saw Patrick Klinker getting it wrong a couple of times earlier on in the race, and Katal suffering as well. But Thilo, what did you find? How did you find the RB4 into these hairpins during your stint?
Well, into the hairpins, they were a bit swimming. They were not too stable, lots of movement in the wheel, but getting the cars out of the hairpins, that's where you really could get the legs on the other cars. Even if your line was compromised, but your compromised line with the RB4 is probably still faster exiting the corner than the one of the XRT or the FXO.
Vizhinskas has got a real chance now of getting past Heikki. He's got a much better line through this sector. He's closed right up to the back of him. He needs to stay close towards the 180-degree left-hander that's coming up.
Yeah, this further favors him. I think he will draft him on the long straight if he keeps it up so close.
Yeah, this is the closest he's been out of this corner, so this is his best chance now. Doesn't want to make the move too early, for sure. But this next corner, following a car here, is so tricky. Luckily, Heikki's managed to... Well, he's not got the best entry, but he'll get a good exit because of that. And, yeah, it's going to be difficult for Darius to get past here.
Yeah. He was very close, but maybe too close, and he lost so much time.
Yeah, Heikki just able to slow him down on the entry and plant the throttle on the exit and get the perfect run. We've seen the move around the outside out of the corkscrew work before. Let's see if Darius has a go at it. No, he's not close enough to try it.
Very close. There's a slight contact, and
he's done him around the outside.
Exit. we go. He's passed. Good
For
job.
now, Hittenen's in the slipstream. Will he go for a send? He's moved to think about it, but it looks like that place is made. And Fragmaster up to P5 then, with 3 hours and 23 minutes remaining in the 6 Hours of Aston. Great stuff.
I think Hittenen is going his own race. He tried to hold him, but there's no point in pointless defending. So he still knows there's over 3 hours of the race left, and acting accordingly.
Next up for Vrzhinskas will be Krorkin, but Krorkin is several corners ahead, and the battle between him and Leipniks is still going. I don't think he's given up entirely. I think Leipniks will probably keep that position unless Krorkin can pick up the pace, or Leipniks makes a mistake. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, the gap between Carolus Mosjutis and Renault Coots is down to 3.5 seconds, and we'll give you an update at the line as to what it is again. But before the end of this stint that Renault Coots is on, I reckon he's going to be close to having a go for the lead of the race on track with Carolus. This is a mega stint from Renault.
Indeed. I have noticed a few laps ago that he had a much faster lap than Carolus, and I think we will see battle for the lead in this stint. I think. Seems like this Baltic duo wants to take it out on the track. Also feels like LFS is being overrun. Is not the right word, but a lot of drivers from Lithuania, from Estonia, from Finland especially. How do you see this? Do you think this is a big factor in how the community is alive?
I don't know. I mean, I know there's always been a very international community in Live for Speed, but I don't know. I don't think there's any one particular area that's contributing more drivers or more talent at the moment. It seems pretty spread. Obviously, the Finnish contingent are hugely talented and popping up at the top of the leaderboards everywhere at the moment.
Oh, well, yeah, it's true. But lately I have noticed just more people from the Baltic states, from the GG team especially, who showed up from nowhere, and they are showing a good pace and are learning quick how to be competitive. Also, a lot of people from Turkey in the last few years, and Finland is kind of LFS is popular there, so that's how do you say it in English? It's a country that has been always here, and a big active community up there.
Yeah, I mean, Finland, you had the TV show that was doing LFS on national television.
Yeah, which Joni Katila and Artu Ilostalo both won 1 year apart from each other. Funnily enough. As far as I know, I think. Unless I've got that completely wrong.
I believe he could, but I just have so different memories of him, because I used to race him when he was beginning with LFS, and I used to lap him in a few races. Now he's lapping me.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. No, really talented guys from Finland, of course, but yes, some names we don't hear of anymore, unfortunately. They've moved on to bigger and better things. But yeah, Joni Katila and Artu Ilostalo, both rapid drivers from Finland, appearing on that TV show, I believe.
Yeah, and a couple of years before that, about 14, 15 years ago, there was a huge chunk of the community speaking German, with two different organizations doing professional racing leagues within Live for Speed, only German speaking, and also the Intel Pro Series that got us the BF1 into Live for Speed, doing 2 seasons here in the simulation with offline events throughout Germany that pretty much kick-started the German part of the community back then.
Good old times, yeah. I remember some guys in Germany did a LAN 25 hours race because they wanted to make it stand out from the other 24 races.
Yes, and that thing was huge. I recall that there were some long waiting lists. So if your team was not among the top teams in Germany or internationally, you were put on that waiting list and had to hope that one of the top teams drops out. Back then, only 20 car grid limits, I believe.
Yeah, back when the servers didn't take 32 or more cars, yeah.
I mean, before they were upgraded to 32 even. I mean, back in the time,
yeah.
I'm not sure if it was 20 or 24, but the old grid limit was around that.
Yeah, you had to be really good to get to the top splits and top groups of racers. Also this year we were lucky to have the Bagheera series, which brought back some big names like Isaac Price, who in the end won the series and is set to drive a car on the track in Czech Republic. So we can also, because it's the end of the year, we can also recap how this year went and what can we expect in the upcoming year or years. What do you think?
I think there's plenty of things we can look forward to for sure. I mean, this year was an unprecedented year for sim racing for obvious reasons. Maybe someone else who might want to get in on this discussion is our very own Jonathan Palmer, who joins us in the commentary box now. Jonathan, maybe you can have the first answer to that question that Zdeněk posed.
Can Zdeněk repeat it? Hi guys, I was half paying attention. Just doing some stewarding.
I thought you were ready. Come on.
Oh, I was ready, but I flushed it from my mind.
No worries. He asked. Yeah, go on. Repeat.
Maybe we can hold on to that because we have really close. Renault Kuts is closing on Karolis really fast, and it's less than 1 second now. We will have battle for first place very soon. So sorry.
Well, I do know you were talking about the past, and I was quite. I was interested in some of it, but I just kind of doing about 2 or 3 things waiting. But yeah, you know, the German community was big back then. The Bagheera bringing quite a lot of people back, actually. You know, Robert Kotlova organized that, and it's been a while for him. And as you said, Pete, definitely an unprecedented year, but a lot of people got to revisit it. A lot of new people that had been kind of hanging around with what LFS had for the last few years got to race with some of the old people. Interesting fact for you all that I don't know how many people know. 13 years ago, next Monday, so in 8 days, December 28th, 2007 was the date that Jack Atkinson, Joseph Ellis, and I decided we would become New Dimension Racing. Thilo joined us a couple months after that, kind of on a half basis with Elvis Cart, and then fully came about. So it's been 13 years of NDR, and so NDR has seen some of the transition. But you know, the pandemic, as unfortunate as it was for society as a whole, it did rekindle a lot of friendships in Live for Speed and a lot of competition in Live for Speed and other racing sims.
No arguments about that. I had the best races with New Dimension Racing as well. Just Kyoto or Who knows what? It's been too long, I don't even remember, but it's always been good times.
Yeah, I echo all those sentiments, and 2020 was definitely a resurgent year for New Dimension Racing. Great to be involved with that and all their series, and yeah, joining the team as well to help them organise a couple of series and things has been fun. But yeah, back to this battle. I think we should come back to this battle before we talk about next year. Renault Coots he's as close as he's been now, final corner. All over the back of Motojutis. It's going to be a lap or two before this battle sets alight, I think.
Yeah, he's about half a second down at the moment.
Yeah, and Renault Coots driving only 900 slower lap than the team's fastest lap of the race, so he's really on it. At the same time, Karolis Motojutis did also very fast lap, so he's trying to up the pace and hold Renault back.
Yeah, it's remarkable that at halfway through the race, 3 hours in, we have a live action-packed battle for the lead, and Andrei Slightnieks he's still within touching distance. He's not completely fallen off the wagon. He's only a couple of corners behind this battle, so plenty to look forward to as we... Go on.
It's not out of place for this to happen, though.
No, of course.
With the driver swapping, you have drivers that have different strengths. Some may have really good skill, really consistent, and it's a compromise setup for every. You have to compromise the setup for all three of your drivers, so it's kind of a best effort. So the setup may suit one guy better than the other. Just the stint conditions, the amount of traffic, everything. May affect. We've seen it in every endurance race that's really ever been run. The 6, 12, and 24-hour races of Master Endurance, the 4 and the 8 hours of IGTC, GTAL, GT2, GT1, GT World Series. Thilo, I think you were in the commentary box at the end of the 24 hours of Kyoto Grand Prix Long that had the photo finish between Genuine Racing and I forget the other car, but on the last lap, Genuine Racing lost third.
You're right, I can picture that. But I also can only remember that it was Genuine Racing.
I'll look it up. It was I think it was either Marcus Schneider's or I know it was a German team. But we do have car 44, Lucas Wilson, with a puncture, and I was actually just looking at car 44 on the tracker. He has gone 8 laps longer on this stint than he did his first stint.
Yeah, another painful journey to the pits for a car. Hopefully he doesn't lose another tyre, but luckily it's a front puncture, so not as difficult to get back to the pits. It might be tricky for Vrzynskas here if I know Lucas has gone deep there, way deep. He'll have to bring that in the pits, and I wonder whether this is the time then for his teammate to take over. Not quite halfway through the race. They may have to do a splash and dash at the end if they're attempting an hour and a half stints, because clearly that setup hasn't made it the full 3 hours. But anyway, he pulls into his pit box, and that'll get repaired, and he'll be on his way again. But whether he gets a teammate to take over remains to be seen.
He's racing with his cousin this weekend.
Yeah, I accidentally said brothers, like as a probably first thing that comes to my mind, but is the Racing Wilsons, so that explains it, Deco.
Well, as far as I'm aware, although this has no relation to it whatsoever, as there is currently a pass for 11th position, nearly, Cagaš and Tadkevicius. Tadkevicius ran deep into turn 1. But they keep the status quo alive for the moment.
Yeah, speaking of status quo as well, at the front, Renault Coots drops back from Motodutis again. He made an error a couple of laps ago and hasn't been able to recoup the time at all.
So the 44 now changed drivers, and we have the other Wilson at the wheel. What I wanted to say earlier was, as far as I know, in the Russian language, there is no word for a cousin. They're also brothers in that. Just a weird fact.
Renault Coots right on the back of Motodutis at turn 1 under braking. So closing up in the last sector of the previous lap.
Don't worry, Thilo, we love weird facts here.
It's the only way we survive the long races in the end. I'm going to interpret for the number 42 car that Adam Brown will finish the race with that. I believe Sean Lee may be taking another stint here whenever Renault comes into the pits. From some of the discussions I heard and read about in Discord and in the servers in the practice times before the day. But it's looking like Renault is been dropping back in the sweeping middle or first half of the lap, and then closing back up in the second half of the lap, but can't keep close enough through the sweeping section to make it pay off in the last half.
Yeah, the jury's out whether this move's going to get made in this stint or the next. But Vrzynskas with the fastest lap now. I hadn't noticed that before. I'm not sure if anyone else alluded to that earlier, but yeah, that's his time is quite a lot faster than anybody else. Nearly 0.3 of a second faster than anyone on track. So absolutely stunning pace from the Fragmaster team.
Yes, and it's currently been driven in this lap, so it's very, very fresh.
It's going to be interesting to see. He's currently on the 33rd lap of his stint. Lukastik did 39, so they are getting close to the pit stop window for that team.
Yeah, another 5 laps and that should be in. But I think Vrzynskas may have taken a bit more life out of his tyres than Lukastik, so maybe slightly shorter. Don't want to see a repeat of Michael Malek's double puncture incident.
Yeah, but don't forget that Michael stretched it further.
A lot further, yeah.
So I believe that for the most, the 1.5 hour strategy should be safe on tyres.
Yeah, we're getting close to the halfway stage of the race, and we have an announcement to make, and as usual there's a battle about to develop on screen, so we'll have to see how it pans out. But before we started talking about this battle last time, we were talking about how this year's gone and the future, and the looking into next year. Obviously, depending on what we're all doing next year and whether situations change and things like that, I think next year is also looking like a healthy year for sim racing, and I see no reason why it can't continue to be a successful year in Live for Speed as well. I'm sure there's plenty of people who are still planning events and series. I know that NDR are planning events and series for next year. Yeah, there's a bunch of other things that are being planned. So we'll have to wait and see. But as far as we're concerned, Sim Broadcasts, we're continuing into the new year as with not much of a not really much to worry about. I think we envisage a full calendar as we've enjoyed this year, and yeah, I think 2021 should be good for sim racing again.
Yeah, I think some things could be answered by Deco here, because I don't know exactly what has been announced and what hasn't been announced.
Be careful.
Or if there's
Be careful what you say.
anything in planning. Can
If
we?
in doubt, say nothing.
If in doubt, just stop talking, kid.
Can we expect anything, or
No, really, stop talking.
You can expect things that involve going round and round on black round tires, Pirellis, Michelin's, whatever black round rubberized object you
Chroma.
want, in various competitions on various circuits with various race directors and various stewards, and I'm sure Pete will be consistently on the broadcasts, and
I hope to be.
I might be throwing my ugly voice on the broadcast every once. I'm sure Thilo and maybe even Chris Ford will bring his Scottish dulcet tones around.
yeah,
Kid,
I hope.
I'm going to put a spoiler tag around you right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you can wait for 2.5 minutes, your answers you'll get the answers you're looking for.
I apologize profoundly.
It's okay.
But anyway, I
wonder if Bono's found what he's looking for.
I wanted to talk also about the direction the LFS is still heading in, and we know it's been in this direction for quite a long time. So, do you think we will have some update, which has been teased for years, about the tracks and perhaps even some night and day cycle? Do you think we will get it in 2021?
There was an overtake on track just now between Sigitas, Sakis, and Takvicius. But yeah, I think to think that there will be.
Renault Coots going up to the left-hand side.
It's corkscrew.
Oh,
Side by side. Oh.
That's a very brave move he tried there.
Yeah, it was from a long way back.
Yeah, there is a very thin line between brave and stupid, so I hope
he's pitting.
Oh, and he goes into
That's why he's done it. He wanted to get it done before he stopped, and it didn't pay out, but he's gone into the pits anyway, so fair play. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a content update in 2021, if I'm honest. This is all complete speculation, of course, but based on the current progress of the redevelopment of the S2 and S1 tracks, they've still yet to finish South City properly, and Fern Bay's not been talked about at all, and yeah, 2021, I don't think we'll be seeing any content updates. I'd love to be proved wrong, of course, but yeah, I think
I wouldn't even. I'm not even expecting it even before the end of summer of next year.
Yeah.
I would think South City maybe to a finished point, perhaps in the first quarter of 2020. But knowing how much time it's taken for South City, with how little Fern Bay has texture-wise already, to bring it up to par with everything else we've seen, that's a
rejoined the track, by the way, in
gargantuan
fourth
task.
position.
Owen Harmon's going to step out of the booth. He's going to enjoy the rest of the race from the armchair position. So thank you very much for guiding us through the first 3 hours of this race, Owen. Great to see you. Have a great break, and hopefully see you in the new year.
And likewise to you, Pete. Thank you very much for your efforts during the TBO challenge and every other competition. And Deco, Thilo, and Kid, it's great to have you in the booth as well. So enjoy. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Thanks, Owen.
Bye.
Thanks, Owen. Ronnie Krompush in the pits for Race Green Autosports.
It's getting close between Vrzynskas and Coots. Vrzynskas with the tyres up to temperature and the fastest lap under his belt. He's going for a move on Renault Coots into the hairpin. This is bad for Renault Coots. He doesn't want to be in a battle right now. He's just made a pit stop, and he's in a direct battle with Carolus Motodutis. Now, what's going to happen here? Unless Vrzynskas just disappears, Renault Coots' pace is going to be hampered here, and it's all going on. At the halfway mark, we will hold off on our second announcement, but in the meantime, grab your mates, get them into the stream, because we're about to announce our second piece of news of the day. The first, of course, being that we are going to be streaming the Race Ungreen Events Crashmas event on the 26th of December. News of that on the Live for Speed forum in the Race Green Events section.
One thing about Race Green, they just swapped the drivers, and Magic is now in the car of the green Sonic livery.
Yeah, so Magic Klimzic takes over that car. And let's see whether he can drag that car up the order. They're in a battle with the 98 of Angry Angus Racing. They've switched positions because of the pit stop, but they are in a direct battle. Interesting to note that Falkenberg hasn't made the undercut again on any of the drivers at the top of the grid just yet, but we'll have to see how that pans out after a few more of the top teams in the race decide to stop. First of all, interesting will be when Carolus Montedutis decides to come into the pit lane. Lightning also, he's done over half of the race on his own now, and that wasn't his plan. We thought he was going to change with Mattis Lind at the last stop because his teammate joined the server, but has since, didn't take over. So Lightning, whether he planned to do the second stint straight away, we don't know. But anyway, he's done it, and he's due in the pits at some point to, I'm sure, jump out and give the controls to his teammate.
Cagaš is doing his second pit stop of the evening, bringing the car in on his lap 76. He's currently in 12th position, was in a battle with Sakish earlier. And before that, I was battling him on the track.
Okay, well, things seem to have subdued a little bit. We're at the hour that we were going to announce our second thing. So here goes. Keep an eye on the track, gents. If anything happens, shout at me, but here we go. We're very pleased to announce that we will be broadcasting the Fox Endurance Series finale from the Kyoto Oval KY1 on the 26th of December as well. So, as if your Boxing Day wasn't going to be big enough, or if you're it wasn't going to be busy enough, then Fragmaster's Fox Endurance Series is going to be broadcast by us 250 laps, starting at 1500 CET. So that'll be 1400 UTC. The Fox Endurance Series finale by Fragmasters live here on the 26th of December on simbroadcasts.tv. We're really pleased about that one. We weren't sure we were going to have to do it, but as things have fallen into place, we are able to do that one now. So 2 events on the 26th, just after Christmas, for your enjoyment. And yeah, that means that there's just one other event, or one other announcement that we're going to be talking about, and that'll be coming up at 8 o'clock UTC.
I tremble with anticipation. Car 32, Heitonen is in for his next pit stop. Fox at the Kyoto Oval, Thilo will also know this. That is wild, absolutely insane. We, of course, know it from Hell of a Cart Light, but also just the regular Fox racing in general is intense. It's a moderately powered car that is quite fantastic to race, and on the oval punches a huge hole in the air, and there's going to be quite a lot of sparring, let's say, on Boxing Day.
Leko, are you going to be a race director on this race?
No.
Deco's going to commentate.
I was going to ask you if you are going to enjoy it, but...
I will enjoy it from the comfort and warmth of the commentary box. With a coffee and a Danish.
What type of Danish?
I do not know yet.
To be decided. Okay.
Depends on whatever you cater.
So sandwiches for the country booth?
Yeah,
sandwiches.
Looking at the tracker for Multigitus, he is currently about on lap 78 for that car. He's been in the car for 1 hour 20 minutes and 59 seconds. Their first stint was 1 hour and 3/4. Of course, 3.5 minutes of that was the formation lap. But so I would expect MotoGP here in about 6 laps, maybe.
Okay, great stuff. That's a long stint for that car again. Leipzig is not showing any signs of wanting to bring that car in the pit lane, is he? So we'll have to see how long he decides to go on this stint that he's on. Logtenberg has made up a place. He got past Hittinen when Hittinen pitted, but of course Logtenberg's already halfway through his stint. So I don't know how many more places he's going to make. He came out just behind Renault Koets. And Brzezinskas has cleared off. There's a healthy gap between Brzezinskas and Renault Koets now.
That is true.
About a second.
Time, seeing his tires, I'm giving him 5 laps maximum before he pits.
Okay, so he's into the good pace of his tyres. He's into the nice peak performance zone.
And if you are watching number 2, you can see in the distance ahead of
Leader
him
into the pits.
a number 9 of the Sim broadcast team. You can enjoy our skin when he goes past.
And speaking of skins, we are about to begin the festivities that are the Sim Broadcast Endurance Race
behind you is
skin competition.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! So yeah, in the Twitch chat right now is the form for the skin competition. Deco, was a spotter's guide made at some point?
No, but
They're all on the
if
tracker,
you all
aren't they?
go to tracker.newdimensionracing.com and expand the row for each car, there's a nice little thumbnail that has a general photo of the livery. Thanks to the LFS viewer. As the SimBroadcast.tv car is in the pits, Travis taking a pit bay up the middle of the lane.
As is the 33 of Katal Krorkin, the Born to Race car, also in the pit lane. That's pitting from quite a high position. And yes, Travis Mehlinger in the lane. I wonder who's taking over that car.
Wasn't Travis double stinting this?
yes, Travis is double stinting it.
I mean, of all the cars with strategy, we should definitely know this. I should have known that. So, thanks for filling me in on that. But anyway, yes.
He's just telling me his stint was a blast, and I guess when you're having him in the booth later on today, he's going to smile through the microphone.
I can see why he would say that, because his fastest lap was 2:18.6, which I believe, at least I did not expect us to go so fast, but he surprised me very, very well.
Oh, Renault Koets is up the back of Adam Brown. Adam Brown taking over from was it Koets up the inside at the 180 at turn 11. So Adam Brown taking over from MotoGP while we were talking about the liveries. So this battle remains on after the pit stops have been completed. Renault taking a bit of a later apex there at turn 12. And has a great run out of turn 12 side-by-side drag race down the north straightaway. Adam Brown just out of the pits on very, very fresh tires. And Renault Koets takes the number 88 AirTac News and Racing machine back into what is effectively the lead, with Versnakis and Lapinex up ahead still on the road, needing to make their next pit stops. Adam Brown might take a lunge at the final corner. Oh.
Yeah, the race has come alive in the middle part of the race, so with all the pit stops shuffling. And
Versnakis in the pit lane for Fragmaster.
Brzezinskas in the pits. Who's going to take over, or will he double stint? Who knows? Let's find out. So Leipzig, after all this crazy stuff's happening, has taken over the lead of the race. Now that everyone's making their pit stops, he's due in the pit lane imminently, basically. At which point we expect him to jump out and hand over to his teammate Mattis Lind. Renault Coots has just got past Adam Brown, who's just made his stop. These two in a direct battle, probably for the lead of the race. Also, while we're going down the order, pay attention to the skins and get your votes in the skin competition, which is posted in the chat. Yeah, Renault Coots for Aerotech News and Racing in P2 currently. Then it's Adam Brown for 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team. Then we have Falkenberg, our only remaining FXO in the race, the number 99 Tortoise and Hare car, currently in P4. Ayabel Hanouni has taken over from Katal Krorkin and Patrick Kalinka to drive the Born to Race car for a stint. And Zdravko Topolniak for Fragmaster now in the car and rejoins in P6. Heikki Hittinen in P7. He's driving on his own for the number 32 War Faction team. Then for Race Green Autosports, Magic's in the car. Jared Mead in P9 for Angry Angus Racing. He takes over from his teammate Reg LeBlanc for another stint. And Travis Mehlinger for a double stint in the SimBroadcasts.tv car. Sigitas Sakis is in P11 just behind Travis for Cuddle Kitty. And Samas Talkovicius taking an alternate line through the downhill corkscrew for Global Gaming Racing in P12. And the other Wilson in the car, I think it's Harry Wilson, if I'm not mistaken. Apologies if that's wrong. I think it's Harry, yeah. Driving for the Racing Wilsons, the sole remaining, the final car on the list still in the race. We've lost Bono, my teammate is gone, Michael Malek, and Ford Rally Sport team. So yeah, get your votes in the skin competition. We'll update you on the winning or leading team throughout the race, throughout the remainder of the race anyway, and announce the winner at the end.
That's good fun, though I'm probably very biased in that.
Oh yeah, bias is welcome. Vote for whichever skin you like. If you like your own skin, vote for your own skin.
But we secretly encourage you to vote for number 9.
Yeah, I think the SimBroadcasts.tv skin is easily the best skin on the grid. I think it's 100% better than the Fragmaster skin. I mean, what's going on there?
Oh no, I have the skin that beats all of you.
Which one? Is it the safety car skin?
Safety car and the rescue car skin.
Is this on the list or?
They're parked at the end of pit lane currently. But they're not on the list. They're not on the list. You can't vote for them. No.
They should be.
Well, why don't you throw a safety car?
You'll have to speak to Provost about that.
Provost, throw a safety car. Yeah. No safety cars, thank you. That would really shake things up. Leipzig rounds the final corner to begin lap 83 of the race. 2 hours 45 remaining. The number 91 Procrastination Motorsports car is due in the pit lane any minute now. I think this is his second stint and he's already done 3 hours 15 of the race. That's crazy. Yeah, how long until that car comes in, do we think? Probably within the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes, right? He's been out for an hour and 25.
Oh, definitely. Going any longer would put him in the risk of having a puncture. I'm sorry, I'm having a snack right now.
Yeah, I'm going to take a break for in a bit for a bit of food, I think, but I'm good for now.
Leipzig's first stint was an hour 47. He's been in for at least an hour and 28 for this stint. He is 6 laps shy of how many laps he did that first stint. But of course, the first stint's always modified slightly by the trundling of the rolling up lap. So just Saki's in the pit lane.
He pulls up to his box nicely. Currently on the skin competition, there is a two-way tie for the lead between Team 42 and Team 88. 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing and Air Attack Newsroom Racing, with 20% of the vote each.
I have it on good authority that Jared Mead did the design for Car 98, and he says it's quite horrible. He apologizes for the appearance of it.
Yeah, it still misses the founder of the team, Max Skinner. I mean, as we all know, Agnes Skinner founded that team years ago, and due to some troubled commentary, it got Angry Angus Racing after a while.
I don't know what's more interesting, watching the votes come in or watching the racing at the moment. SimBroadcast.tv just took over the lead. Not in the race, but in the skin competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's the right decision, though. I mean, let's be honest.
Definitely. I think Adam deserves it.
Yeah, look at this thing. Travis modelling it beautiful. Just don't write it off, Travis, please. Designed by our very own Elmo. Yeah, based on a Toyota... One of the old Toyotas, I believe. Old Toyota livery. Typically, Elmo's gone for dinner. So
I can't tell, but the cars looked like total beasts, yeah.
Yeah, they did look like beasts. Anyway.
I think, if you ask nicely, Travis is going to take you around the lap next time round.
Oh, brilliant. Do you want to drag him in preemptively?
I think you should commentate the entire next stint. The rest of us take a break.
Yeah. No, I don't need a break yet. I'm happy to keep going. My voice is feeling a bit fatigued. It wasn't feeling great at the beginning of the race anyway. But I'm sure we can talk to Travis when he starts his next lap, which will be in, well, quite a while actually.
About 2
He's
minutes.
just started the lap, yeah. He's just let the leader through actually, like Nex, into the pits, finally. Finally goes into the pits, crashes through some bollards, just about gets the
I wonder if he's going to
car
be in
slowed
our
down.
off-track log in the InSim application.
What, for that incident with the bollards?
Yes.
Okay, so Lapnex missed his first box. Let's hope that if Mattis is in the server, they can get their driver swap done this time.
Yeah, he's in the server, and so they should be ready to go. I think he will come back in third position if everything goes well.
Yeah, Renault's just taken over the lead of the race. Adam Brown crossing over start-finish now, and Leipnex still stationary, so let's keep an eye on where Logtenberg is. Logtenberg rounding the final corner. Could they drop back behind the Hare and Tortoise team, even though they're due a stop pretty soon? Yeah,
He should be go anytime, any second now. Yeah, he's go and will be very close.
And Mattis does indeed take over the car, so a good double stint for Andres Leipnex. And Mattis immediately in the wall, so there's trouble straight away with that car. Maybe some controller glitches or something.
And he drops down to fourth.
Travis coming down to the final happen, by the way.
Okay, let's get Travis in for a lap around Aston North. Hi, Travis.
Hey guys, this will be a trick because I forgot to open my mic, so I'm going to heel, toe, and hold the button.
Fantastic.
Up in 5th, I'm going to go heel and toe down to 2nd gear through here. Hold it around the corner the best I can. I'm going to use the power to get the car to steer around the corner, and then up to 3rd, and back down to 2nd up here. And now I'll bring it up to 4th, coming into the hairpin here, and then down to 1st through the middle. And then use all the power to get the car to go around, and then up through the gears to the twistiest part of the track. This part is so much fun in the RB4. I'm sorry I had not driven it more in the past, because this really is a blast going through the gears here and watching the car drift through these really fast corners.
We should mention that you're using H pattern, so you're having all the fun.
I am, yes indeed. Yeah, heel and towing. I don't know. I gave you an OBS Ninja link, Pete. I don't know if you got it up. I can't see it because I'm in VR here.
We'll get it up. We'll get it up for your next one. I did see it. I just didn't set it up in time. So yeah.
No worries. Yeah, so down to 4th there. I'll go down to 3rd for the 180 here. And then try to bring it down nice and tight on the apex, come through the exit, and then I'll keep it in 4th for the next corner. Bring it all the way up to the rev limiter. Just showing the rev light through here. Left foot brake to get the car to turn in. One-handed through here because I am boss, commentator, and driver. Over the curve on the right. And now up to 5th for the most terrifying part of any Live for Speed circuit. I'm going to pop it down to 4th gear to go through the right, left here, and then drag the brake through the corkscrew and hopefully keep it off the grass. Nearly done now. I'll keep it into 4th and then down to 2nd. And then hard on the power and up through the gears across the finish line.
Thank you very much, Travis. That was very entertaining.
Thank you.
We'll come back to you before the end of your stint. You can do it again with some onboard footage. Why not?
Copy that.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thanks, Travis. Have a good one.
And as we finish, he kind of misses the first turn, but I believe he will fix it very soon. This was our very own Scatman John, and as the chat pointed out, also George Russell of TBOC. I'm going to disagree on the scariest corner, because although it's very fast and you have to nail it very precisely, it's for me it's without any discussion the Falkenberg green chicane, which wakes me up from dreams sometimes when I crash in there.
You need more bourbon.
So that you can fill the barrels of the rolls.
Yeah.
Which turn is the scariest for you in LFS?
Scariest in LFS? Without a question, turn 9 of Kyoto Grand Prix Long.
Which
Agree.
one?
We all call it that.
That corner.
Oh, the one after bridge.
Right-hander after the underpass, yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
that one is hard, yeah.
Well, if you've got lots of downforce like
It's still not
the other
always
week
easy.
in the BF1 race, it is
Yeah.
kind of easy unless you're in the slipstream of the car ahead.
Then it is
That is
absolutely terrible peril.
I mean, we both scored points in that race, so
That's
Well,
true,
that-
you scored points. That's
A lot of times BF1 races are survival. Even regular F1 races, you just have to survive. And you usually get a decent finish, if not a points finish. So, yeah, you both did a phenomenal job with that. And you kept it on the road a lot more than everybody else.
Oh, something that surprised me about that race is that our own driver in 7th place, Hitonen, finished one lap behind, but he was not classified in the final results, from which I have profited and gained 1 point. I expect this because he should have been up in 5th or 6th place, I think.
I guess he
So-
should have been in 8th, being placed at the as last car on that lap, or in the first car of our lap.
No, he was the first car which started the last car that started the final lap. At least he was classified way, which means he would be ahead of anyone who did not finish the full amount of laps. So I expected him to be somewhat more up in the results.
Yeah, but then again, it's always a question of rules that are imposed. For example, at the Nürburgring races in the former VLN, now Nürburgring Endurance Series, there's one simple rule: you have to finish the race to be classified. Unless you really cross the line with checkered flags, you're not scoring any points there.
That's interesting. I never heard of that before.
It's also the case in Le Mans, by the way. That's why that heartbreaking Toyota breakdown was doubly heartbreaking, because they did not score points for the World Championship as well.
Yeah, it's a possibility, but then again, we are talking about make-believe F1 race, and in F1, if you don't finish, but you have a certain amount of laps, you are classified accordingly. Well, it's up to the organizers to sort this out. I hope they are doing a very good job, I must say. But I don't want to sound like a nitpicker, but there are some things that could use some improvement. But I believe that's we can see this in the upcoming races. Speaking of upcoming races, we will see the Fernbay Black with BF1. And seeing the BF1 carving through this track, and especially through the green chicane, is gonna be very epic to watch. What do you guys think about this race?
I think it's going to be great. Next Sunday, the 27th of December, from 2 o'clock, 2:15. Rounds 1 and 2 were pretty awesome. Last round especially. Yeah, lots to look forward to in round 3 at Fernbay, especially with the close quarters track. And it's still quite fast though.
Yeah, the pre-qualifying is already running, and I have been watching some of the guys running their laps. We have some guys in 149s, maybe even lower now. And wow, this car is maybe even too fast for this track. So I wonder how many guys, how many cars we will see on the start and eventually in the finish.
Yeah, I mean when Thilo did the number crunching for how quick the tracks were on the calendar compared to the real life counterparts, Fernbay Black was still unusually high up that list because it is still quite a fast track. You've got to remember that some of the Formula 1 tracks are slower than South City, for instance.
Yeah, I was surprised by that, by seeing that, because I was thinking this combo would be somewhere around the level of perhaps, let me think, well, in the middle of the F1 tracks, but it was very, very far up. But still, having this in mind, in the end, the BF1 on this track is very fast, as I said. You can go full throttle in some of the turns, which you wouldn't normally dare in other cars, because the downforce, it's a lot of downforce. We know how it drives.
I'd like to welcome another new voice to the commentary box, that of the Scotsman Chris Ford. Hi, Chris.
Thank you, Englishman Pete.
Greetings.
Yeah, I realise I shouldn't have said that. Oh well. I'm going to regret that, aren't I?
Discriminatory.
Not really. But anyway, we'll brush over that. Welcome.
At least Chris is not our evil Scotsman today.
I don't know.
There's only one, isn't there, today? No, Adam's here. Of course.
Adam's driving, yes. He
Yeah,
is.
Adam's not ended up on his roof yet, so that's a general improvement from most of the races I watch Adam do.
No, he's doing okay. He's running around in P2 at the moment, just behind
That's early
Ronnie Coots. Yeah, still early days. We've still got 2.5 hours to go in the
He's only
6
been in
hours.
the car for 24 minutes.
Yeah.
You guys are talking about the BF1 at Fern Bay, and that always just makes me think of the old joke about dampers surrounding LFS, or the old adenoid dampers and things like that we used to say whenever anybody drove at Fern Bay. It will absolutely eat up the dampers, and it'll be down to who doesn't get the most damage at that track, to be honest, especially in a car like the BF1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's about
that's,
it's a race of attrition in more ways than one.
that's a good point. I had a small incident in Kyoto where I hit the post in the Booty chicane, which spun me. And when I tried to make my way back on the track, the car hopped on the curbs a little bit, and I got suspension damage which I had to repair. So Fern Bay will be, I guess, even more wild.
Yeah, so expect a wild and wacky race next Sunday. Don't forget that on Saturday we are hosting the stream for the Fox Endurance Series finale by Fragmaster, and in the evening the Race Ungreen Crashmas event. Both live here on Sim Broadcasts. So it's going to be a busy day for us and a busy day for you if you decide to compete in both of those. And then again on Sunday, a very busy day with the BF1 League. So 3 broadcasts in one weekend. I think that'll be the most we've ever done.
I hope those competing in Crashmas remember to social distance accordingly while crashing into each other.
Yeah. Zdeněk has to step away from the commentary box briefly, but hopefully he'll be back later for a bit. But yeah, thanks to him for joining us. So, we're at the bottom of the hour again. Renault Coots for Air Attack Newsroom Racing leads the way ahead of Adam Brown for 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team. Then it's Logdenberg for Tortoise and Hare Racing. Doing a stellar job there in his FXO. We do expect him to pit at some point very soon. They're doing a 4-stop race, unlike anybody else it seems. Mattis Lind took over from Andreas Leipnieks around about 15-20 minutes ago for Procrastination Motorsports. Yeah, 15 minutes ago. Ayubel Hanouni is in the Born to Race car at the moment. Both Patrick Linker and help me out. Who else has been in driving that car? Who was in the car last? Katal Krorkin. Have both driven that car for Born to Race. Then it's Zdravko Topolniak, who took over from Darius Vajinskas and Daniel Kastik for Fragmaster, the number 2 in P6. Heikki Hittinen is right up the back of him though for P7 for War Faction. Need to keep an eye on that battle as it brews. Magic Klimzik, he's in P8 for Race Green Autosports. Both Roni Krompush and Daniel Balla have both been in that car. And I believe there's one other driver that we are due to see in that car. They've got a lot of drivers in that car. But yes, we'll see who takes over the final couple of stints for Race Green. Next, we've got Jared Mead, who's taken back over from Reg LeBlanc, and the Angry Angus racing car sitting pretty in P9 right now. Travis Mehlinger, he's in P10 right now. You can see his onboard there, as well as his heel toe that he was mentioning before, and his rather large steering wheel, I think. That is quite a big steering wheel you've got there, Travis. We'll jump on board with him for another onboard at some point before the end of his stint, but anyway, just thought you could admire that while we're doing the order. Next, we've got Sigitas Sakis in P11. He's driving for Cuddle Kitty. And Simas Talkavicius in P12 for Global Gaming Racing. And Simas Talkavicius for Global Gaming Racing in P12. Then we've got Harry Wilson for the Racing Wilsons, rounding out the 13 drivers that remain in this race. We've lost Bono, my teammate, is gone, Michael Malik, and the Ford Rally Sport team.
Just a little word from Travis there. He had some trouble on the last lap. His force feedback went a couple of settings higher for some reason, and one of his kids actually was solving this problem while he was driving locally. So he's back to his original settings, but
I will reserve comment.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
That's outside assistance.
Yeah. Where's Daniel Apt when you need him? All right.
Well, he's left racing for good and is now a commentator for German television. For some reason, the Formula E teams didn't want to pick him up for the 2021 season of the World Championship.
That's a shame.
Simas Talkavicius took a bit of a detour there. He cut the first part of the chicane just before the corkscrew. I've seen plenty of drivers doing that. It's tricky to judge how much speed you can take into that corner sometimes. But yeah, Simas taking quite a lot of grass with him, as he has, I believe, who's he got coming behind him? Is it Mattis? Yeah, it's Mattis Linder. Just rounding turn 1.
I have to say, compared to the GTRs that we had earlier in the year going around here, Pete, the TBO cars are certainly a bit more I would say there's nothing wrong with the GTRs coming down that downhill chicane. They are gone in a flash, though. But these, because they're a little bit slower, because they're a little bit more tricky to drive with the road tyres, because they're there for longer, it's fascinating watching the drivers and how much they actually have to correct coming down that Eau Rouge style corner compared to the GTRs. It's entertaining to watch.
And the suspension travel most of them have, because the GTRs being as squat to the ground as they are with the downforce, you get a lot more visual effect of the forces on the car as the suspension rises up at the crest and crunches down at the depression of it.
Yeah, and that makes it look as though they're almost for the first left-hander always turning right in it, which is quite entertaining. That is an evil dip. I will be disappointed if the new version of this gets rid of that dip. Some spectacular moments in that corner over the years.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that in the reprofiling I hope that don't change, because some of them are just fantastic and timeless.
Car 99, Lochtenberg, in the pit lane.
Okay, so how far is he going to drop down the order? We expected him to be in. Is this about right? It is about right. Bang on. So he pitted on lap 31, lap 62, and now lap 93. So the number 99 Tortoise and Hare car pulls into the fourth but last pit box, and we'll wait and see who gets past. Mattis Linda is the first to get past. No doubt Abel Hanouni will streak past now as well, and that's where the unfortunately
the
fourth.
Pontiac for Fragmaster and Heitinen are in a close battle. They may both get by.
Yeah, they should both get by as well.
I think they're going to go side by side now, Jonathan, out this final corner. I think
they've been like this for a while. They've been in this kind of stalemate for a while, but we'll see what happens. They're both going to streak past Lochtenberg for sure. The fourth stop just isn't working. Daniel Ravega back in the car for Tortoise and Hare. But yeah, let's stick with this battle. This is the only battle really that's on track right now. Although having said that,
Ravega
now
just out ahead of it.
Yeah, three-way battle then. You have to say though that Ravega's out of this on strategy. Mind you, unless they can squeeze one more, unless they make this with one more stop, then they might just be about okay to be in some battles at the end. But anyway, a three-way battle for 5th place.
Heitinen, one of our for today. There's contact on the back straight between Wilson and Cagaš. So Cagaš in P11 now. Um, 44 did get a verbal blue flag comment from our race director, Jonathan Provost, earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if the race director's considering that again.
His front tyres are done, I think is the proverbial word to use for them. You can see it in the way that the car just is not turning into any of the corners, in particular slow corners. It's really struggling, despite being an RE4 with four-wheel drive. It seems as though he's locking and scrubbing in order to stop the car, and I think he's going to be struggling in this downhill section.
Yeah, the problem is
massively.
The blue flag, of course.
Yeah. Wilson is last. He is a lap behind Cagaš. But Chris, wouldn't you say that with these cars, especially with the road tires, when they get to a certain temperature, if you don't all but come to a stop, they're never going to recover until they pop, really?
Yeah, you can get away on the slicks with what you call a heat peak. You can get away with a heat peak in these as well, but the problem really is that, as you say, with the compound of the tyre and the way the tyres are structured in road cars, that once you reach a certain point, which they certainly have, that you're effectively in no man's land and just trying to get to the pits. To be honest, I would certainly be thinking about pitting if I had those tyres at the moment, and that lack of front end grip. Certainly, it's a little bit easier to manage, I would say, probably with the rear-wheel drive XRT. The front-wheel drive FXO, as we discussed in TBO Challenge earlier in the year. How long ago would that have been? Would that have been early September? Start of TBO Challenge, Jonathan? Yeah, so we discussed the FXO struggling with heat peak as well with its front-wheel drive, and that's a lot more important in a front-wheel drive FXO than it is, for example, on the XRT. So, yeah, I think he's just gone over the edge and there's no grip left in those tyres, and you're probably better at this point coming into the pits. He's having a little go back at the XRT he's just let through. Oh, hang on, he's drifting into the corner. That won't be helping.
Yeah, Jonathan Provost on the comms to car 44, reminding him to respect blue flags.
Somebody having to do that?
So as
Yeah, so he's got through now and he's away. So Wilson doesn't really want to let him rest easily. However, the battle is joined again between.
yes,
In fact, it's three-way now.
yeah, between 5th, 6th, and 7th, with Revega being caught up by Toponiak and Heitonen.
Whoa, big
All of
overdrive.
these drivers working their 96th lap now.
And Heitonen has a good chance here because the car ahead of him got stuck in the wake of the FXO and drifted wide, but again, just can't quite get the job done. As Pete was saying a minute ago, these two have been like this for quite a while. It's Revega that's the outlier here because he was far ahead and he's just made his latest round of pit stops, doing a slightly different strategy in the FXO. And again, battle is back to a bit more of a neutral status again.
Toponiak on 7-minute fresher tires than Heitonen. And Rega is obviously only 4 minutes into this stint. So he's got a half hour and more on the two cars behind him. So all three of these cars not necessarily on the same stint plan. As Toponiak gets it all wrong going through the right-hander at turn 10.
Because of the nature of this track, it is a difficult one to make passes on, especially in these cars, which are clearly very, very evenly matched today with the balancing and things like that. So you really are looking for an opportunity to make a pass and more contact with Wilson and Sakis. But here
I
we
think
do have a run now.
Heitonen got a run, yeah. So we'll look to the right-hand side. There's car 32 on car number 2, and will Toponiak yield at turn number 13? Looks like he will do. And can Heitonen keep it together, or will he clatter any of the tires at the apex? Oh, he comes through, and Heitonen now up to P6.
He ran slightly wide on the exit of the first part, and he's run slightly wide in the downhill sort of Eau Rouge chicane, but I think he does have the job done, as you say now. Now he's run wide in the final corner again. So Toponiak might be able to get a run down into the first corner, which is of course a left-hand hairpin. A little bit too far back. I don't think he'll risk the dive with 2 hours and 12 minutes to go of this race. Again, very late on the brakes into turn number 1.
Heitonen adjusting his line, leaving a little room for Toponiak, just in case. We do have wind on today, by the way, Chris, if you didn't notice.
I have not noticed. Where is the wind coming from, and how is it? High wind? I always like high wind.
High wind is always fun, a little wild at points. I believe we got 17 kilometers an hour this. 17 kilometers an hour. It looks to be a crosswind on the front straight.
Just that sort of reminds me, of course, Jonathan. It must be 11 years since the GTAL had high wind at Kyoto Grand Prix Long, and Tommy Oscar took off like Santa Claus and his reindeer.
But it wasn't even high wind. It
was it not?
The high.
It was
a
high
slow wind, but I think it was only like 9 or 10 kilometers an hour, but it was a tailwind going into turn 9, and almost every single car ran wide coming out of turn 9 because they didn't quite realize they had that much speed. But yes, Tommy Oscar did fly. I believe he did show up on radar.
Yeah, certainly. Thankfully, this is just a simulation, and that didn't happen in real life to poor Tommy. That was certainly, I think, the biggest Live for Speed crash that I think we've ever had in a league race. We should always have high wind. I've been saying that for a long, long time.
Yeah, we've started doing wind. Every round of Bagheera had wind. I think it's making a comeback. Does add a little bit of element of Toponiak taking a little bit of scenic route through Corkscrew. But Chris, wouldn't you say that wind adds an element to a race that keeps teams on their toes for at least the first little bit.
I think that the wind element does certainly. I think that the big problem that teams or drivers that, as I would have been at one point, have with wind is that because it's not actually something you can practice for at liver speed. So all your setup work could be completely destroyed by this random manifestation of wind on the day that's entirely different to how you were practicing with it. So if you know it's going to be low wind, I think it's between 1 kilometer an hour and 27, I think, for low. So imagine you were mainly practicing with 5 kilometers an hour of wind in a certain direction, and then all of a sudden you appear in the actual main race and you've got 27 kilometers going the other way, and all your practice and hard work with setups, and it just means that the car acts completely differently. I can remember doing that in the IGTC championship, where we created a setup with an R4 R3 combination because it was GT1 and it was absolutely dreadful to drive. But it was dreadful to drive on the day mainly because we all of a sudden had 20 kilometers an hour wind in the long left-hander at Kyoto Grand Prix. Sorry, it was Kyoto Grand Prix reversed. So it was actually the right-hander, but it was forcing across, and the car was just evil through that whole section. So it was completely different to what we'd practiced with. I think that's why people don't like it. However, sitting here right now, I can say, great, go, high wind. Ever since I was involved in administrating and commentating races rather than racing them, I've always been of the opinion that high wind is the way forward. The more hurricane style, the best.
Oh yeah, that is the worst thing about the wind simulation in liver speed right now is you can't forecast it. It is literally just a random decision that LFS makes when the session starts. It would be a lot better if there could be a definition of a direction and a speed range. Obviously, it can vary. There'd be a variance that would be there, so it wouldn't be always directly out of the north. It would, because the wind does naturally change a little bit. Maybe generally out of the north, but every once in a while maybe out of the north-northeast or flip to the north-northwest, or you'll have a gust coming from due west. So, but if we could have some more consistency with it, I think that would help.
Yeah, but yes, I mean it would. I mean it would certainly make the drivers happier, but I think that adaptability is a key skill as well.
Drivers are never happy. Let's forget that idea.
No, but yeah, I agree with that. But I mean, the adaptability is a massive skill as well. It's always fun to see who's the most adaptable to certain situations.
I'll just let you sit on board with, or let's take a look at this on board with Travis Mehlinger in the sim broadcasts IB4, heading through turn 3 hairpin, and giving us a camera looking at him with his, he's got a VR headset on, and then also pedal cam. Always love pedal cam on the road course races, especially with the tanks that we have, the RB4 and the XRT. Chris, wouldn't you say that Kyoto North really kind of is an evil track because it has something of everything? It's got the tight, twisty Mickey Mouse stuff. It's got the fast rolling stuff. It's got the long, fast, straight stuff. And it's really kind of a everything track.
It's a mix, isn't it? Really, I mean, it's like no other track within the game. You can set up your car for one thing and it be completely.
Sorry to interrupt, but there is a battle for position, 6th and 5th, Mehlinger and Heitenen.
That has finally come back together then. Chris and I were waffling on waiting for that. Thank you, Thilo.
Titan is going to get him. But yeah, so for example, take this corner here. You think it looks relatively simple, it's just a hairpin bend, but it's got a dip in the middle of it. That's like no other on any track again, and all of a sudden, if you hit that in the wrong way, your car doesn't get a good exit, and it's difficult to make. So it's, yeah, as you said, Jonathan, it's got everything. And it's what we really should get in Formula 1 tracks, but we don't. We get Abu Dhabi.
Thilo, what have you thought of this race so far? Now that we're 2/3 of the way through.
It was very fun. I mean, the first hour and a half I was in the car, sweating quite a lot, especially towards the end of the stint, but it is a fun car to drive. We're not here for any sharp end positions, but yeah, it was great. And then the hours afterwards, the race got a little bit quieter, but there are still battles sparking up everywhere, and I really like the race, and I hope that the remaining hours are going to be as entertaining as the opening 2/3 were for you guys here in the booth.
Yeah, we believe you have to head off now, Thilo, so thanks for your contribution to the broadcast and the racing, of course. And we hope to see you maybe as there's a move going on, sorry. Oof. About to
Hydraulic
move.
Draft.
Yeah.
Thinking about it, but that's a really touchy place to go.
Yeah,
for a
you don't
move.
wanna
You
do
have
that,
to
do
be
you?
really committed well before the turn-in point.
Yeah, well, I hope you have a nice break, Thilo, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thanks, and have some fun in the final 2 hours of the race.
We hope so. Cheers.
That's twice in a row now, Chris, that Heitonen has looked for a move going into a corner but thought better of it, and right up the tailpipe of Revega through the corkscrew. Would you try a send here at the final corner, Chris?
No, not the final corner. I think he'll wait until turn 1, because I think that he can see that Revega is going through maximum. Oh, well, actually, Revega got a really nice run out of that corner, so we'll scratch that. I think he could see that Revega is struggling with his front tyres. The front wheel drive FXO, having just been in the pit, is going through its tyre burning phase, so you can see he's getting quite a lot of understeer. The car doesn't look totally planted on the exit corners as you would expect the FXO to be. But again, there's no real way other to pass into this next section, so the best chance has gone for the moment, and he'll be hoping down the back straight into the first of the 2 chicanes toward the end of the lap again.
Alrighty, Chris, we have a guest in the box with us. We have Beres Merznakis, otherwise known as Trespasser. Welcome, Trespasser.
Hello.
So you were in the car for a bit with Fragmaster? How's the race going for you guys? And you're also being a steward. How's the race been going for you, Fragmaster-wise?
Fragmaster's was decent. Start was okay. Magnificent number did do a bit of practice, but it's not car they usually race, so they're doing pretty good. And we were like P8 at the end of first stint. So yeah, I was pushing the car at maximum, so get us a couple of places, and we'll drive again at end.
That's quite alright. You guys are running in P7 right now, Topolniak in the car. Are you doing the car anytime soon?
20 laps or so till the end.
Okay, and sorry to interrupt, but hitting and pulling up in the slipstream on Revega, but backing off again.
That guy, he has a pace, but it's like strange. He catch ups and follows for quite a bit.
It's almost like an overcaution. He could have had a run there, but I think he thought it was too risky. But the reality of the situation is that he's catching, and then by not making the move, he then has to wait another 2 minutes to get the pass done again, and then he's waiting again. So by the time he catches again and waited, he loses the time again. So it's
Yeah.
And he's losing time to the car up ahead of Ayub Al-Hanuni.
Well, the thing is, maybe he's not used to tire wear, because I had similar problem overtaking him. It was a bit strange on braking, because you're following car and you brake a bit earlier, but still almost hitting him. So it might be similar to him.
trying the over and under now, but just not got the purchase out the corner, and I don't think he'll be able to make the move into any of these sweepers, but let's see if he tries it. I think he'll back out again as we climb the hill left and then the
No,
double
it's not
right.
placed. It's not placed to overtake. You might try in sector 3, like left-hander downhill.
And
That's good.
following so close through the sweeping section here is it's absolute death in a car with downforce.
Yep.
With these cars without downforce, it's not as bad. But if you're so close and the car up ahead makes a mistake, you're both off into the very close Armco.
Yeah, he's taking a bit strange gears, I see.
It's almost like he's trying to always get the run, but there's not quite in these cars the chance to get the run as you would in
And
say a
at the same
GTR.
point, as Heighton's hanging around behind Ravega, it's slowly letting Topolniak catch back up.
Yeah.
Maybe a chance here, but last time he was this close again and he backed out, so let's see
No,
what they
it's
have a
not
go.
where to send it. It's too dangerous here to send it.
Well,
He's going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe
No,
not.
this will not.
If I'm not mistaken, Darius, you still have the fastest lap of the race from your stint.
Yep.
Topolniak not really able to do the lap times you were doing, but that's
well,
part of the fun in a team game, I suppose.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm quite fast in TBO cars and in most not slick cars, and he's not racing in them, so it's new for him.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
chance here.
Yeah, here we go into T1. He's not doing it
Nah.
again.
He's going to try to set him up on the exit, though. Look at this.
No,
But
he's
again,
not
it's not
getting-
going to work.
He's not getting FXO on exit with XAT.
It's curious.
Are you going to be in the car again at some point, Darius?
Yep, I will be added to the race, so I think I will get P5 maybe, but P4 is a bit too far already.
Okay. So when are you expecting to be in the car for your final stint?
Lap 120 or so, I think.
Okay, so about 18 or so laps to go
Yep.
until you're in. Okay. Well, thanks for the insight. Anyway, any final questions from the booth? I think we're all out of questions, Darius. So thanks for joining us, and chat to us at the end of the race. Hope you get your P4.
P4 is a bit too far. I will try to get P5. That's it, I think.
Okay,
But
well,
still, it's good.
yeah, definitely.
We're awaiting your dive bombs.
I didn't do the dive bombs. Well, I did couple, but it was caution and clear. So.
Best of luck. Chat to you at the end, hopefully.
Yep, I will try to come back. Thanks, bye.
Bye. We've got a Reg LeBlanc waiting for us. Jonathan?
Yes, let's bring him in. We have for Angry Angus Racing, we have Reg LeBlanc. Welcome to the booth, Reg. How's the race been going for you and Jared?
Well, so far so good, really. It's I had maybe the world's loneliest stint a little while ago, but what can you do?
Well, there's only 14 cars left now. 13. So with the long lap, plenty of room to spread out. So Jared's in the car now, holding down P9 for you all. You do back in the car next stint or anytime soon?
Yeah, I'll finish up the race. So as soon as it's time to pit again, I'll do the last stint. So I'm due back in shortly-ish.
Has the race been going to your plan or expectations? I know you kind of didn't have much time to practice, but you haven't been doing too bad in the car that I've seen.
Yeah, that was my main issue, was just to try and get some practice in ahead of time. But yeah, it's actually gone really well. Better, personally myself, better than I thought. It's been pretty, the car's been pretty consistent. The lap times I've been able to put in are pretty consistent. So Jared, he's got a little bit of pace on me, so he's kind of putting the speed in right now.
Well, I think Jared's skin design gave him an extra half-second boost anyway on you.
Yeah, that's right. Extra motivation.
Yeah. Back up to the front. Renault still leading the race. 104 laps have been completed in 4 hours and 6 minutes. Ravega and Heitinen side by side as Ravega goes wide coming out of turn 2, and that lets Heitinen through. Will Ravega come back up the inside? No, he will not. And now Toponiak right on the back bumper of Ravega had already closed on this battle, bringing a 3-car battle. And with, I believe, how close Toponiak was, I believe that's what gave Heitinen the encouragement to finally get around Ravega. And the mistake helped too, I'm sure.
Yeah, Ravega losing 2 places there in 3 corners. Yeah, Reg, how do you think the end of this race is going to go? If you're going to be back in the stint for the end, back in the seat for the end of the race, how long until? Did you already said how long? When are you back in the car? Sorry.
Haven't pinpointed the exact lap yet, but we're gonna be running another stint there at the end where I'm gonna join in. I think we're like one. Not too sure exactly what lap, but 1:17, 15, 18, somewhere in that range. And yeah, I'll be running the last part. Right now, Jared's got the race green car just ahead, so he's been battling with them, reeling them in. So I guess that'll be my job to just continue that, to try and get ahead and stay ahead. So that's our main competition out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, you earlier on you were in a battle, pretty intense battle with race green. Magic's in the car for them right now, but earlier you were battling with Roni Krompus and Daniel Balla. Yeah, they seem to have got away from you a bit at the moment.
Yeah, they kind of jumped ahead, and now Jared's the one reeling them back in.
He's definitely reeling them back in, yeah.
So I guess we'll have to wait and see what the last stint will. I'm curious who's going to be in the car at the end as well. So I guess it can fluctuate depending on who's in the car, right? So I'm curious who they're going to have in their car, and I know I'm going to be in the car at the end. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, from the information I have right now here, they have 4 drivers. They have Roni Krompus, Patrick Hall, your fellow countryman, Daniel Balla, and Magic. We haven't seen Patrick Hall yet, so you could be battling another Canadian.
Oh, good. An all-Canadian battle. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it? So, yeah, Patrick Hall, we haven't seen him yet, so potentially he could be the driver you're up against in the final stint.
Well, sounds like a good time. We're gonna give it a shot.
Roni in the chat says, no chance for Angus. Our best driver is next. So that's I have no idea who that is, but anyway.
Okay. Some strong words. I guess we'll
Strong
have
words,
to
yeah.
put up a fight.
Definitely. Anyway, best of luck with the final stint. Feel free to come chat to us at the end.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Reg. Roger Block there for Angry Angus Racing. So, Deco, we are 1 hour 50 away from the checkered flag, and still plenty of action to look forward to as the final stops come in and that happens. Renault Coots out in the lead for the 88 Aerotac Newsroom Racing car. Adam Brown for 3 Pedals, 3 Legs Racing Team. Mattis Linder in P3 for Procrastination Motorsports. They are some way off the back of Adam Brown and Renault Coots, but who knows what can happen in the next 2 hours. Ayub El Hanouni for Born to Race, currently running P4 in the number 33. Then this battle still going on between Heikki Hittinen and the Fragmaster car behind. Actually, the Fragmaster car's got quite a lot closer in the last few laps.
Yeah, that's
since
just
it got
closed
past
up in the
Ravega.
last few laps.
Yeah, let's focus on this battle. What sort of pace are these guys doing? So War Faction are around about 3/10 off the pace of Fragmaster right now, so Topolniak has the legs to maybe go for a move on this lap or the next lap. Yeah, the gap is well under a second.
Chris.
Yeah, Jonathan.
If you're in one of these cars, well, we know that you're more limited by tires than fuel with the TBOs. What do you think on your mind is the better play? Do you just run the absolute crap out of the tires and make the next pit stop? Or do you think there's a worth in trying to stretch the stints and maybe shave off a pit stop, or at least make that last stop a lap or two worth of fuel shorter?
I think you're always better to go with less stops in these cars. You're not going to lose that much to fuel. So I'd assume that most of the XRTs are doing 90-minute stints so far. Does that seem reasonably accurate?
Yeah, give or take a few minutes, obviously. But
yeah, so the XRT certainly be quicker doing 90-minute stints. Not too sure about the FXO, and the RB4 should be similar to the XRT. I think that the tyres aren't going to go unless you try and run them too long. I think in past we've seen plenty of teams actually run the same set of tyres for double stints in the TBOs, similar to the XFG, XRG sort of thing. So tyres aren't really an issue, it's just about fuel. So 90-minute stints will be the norm, and I think that's the quickest way.
Topolniak and Heighton and the closest cars on circuit. Everyone else actually fairly well spread out.
Especially at a track like this, where, as we were just discussing there when Trespasser was here with us, that it's difficult to pass at this track in any car. And you saw that during the battles earlier on, that track position is kind of key here. So you go as long as you can, and that's the best thing to do.
Joining us back in the commentary box is Zdeněk Cagaš. So hopefully he can join us in a few moments' time.
Pete, I believe it's about, 45 minutes from our next announcement?
Yes, it is, indeed.
Oh, good. I shall start thinking about what we might say about that.
Is this the long-awaited return of the LFS Beginners Championship?
No. No, I don't think... no, not yet, Chris.
Bring back Bambo.
He actually messaged me on Facebook a couple weeks ago.
Hi, Zdeněk.
I am back.
Welcome back to the booth. You're joining us at a good time. We've got Topolniak, the number 2, trying to get past Hittnen, who pulls into the pit lane, gentlemen. So Heikki Hittnen is done. He's bored of those tyres. He wants some new ones. So he's into the pits with an hour and 45 to go. Do we reckon he can go to the end on an hour and 45?
I think that's his plan, because right now his tires were good to go for a long time, but I think he wants to finish this race on the next set of tires.
Okay, great. So a drive to the end then for Heikki Hittnen. That promotes Topolniak and Fragmaster to P5. That's good for their race. Probably easier that car's dived into pit lane, makes Topolniak's life easier.
That's his shortest stint of the race so far. His first stint was an hour and 40. The next stint was an hour 26 and 3/4, and this last stint was only an hour 7.
Yeah, well, we've got...
We do have a battle for P8 in the final corner between Magic and Jared Mead. Magic freshly out of the pits, I believe, recently. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Forgive me.
No, he's been out for a while, hasn't he? This battle's been brewing for a while. Reg mentioned it, that Jared was reading
side
in.
by side into turn 1. Jared getting a bit squirrely under brakes, but parks it right on the apex. And Jared getting around Magic for race green.
Yeah. Oh, and one from behind.
Yeah, Magic
Hello?
won't take that position back. He'll let Jared drive away, and he does. A bit of a mishap on the brakes there. But yeah,
Whoever's the
Angry Angus up to
whoever is the
P8.
best. Sorry.
It's okay.
Whoever Ronnie claims is the best race green driver is going to have a work to do.
Yes,
Because-
absolutely. For the final stint. Yeah. I wonder who's going to be in the car for race green on this final stint, because whoever it is, I hope they're ready to take it to Reg.
Well, the only guy who hasn't yet driven for them is Mr. Hall, so I expect him to make his appearance.
Yeah, particularly quick driver. Haven't seen him around for a while. But yeah, hopefully we end up with the all-Canadian battle from P6 down to P9 almost, if you ignore Heike Hittman. Daniel Ravega for Canada, Jared Mead for Canada, and Patrick Hall for Canada. Or Reg LeBlanc it will be at the time.
At least we know if there's a racing incident between those drivers, they'll all say sorry and it won't be anybody's fault.
Now who's being insensitive?
I was going to do it in Owen's accent, but that's probably better. Didn't do that. But...
Probably better, yeah. Yeah, 40 minutes away from our final announcement here on the broadcast. 1 hour 40 minutes left of the race, and 1 hour 40 minutes left to get your entries in for the skin competition, which is being posted in the Twitch chat right now. So you can go ahead and vote for your favourite skin of the race, and we'll announce the winner at the end of the stream. So please go ahead and get your votes in for that. I should probably give you an update of where we are with it.
Just before you go off the skins, Pete, just out of interest, can I make a guess as who Adam is driving with? Adam Brown in second position is driving with at the moment.
Of course.
Is it Nico Pantola from looking at the skin?
Yes.
What was the giveaway?
The skin, probably.
You looked at the tracker, didn't you, Chris?
No, I did not. It was just that the skin is very
Nico Pantola-ish. Yes, exactly. Air Attack News and Racing are leading the skin competition with 22.7% of the vote. Closely followed by Born to Race with an equal share, actually, 22.7%. Then it's a three-way tie between Three Pedals, Three Legs Racing Team, Sim Broadcasts, and Race Green Autosports. So get your votes in for the skin competition before the end of the race. And don't forget to vote for Sim Broadcasts, because it's easily the best skin. Not biased.
You have no shame.
Not at all. Mattis Linder is gaining on Adam Brown, folks. I do believe. I think that gap is coming down.
Renault Coots in the pit lane.
Okie doke. So he's going to go out again, I think. I don't think Sean's getting in the car. Unless he gets in for the final stint. It'd be interesting to know who's getting back in that car. If Sean doesn't get in, then Renault will have done 2/3 of the race. Now, does this mean that Adam Brown is going to take over the lead of the race? I think it does. He's coming out of the last corner now, cross start finish. And Renault's still stationary, so yep.
Sean Lee in the car now.
Okay, so Sean does take it over, and it's going to be close.
Just as Adams has a new personal best for himself. But interestingly enough, as we were discussing earlier, Pete and Jonathan, about tyres, Sean Lee / Reno Coots has decided to change tyres. They will have to, I assume that'll be their last stop. That's an hour and 40 minutes they will do on this set of tyres and fuel, which is rather a long way.
Interestingly, Sean dipped 2 wheels over the yellow line on the pit exit. The beginning of the pit exit. I don't know whether that's being enforced that far back, but no, certainly
no, as long as you have 2 wheels to the left of the pit exit line, you are fine.
Yeah, good.
Rule of the day.
Good. So Sean's fine with that pit exit, using the rules to his advantage, and now he sets his sights on Adam Brown, who's yeah, got a lot less fuel and much better tyres than Sean.
Yeah, but at the same time, his rear tires are at the end of their life cycle, so I think he will come into the pits soon.
Zdeněk, would you say that he hasn't actually? He's done 2 stints on those tires. I think looking at them, I think he must have done.
Well, it's hard to tell. I'm not really good at XRT, so I don't know how it would look like.
Joining us in the commentary box is Patrick Kalinka. We've got his teammate Ayub El-Hanouni on the screen right now for Born to Race. Hi, Patrick.
Good evening, Pete.
Yeah, mega first stint from you.
Thank you.
It was really cool to watch. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so as you could have seen, I didn't have that mega start I used to have in previous rounds because obviously we had to set the first gear a bit longer for the hairpin in the second sector, so we didn't gain that much there. And I gained few positions in the opening laps, but then I got stuck behind Sean and just couldn't get through. So that pretty much compromised my run, and I didn't really think that Sean will be so slow. Yeah, and when I'm looking back right now, I think it was not the right decision to drive the opening stint, but what can you do?
I don't know. From where we're sitting, you look like the perfect driver to be in the car for the first stint. You did a really good job. You even took over the lead of the race briefly, and then dropped back behind Sean and I forget who was out front at that point of the race. But yeah, you had a good battle with him. And are you back in the car at the end of the race, or is that you done?
Yep, that means I'm done. Reject will be joining us for the final stint, but Ethel and also Ayub, they are doing an amazing job. We have practiced a lot for this event, so I did know what was in the car, and I know that there was a potential, at least for me, to go a little bit faster, maybe try to catch Nico, but as I said, that was compromised very early, so let's hope Ayub will do great as he's doing right now, and then good luck to Reject.
Yeah, good luck to him. I mean, when's Ayub due into the pits? It must be sometime pretty soon.
Yeah, our goal was to make about 38 laps because we were fighting with tire punctures appearing for our guys around lap 40, so we don't want to risk anything. I tried to run as long as possible, so I did a longer stint. I think Ayub should do 38 laps, and then you can expect him to pit.
Okay, great, and then we'll expect to see Reject in the car for the finale. What do you reckon's possible? Do you reckon a podium is possible at this point?
So I'm looking at the tracker, and it seems that our times with 91 are pretty even, so not sure. I think they will also pit one more time, so we will see if they change the driver or not.
They won't be able to change their driver, I don't think. Lind will have to stay in the car for the final stint. Lind has some traffic now.
Yeah, that might be interesting.
Yeah, Sean Lee's already gone past. Sean Lee's retaken the lead of the race. Adam into P2, and it looks like Ayub. Oh, I don't think Ayub's close enough to take advantage of that. Maybe he is. Here we go. You might be about to briefly take a podium here, Patrick.
Adam will be stationary for a few more seconds, so I think it's easy third place for Ayub for now.
There we
go. For now, we can expect someone to. I don't know if Nico is gonna drive.
Carlos Montagu's taking over from Adam Brown.
So that's just a temporary third place, but yeah.
Well, I'm going to go and prepare myself for my stint, which should be coming up in a few laps. So thanks for having me, guys, and enjoy the rest of the race as well as I will.
Thanks, Zdeněk. Yeah, thanks for joining us in the booth, and good luck with your final stint. Who are you driving for?
Sim broadcasts.
Yeah, of course you are. Yeah, you are.
Thank you, and
best of luck.
goodbye.
Don't wreck.
Enjoy. Don't break it.
We'll be watching.
Yeah. Anyway,
Our Eye in the Sky has said, our Eye in the Sky Elmo has said that on my question to Zdeněk earlier about who double stinted, apparently nobody has double stinted on the tyres except from car number 99. So that answers my question as whether was it Adam who was questioning whether they'd done 2 stints on those tyres, but apparently not. So that answers the question.
well, thanks to Patrick for the interview. Hopefully we can talk to you guys at the end. Best of luck with the podium attempts, Patrick. But yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers. Chris, you can talk to Adam now.
Adam!
Whoa. Alright, guys.
How's it going?
I am tired. Very tired.
You're tired?
Indeed.
Were you
Okay.
up all night and then up early this morning, Adam?
Nah, I was pretty late to bed.
It's not good preparation, is it? Anyway, Carolis is in the car now. Tell us about your stint, other than the fact it was tiring.
Oh, it was... Tires were very hard to manage for me personally. They were very hot for the most of it. Only started to cool down by about maybe 20 minutes to go. But it was a very quiet stint. I only lapped a few people and I didn't have any racing to do, so it was just kind of putting some quiet laps in, making sure I didn't bin it.
Close battle for P11 right now, as you saw on your screens. Topkavicius taking a creative line through the second part of the downhill chicanes. Just Cagaš sticking behind him to avoid some tires.
Yeah, those two have been battling the whole race, haven't they?
Yeah. I was going to ask, are you going to stick around for some commentary, or are you due back in the car at some point, or is that you done?
Sobis is finishing the race, Carolis is finishing the race, so I'm up for sticking around in here.
Great. Well, welcome to the box, Adam Brown. Yeah, so we've had a few onboards with Travis, who's been really enjoying the RB4. Why did you change from the RB4 to the XRT for this?
Well, me and Nico were both in the RB4 for the whole season. I think we just fancied a change.
Fair enough. Good answer. And what do you make of it around here? Is it good fun, or is it just hard?
It's very fun hot lapping, but trying to keep the tires in check is a challenge. It's very...
Sorry.
It takes your toll.
Sorry to interrupt. Sean Lee absolutely 90 degrees sideways out of... He hit the tyres in the Eau Rouge section and was absolutely out of control. He's very lucky to get away with that. He's really gone hard on these tyres at the start of this stint.
Oh, and we have Topkavicius spun coming out of turn number 9.
Damage on that car as well.
Puncture.
No, he has a left rear flat, so he's going to have a half a lap slog back to the pit lane.
Are you doing hour and a half stints roughly there, Adam?
Yeah, Nico was a bit longer, and this is Sobis' first stint was pretty much exactly an hour and a half, and mine was 2, so... We originally planned to go a bit longer for each stint, but, you know, there's no point in extending any longer, risking a puncture.
This is unlucky for Simas. He's been in a race with Sigitas Sakis the entire race, and this is basically thrown it out the window. Those two have basically been able to see each other the whole race, and this is going from bad to worse as he spun it into the top of the corkscrew. Hopefully other cars coming into there are going to be careful. Yeah. Is that another rear puncture? Yes, it is.
Yep, both rear tires.
So both rear tyres on that car have now gone.
We think, I'm hearing in race control that there might be a VSC coming.
VSC coming, here we go.
Perfect
VSC,
time for
virtual
anyone to
safety
pit.
car.
Well, Sean Lee won't be pitting because he's already done his stop.
Yeah.
The other cars are
so-
at the other end of the track, so I think they're quite they will be quite happy. Or not unhappy, but they won't be pitting anyway.
Yeah, so this is big for people who haven't pitted. Anyone who hasn't pitted will be, well, they'll definitely gain time if they're close to the pit lane. If they're not close to the pit lane, it will probably be a bit neutralised.
46 isn't getting up the hill, to be honest, at the moment.
I wonder if
He's gonna
Ayub.
swing
Oh,
again.
Ayub's so far away from the pit lane, he's not going to be able to pit. The VSC will end, no doubt, before he's anywhere near the pit lane. If
There's a great chance for the 91 here. He's halfway up the straight, and this guy is really struggling to get in.
How is Linda is right next to Jared here. I think they're working out whether they can pass each other. They're side by side, unless one of them was overtaking. Here comes the green
Well,
flag.
Jared's a lap behind, so it shouldn't be a big deal.
Green flag. And we're back racing, so yeah, let's see if anyone gained or lost from that.
It's a big help for Sean Lee, as his tyres were boiling hot and he's had a chance to cool them down.
Yeah, it will have helped anyone who was having tyre trouble, and it probably would have hurt. I don't think anybody made a pit stop under the VSC, so it shouldn't have affected anybody's race with anyone else, other than Simas Talkvicius, who has basically now probably won't catch up to Sigitas unless he has the same or has an issue. So slightly unlucky for him.
Two people in the pits, Ayub and Masiek.
So Magic and Ayub did decide to pit on this lap. Yeah, they would have hoped that they were slightly further around the lap when the VSC was called. So we hear that Reject will take over the car from Ayub, and the race green star driver, whoever that is, will take over from Magic, and we believe it could be Patrick Hall. So let's see who ends up
VSC
taking over.
procedure under investigation by the stewards.
So for Born to Race, Henry Vertinen will take over, and he has done. And we're just waiting for confirmation. And yes, Patrick Hall is in the car for Race Green, and he rejoins down in P10. So yeah, quite a gap now between Patrick and the Angry Angus car. Travis Mehlinger is in the way now, and Patrick is a lap down on quite a number of the cars ahead of him on the track. But Patrick needs to really put the hammer down and get past Jared. Sorry, not Jared, past Reg when Reg rejoins if he wants to take that place. And we believe that Jared will be in pretty soon, right? He should be.
Well, Jared's in the car at the moment.
Sorry, yeah, Jared will be in the pit lane pretty soon,
Yeah.
and then Reg can take over. We spoke to Reg just before you joined, Adam, and yeah, he was getting ready to jump in the car.
I was listening the whole time through my stint.
Good.
Kept me awake a bit because Nico and Sobis weren't there to keep me company.
Shouldn't have allowed you in the commentary box. You're a traitor today.
Yeah.
Driving for the enemy. Now we're all friends here.
I didn't want to leave Nico and Sobis. They were going to have a bit of trouble because Nico had to do his little drift event.
Yeah, we loaned you to that team. It's only okay as long as you don't beat us, but it doesn't look like you upheld that end of the bargain. Anyway, Motojutis for your team, currently P3, And so what's the deal? Do you reckon you can catch Mattis or Sean, or are you settling for that third step on the podium at this point?
Well, I think Mattis is due another stop in maybe half an hour's time. He's kept these tyres in very good nick, but he's due in a bit, so I think we'll take that place off him. And if Sean Lee does any more of those massive 90-degree slides, then we could be in with a chance. But he has got some pace.
Yeah, Sean was complaining earlier that he didn't have pace, even though he was right at the front of the race at one point. So I'm not really sure what he was complaining about. Maybe he just wasn't happy with how the car was handling or something, but it seemed okay from where we were sitting.
Well, when your teammate is Renault Kutz, it's very hard to convince yourself that you do have pace, because he is an alien.
I mean, Sean has held a candle to Renault Kutz multiple times this year in various events. Sean is no slouch. I think he needs to stop being too hard on himself. But anyway, let's talk about Carolis. How much practice has Carolis done for this event?
Well, out of the three of us, by far the most. He got a couple. Well, he did one full stint on the tyres and a couple kind of medium-length stints. And both me and Nico just did a couple kind of half stints. So he's definitely got the most out of all of us.
Okay, so we should expect him to give you the best chance of getting higher on the podium then. If Linda does pit, because Carolis is in the car till the end, what does that gap need to be for you guys in order to take that position over?
Oh, well, the pit stop is about 40 seconds long, and the time in the pit lane, it's not massive because it's quite a short pit lane. So the time lost for a pit stop is probably about 50 seconds.
Yeah, so you'll easily overtake him then.
So yeah,
by the stop, and then all Carolis needs to do is keep it together for the next hour, and it'll probably be an hour by the time Linda pits. Because the gap from Carolis to Linda is currently hovering around 32 seconds.
One thing with Linda is that he probably won't need to fuel as much. I mean, we don't know how much he's got in his car at the moment, but if he's taking it another 10-20 minutes, he might not need to fuel as much as we did.
Yeah, he'll only need 2/3 of a tank, if that. So yeah, he might save some time in the pit stop, but it will be close. We'll keep an eye on it. Carolis just needs to keep doing what he's doing and keep out of trouble.
How much fuel are you needing for an hour and a half stint, Adam?
Well, I started my stint with about 85% of a tank, and I was down at 23% when I pitted, so around 65%, I would say.
Okay. I'm just wondering, because the Kutz Lee car came in with an hour and 4. Whoa, Sean, that's Drifty turn 1. They came in with an hour and 40 minutes to go, so I was just wondering what the tank size was compared to getting that to the finish, but I think they'll be okay. You mentioned earlier that there might have been a concern on tyres, so is that more likely to be their issue toward the end, whether they need to make a late stop?
Yeah, I mean, depending on how hard you are on the tyres, I think we saw Michael earlier got to halfway around lap 47 before his tyres popped, and if you are nice and conservative, you can get the tyres about 1 hour and 50 minutes into the race. The fuel can last maybe 2 hours, 10 minutes. So yeah, the deciding factor is tyres, sorry. But if anyone's making a pit stop, they're easily making it to the end, even if they are a drifter.
Yeah, interestingly, when you're talking about tyres and fuel, we got some intel before that the 99 Tortoise and Hare car is the only team to double stint tyres, and when they did change tyres, they only changed 3 of them.
Yeah, I was quite surprised at their pit strategy. I mean, they only they're the only the team driving the FXO, but I can't imagine it being that much different on fuel. Maybe they're fueling like half tanks so they can go a bit faster, set some faster times, but I'm not sure.
We're currently watching the driver change for the Sim Broadcasts TV team. You can see there Travis has finished his stint and he's waiting for the stop to end so that Zdeněk Cagaš can take over for their final stint. There you go, the stop's finished and Zdeněk pulls away. Thanks for the onboard, Travis. That's great stuff. "20 minutes from the top of the hour, and we'll do a rundown of the full order. Sean Lee for Air Attack News and Racing, doing everything he needs to do at the head of this race in P number 1. Then it's Mattis Linder for Procrastination Motorsports in P2. I want to say that gap is coming down. I believe it's come down by 2 seconds in the last 2 laps. So Sean may be under pressure from Mattis Lind in a few laps' time. Carolus Motojutis, Adam and Nika Pantola's teammate, is in P3 for 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team. Then Daniel Ravega for Tortoise and Hare Racing is still in P4. Henry Vertinen for Born to Race in P5. Darius Vajinskas doing a great job still in P6. He holds the fastest lap of the race. He set that on his previous stint. I wonder whether he'll better it again on this one. Heike Hittman for War Faction, Team 32 in P7. Jared Mead for Angry Angus Racing will be in the pits pretty soon to hand over to Reg LeBlanc. They're in a direct battle with this team, Race Green Autosports, who have given the car to Canadian Patrick Hall. Roni Krompus, Magic and Daniel Balla have been in the car previously, so 4 drivers for that team, 4 equal length stints. And Patrick Hall, their all-star, in the car for the final stint to try and get past Angry Angus Racing, their next closest rival up the road. In P10, it's our co-commentator from earlier, Zdeněk Cagaš, who took over the car from Travis Mehlinger, who we believe will join us in the commentary box very shortly after he has had a break, which is awesome. In P11, it's Sigitas Sakis, car 73 for Cuddle Kitty. Simas Tautkovicius for Global Gaming Racing after his double puncture causing a VSC, the only safety car interference we've had in this entire race. Unfortunately, as a result of a double puncture for Simas, who was racing with Sigitas basically the entire race, but that battle has been scuppered. And Harry Wilson for the Racing Wilson's team, car 44. The last of our remaining 13 runners. We lost Bono, My Teammate Is Gone, which was driven by Michael Malak, and the Ford Rally Sport team within the first half an hour of the race.
That must mean, Pete, it's almost time for you to have the exciting announcement of Deco Jester's UF1 Oval League for 2021.
I'm glad
With 50% restriction.
I'm glad you said
50%
that.
restriction and solid suspension.
Yes, so today we are announcing. I'm not going to do it because half the people would believe it if I said it, and it's too silly to be true. But if you would like a 50% restricted UF1 race around the oval, then you can PM Deco Jester on the LFS forum.
It would have to be Rockingham Oval just to annoy people even more.
Yes.
UF1 racing is fun. Changed my mind.
With a chicane every third corner.
Let's change the topic. Let's change the topic. Numbers in the commentary box. Zdravko Topolniak, hi there.
Hello.
How's it going?
Well, a bit sweaty and a bit tired from the stint.
Okay, but in better news, we announced your coverage of the Fox finale on the 26th.
Yeah, you did it like 1 minute before I had to go in the car.
Good timing.
Yeah, I was just writing the announcement on the Fragmasters Discord about it. I hope we will have a nice, fun, and filled race.
Yeah, me too. Talk us through this race. Darius is still in the car. Your stint looked fun. How was it?
Well, from the race point of view, and we are trying to catch number 33. I know they are quite far away ahead of us, but Darius is a monster in this car. I mean, he's just annihilating times that me and Daniel can make. And we wanted to not lose too much to Ayub. And in the end, I drove whole stint fighting. I didn't expect it. Hitonen was catching me from the start of the stint like hand over fist, and Darius was like, just let a guy go and drive your own race. And I was content with that, but when he caught me, he wasn't able to pass me fast enough. So then I made a mistake, so he passed me, but he didn't run away. And when my tires came back to life, because I'm not really good on the tires. It's not a good thing because I've been driving LFS for so long, but I'm not really good on them. So when my tires weren't like 90 degrees, 80 degrees, I was able to catch the guy back, and well, I would pass him, but he beat it. I still count it as a pass. I was alongside.
Yeah, it was definitely a pass. It was great. We knew you just wanted to get the move done before you stopped, but didn't quite pay out. What do you see as the best scenario for your finish at this point? You've got a fairly healthy gap to the Born to Race team ahead of you. Do you reckon you can catch them?
Well, we fully expect Car 99 to pit again. So I think that we are basically P5 because Rivega will probably give the car back to Maserati. And I don't think anybody except maybe Renault has better pace than Darius today. So we should have P5 definitely. And well, I don't know how fast Virtanen will be. I'm not sure. I was prepared to look at his times, but
I may have to interrupt you for a moment. We have a battle for the lead right now between Sean Lee and Mattis Linder. We'll talk to you in a second if you don't mind, Zdravko.
Yeah, I don't mind at all.
Cool. Maybe you can help us out with this. Linder is trying to size up Sean Lee down into turn one. Is it going to happen here? Looks like it. Sean's going to try and get the cutback.
If I were Sean Lee, I would let him go because he's 2 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah.
If he could even get back past, there'd be no point in trying.
What do you make of Sean's tyres at the moment, Adam? Because he went very, very hard straight off the bat on his tyres, and they got to a point where they looked really difficult to drive, and they're starting to cool down now. But I think it was quite an aggressive heat peak, and also he keeps on sliding like that into the braking areas, which isn't helping his right-hand side tyres.
I mean, it's about as aggressive. It's not as bad as how my tyres were. I mean, at that temperature, you can definitely manage it. It might not be as fast, but it's not. It shouldn't be costing you too much time. You've just got to be too careful not to push it any harder. I would say at the moment he's okay, but if they do peak a bit higher, then he would start worrying. But you know, sliding through this fast section is going to do them no good.
Yeah, the right-hand side tyres are really angry at various points of this lap at the moment, with the sliding under braking, going quite deep in the corner.
Because Linda in front of him, his tyres are right at the end of their life cycle, so he can slide properly into the corners and not have to worry. But when you've got relatively fresh tyres, with the way the physics work in LFS, you've really got to be careful.
Just in this opening, the first half of this lap, you can see the gap that Linda's pulled over Sean. That is an incredible gap in pace, and we know how quick Sean Lee is. So Linda is putting on a masterclass here. The Procrastination Motorsports team from P12 on the grid have taken over the lead of the race.
I mean, he's setting the times you would expect as from someone with tires that are at the end of their life cycle, but they are getting thin. If he's
Sean's
not
in
in
the
this lap,
pits.
he'll be in next
Unless he's
lap.
dummying again.
Why is Sean pitting?
He must think that the tyres are not going to make it to the end. There's no other reason unless he's underfueled it, or unless he's going to hand it to
I think
Renault.
it might be fuel, and probably handing it to Renault Koots, just because he knows that Renault Koots will be able to have the pace.
It doesn't matter. Mattis isn't pitting again. They've already made 3 stops. Oh no, they've made 2 stops. Maybe Mattis is pitting again.
Mattis will definitely be pitting
Yeah,
again,
so
'cause
Mattis
there's
is
no
pitting
way
again.
those tyres will be getting to the
Yeah,
end.
so Sean's just going in now to splash and dash, I guess. We'll
Which is
see.
really interesting, because this does not look like a splash and dash pit stop.
Well, here comes your teammate, Carolus
They are in for a
Montejutis.
while.
Yeah, Montejutis goes up into P2.
That was a 30-minute stint, which is quite curious.
That's short.
And Renault Koots will have to go through the heat peak of those tyres, whereas Montejutis is, his tyres will be nearing the end of their heat peak, because he's already had quite a few laps on them already.
It was mentioned in Discord that, and I believe in the stream chat, that Sean was having, or with Sean being on Mouse, Mouse plus TBO plus Aston North is difficult.
Right, yeah. Understandable.
So this is going to be a proper three-way fight to the end of this race.
This is a grandstand finish now.
If that's how long a stop took for Sean Lee, then when Linda comes into the pits, whoever's taken over from him is going to be right smack bang in the middle of those two in second and third.
Yeah, we've got ourselves set up for a great finish here. We're going to be joined in the commentary box by Travis Mehlinger for the end, and we all know how excited Travis gets when there's a close battle on, so I'm looking forward to that. Your teammate, while that was happening, Carolus, he moved up to P2 in the race, but he's not pitting again.
Yeah, definitely not the plan, and his tyres are in perfect nick, and he's got plenty of fuel.
Could you potentially win this race from here?
Oh, I mean, I don't want to curse myself, so I'm not even sure if I want to say.
I'll say it for you. Judging by the numbers at the moment, you have a 38-second buffer to Mattis Linda. A pit stop, you said, in regular times would take you about 45 to 50 seconds. And even though Linda's taking on less fuel, it's going to be close, basically. Put it this way, it's going to be a showdown between Carolus and Linda at the end.
Because Leipnix definitely has the pace to keep up.
Leipnix isn't getting back in the car.
Is he not? Is Lynn staying in the car?
You have to do at least 75% of the distance. Sorry, you can't. You have to. Yeah.
And
the maths works out that he can't do another stint.
Linda's proved that he's got the pace as well, so this is going to be great fun.
Lee did a splash and dash stint. How long will Koots have driven for at this point?
Renault Koots, over the total race distance?
Yeah.
He should be fine, because Sean did or will he?
Well, so far the
he should be fine.
tracker is telling me that it's about a 40-60 split at the moment, so it should be okay. Just about.
I'd imagine that's maybe why Lee did a 30-minute stint or a certain amount of laps. They must have maybe been trying to calculate how many would have got.
Yeah.
And that also explains his pace right at the beginning when he did a new personal best in LFS World. So I think he was short-filled, and it was possibly to do with trackers.
Interesting how they decided to short fill during that pit stop instead of just doing a full fill and making the second stop shorter.
Just before we get into this action, as Lind cuts the corner before the corkscrew again, we are welcoming Travis Mehlinger to the box. Hi, Travis.
Hi, Pete. Thank you.
Welcome. Thanks for your onboards during that last stint. That was excellent. Excellent fun to have those. Yeah, you've joined us at a great point because it looks like it's going to be a grandstand finish for the end of this race.
Yeah, I stepped away. I'm back in. I had to take care of a few things after 3 hours in the seat, and I'm tabbing through, getting the state of the race for myself. It's been a lot of fun to drive. I expect it'll be just as fun to watch.
Yeah, Renault Koots has kept his tires surprisingly cool. You know, normally in the first couple of laps, your tires will be already, you know, already really quite hot and having to worry about them. But he's keeping it clean, and he set a beautiful second split time. He's really on the pace here, is Renault Koots.
17.61 at the start of the stint seems quite quick to me.
Definitely.
Travis, how's the force feedback now? We heard you had some issues earlier in the race.
Yeah, I had that was the second exciting moment. First one was when I got the call to do commentary, and then remembered I didn't have my mic open, so I did a lot of juggling there. Yeah, and then through the fast winding part of the circuit, I suddenly got full force feedback, and I have no idea why. My son rescued me. I shouted at him to come grab the keyboard and mash keys to turn down the force and live for speed, and recovered. But that was a scary moment, having the wheel yanked out of my hands.
Yeah, because you've got a proper direct drive wheel, don't you?
I do. That was a big surprise.
So that's proper arm braking stuff if you've got your force feedback up too high.
Yeah, I used I've got a big round wheel because I thought it would be a lot of fun for tin tops. It might have been worse if I'd been using a Formula wheel, but it's leather, it's kind of slippery, so it got flicked out of my hand, and then I grabbed it and managed to stay on the road, and then had to wrestle it around until I got the forces figured out.
Yeah.
Sigitas Sakis there having a bit of trouble trying to get past one of the back markers. Linda is in the
Lind's
pits.
in the pits.
He had trouble getting. Oh no, it looked like he was going to bail. He's gone into the pits. So this is the moment of truth for Caralis now, Adam.
Oh yeah, we find out how close this battle is going to become.
Yeah, we'll see how this battle plays out, and then we'll do our final announcement. I don't know whether Jonathan is in the commentary box currently, but yeah, I'll wait until he's back, and we'll do it after this battle has ended. Caralis is coming to the last corner.
Has anyone managed to do a Troy yet and miss the box and have to
Yes
readjust?
Yes. Caralis, no, not Caralis. Not Lind. Leipniak's had to do it. He missed his box and had to.
Looks
go
like
somewhere further.
Matsutis and Koots.
Oh, it's going to be close.
It looks like they're going to be split.
It's going to be close. Here we go.
Or Linda might get out in front.
Here we go. This is the top three of the race, and none of these guys have to stop
Adam
again.
called it perfectly.
Look at this. This is the race for the finish. I can't believe this has happened. This is the way it started with 3 pedals equals 3 legs. Racing team with.
Oh, but Car 91 has
Car
a
91
drive-through
drive-through
penalty.
penalty for overtaking on the VSC.
Well, that's ruined any chance they've got a win.
Pete, you saw that happening.
I saw that happen. I wondered what was going on. He overtook the Angry Angus
Jared
racing
Mead,
car
yeah.
during the VSC and didn't give the place
That's
back.
such a tricky one too, because it wasn't an overtake for place. It was, he was a lap behind, but I guess any overtake counts.
Tragic. That's absolutely tragic. So it's Renault Koots versus Carolus Motojutis. Remember that Mattis Linder doesn't have to yield this position, but this is the second drive-through this team's had this race, and even with a drive-through, they've managed to recover to this position. And in the last hour of the race now, as the clock ticks over to 1 hour, they've got another drive-through.
What could have been as
Renault
Koots goes into the back of Mattis Lind. They're going side by side all the way up towards the fast left-hander. Renault Koots obviously annoyed that Mattis Lind isn't given him the place because
doesn't have to, but he doesn't have to do it. So yeah.
How many laps can they procrastinate
3.
over the drive-through penalty?
3. Yeah.
Good one there, Chris.
Thank you, Adam.
It was a bit cheeky by Renault there to try to make the space, but I guess he couldn't get fully alongside. It'd be a dangerous place to pass at the through that fast sweeping corner.
Yeah. But in the meantime, while Renault's being held up by Mattis, Caralis is doing everything he needs to do out front. He's opened up a bit of a gap already, and expect to see Mattis Lind in the pits either this lap or at some point over the next 2.
I reckon he'll try and leave it as long as possible so that the drive-through cools his tires a bit. Oh no,
he's going to do it straight away.
Straight in.
This is tragic for them, but rules are rules, and overtaking under a VSC is definitely not okay. So he's going to have to make this the quickest drive-through in history.
God, I was really hoping he would hold him up for a bit.
I bet you did. Having team bias in the commentary box is entertaining. Anyway, he's got an hour. Can Mattis Linder, who was lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than Sean Lee, gain that time back? How much time is he lost?
I mean, that only looks, about 8 seconds maybe, because of how short that pit lane is.
You can still see both of his rivals. This isn't over.
It is.
Travis, we need to talk to you about your stint. How was it? You looked like you were having a ball.
I was. That was. I only got back into Live for Speed again recently. I've only been back into sim racing after a long break for the last year and a half or so. But yeah, since I started doing it again, that's the most fun I've had in a pretend race car since I started doing it again. The car's a blast. Shifting gears, the H pattern was so fun. I felt pretty good about my pace until Zdeněk got in the car, and then immediately went quicker. I felt pretty good shifting gears and heel and towing, and it was a lot of fun. It was really, really good.
I mean, Zdravko's Zdeněk's no slouch, to be honest.
No, he's not. I kind of had the confidence building the speed through my stints, and then he immediately went quicker his very first lap.
Yeah. You did a good job. It looked fun. So, congrats for that. We were still running around in top 10, so it's good for us. This is the first event we've actually competed in as the Sim Broadcasters team. So.
Yeah, I think we're pretty happy with that.
We definitely
we didn't. I don't think we joined expecting to win or compete at the top, just to have a good time.
Just to have fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I certainly did.
Well, you look good out there anyway. Speaking of looking good, you can still vote in the skin competition. You've got 56 minutes left, to submit your votes for the skin competition. And while things have calmed down a little bit, Jonathan Palmer has a little bit of news for you.
So we remember what kind of brought NDR back to the world was the GT2 Challenge. If you've been watching the broadcast and you've seen some of the ad banners, there's kind of been a clue on the ad banners anyway. But yes, we are bringing back the GT2 Challenge in the new year, starting January 10th, every 2 weeks. 6 rounds this time, after how phenomenal those 4 rounds were. Yanni Katia, the defending champion, will get right to number 1. All numbers 2 through 99 are open. Signups are opened right now, actually, on the New Dimension Racing section of the New Dimension Racing section of the LFS forums.
Yeah, we can't wait for that. Sim Broadcasts again partnering with New Dimension Racing for the full 2021 season of the GT2 Challenge. And we hope you can sign up and join us for it. It's going to be great. And yeah, the eagle-eyed among you may have already spotted the GT2 Challenge ad banners around the track. But there you go. So, before we return to the action, just a reminder that as well as the GT2 Challenge starting in 2021, thanks for that, Deco, we're also hosting the Fox Endurance Series finale on the 26th of December, as well as probably the most anticipated event of the year, let's be honest. Race Ungreen Events Crashmas. Always good fun. 2 events on the 26th, as well as the Master Race Car BF1 League on the 27th. So, an action-packed Christmas break and some action to look forward to in the new year. Let's return to the action. Adam, what's happening on the track?
This fight for the lead is epic. They're pretty much trading lap times. Coots only a 10th faster than Motojutis on this lap. And Carolus is really pushing the car around. He's giving it his all, and so is Coots. The tyres are, almost identical on heat and on wear. It's going to be a real grandstand. This battle is going to last for the rest of the race, I think.
Yeah, and at some point, if they start battling, that's really going to hand Linda the time and the hope that he needs. I'm just looking at the tracker to see what the gap in time has, what's happened to it, and it's only gone down by about half a second since Linda left the pits. But let's not forget, it has gone down, and Renault Coots and MotoGutis are now battling. So
yeah, one of the interesting things to point out is Carolus really strokes the car through that first sector. He's a couple tenths slower, but you know his tires are in perfect nick by the end of it. Whereas Coots, you know, he's sliding all over the place and has to cool the tires for the rest of his lap. Whereas Carolus can push more around the lap.
Yeah, Procrastination Motorsports definitely haven't made this race easy for themselves, have they? Getting 2 drive-throughs through for avoidable reasons, really. But they're still definitely in with a hunt of the win if they can catch up to these two, this battling pair, and this race will finish exactly the way it started, with 3 cars battling for the lead. After 5 hours and 10 minutes of racing, this is the battle for the lead, folks, between 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team, with Nico Pantola, who went out first, then Adam Brown, and now Carolus Motojutis driving the car, followed by Sean Lee and Renault Coots team, Air Attack Newsman Racing, and they're being tailed and chased down by Andreas Leipniks and Mattis Linda for Procrastination Motorsports. 3 XRTs. The next RB4 is some 45 seconds down the road. It's not really a threat for the podium, but anything can happen. Never say never here in Live for Speed.
I was going to say, I think Linda is slightly overdriving at the moment. He's really pushing this car. It looks, what Adam was saying there about Reno looking as though he's sliding quite a lot compared to the race leader. It's certainly the same for Linda, who seems to be absolutely throwing everything he's got at it. It's not gaining him time at the moment. I know his tyres are going through the heat peak as well at the moment, but if he's going to catch, he needs to calm down a little bit. I think he's quite annoyed with himself, having cost himself potentially the lead at the moment, and he's really I mean, he's missing every single apex by a considerable margin at the moment.
I mean, I really understand the position he's in. You know, it's frustrating, especially when it's something like, you know, the penalty that he just had with the VSC.
Yeah, and I can confirm that the gap has not come down between Mattis Lind on that lap and the 2 ahead. It's in fact gone up by half a second. He's driving frustrated. He needs to calm down and try and regroup, because he's only got 50 minutes left to catch up, and there's an 8.5 second deficit to Air Attack.
I mean, the Procrastination Motorsports team, you know, Linda, he pitted only a few laps ago, whereas the 2 guys in front have a few extra laps on those tyres. So as we see Carolus run wide, Renault Coots looking to make a move.
Renault Coots will grab any opportunity he can with both hands.
But his tyres are too hot to get any power on, and he's lost his chance down this back straight.
Yeah, watching these two closely, I've noticed that Carolus, he's carrying a lot of speed, but he's taking these really smooth flowing lines, and he's not leaning on the tires too hard. Whereas Renault's really pitching the car into the corner, using a lot of lock, using a lot of throttle to try to bounce the car through the corner.
And look, they were right tail to tail going through the left-hander, and now because of how hot his tires is, Coots not being able to carry as much speed as he would have liked, he's lost. You know, he's lost all the time he gained.
It was really obvious here on the last lap, where Carolus took a nice smooth line, hit the apexes through the corkscrew. Renault just pitched it in and ended up over the dirt, and it didn't look as bad this lap, but on the last lap he's just not as smooth, and that's like you said, Adam, that's going to cost him. And you can see the gaps opened up a little bit just in the last few corners.
This is a real kind of masterclass of smooth being fast. You know, it might not look as fast, but it's, you know, it's crazy how big a difference it makes.
Under braking as well, he's almost pitching the car in and just catching it on the drift, which is doing nothing for his right rear tyres and those hairpins.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see the exact numbers, the heat of their tyres, but you know, it looks like Carolus's tyres are in the kind of mid-70s, whereas Coots look like they're mid 80s, possibly up to 90, which is way too hot.
This is where this track is always a good one for racing. It's not always a good one for overtaking, but you can run close because of the differentiation between the corners. You have this flowing sector and you have the slow corners and the hairpins, and it just means that setup and driving style almost balance each other out, and you can see it here again. We saw it earlier in the battle for 6th position again. It's cat and mouse all the way. And it's, Carolus is doing a fantastic job of just maintaining just enough of a gap that he can make a tiny little error and he'll still have enough time to recover and get away with it. And you can see he's actually opening up the gap just now.
Speaking of gaps opening up, these two gapped Mattis Linda by another second on the last lap. The gap up to nearly 10 seconds.
Although Linda's set the same split time as Coots there by pretty much the half a tenth in it, maybe.
Unfortunately, ultimate pace in endurance racing means nothing unless you can do it lap in, lap out. So Linda needs to dig deep and find something. Otherwise, these two are going to run away into the sunset.
He has managed to cool his tyres down a bit, so that'll mean he can run more consistent.
We actually have a side-by-side battle at the moment for 6th position.
Yeah, Heikki Hittinen and Logtenberg.
Not sure I'd like to be an FXO following through these corners up here. Nice and wipe out.
Oh,
Lovely.
Linda's given it way too much through that Eau Rouge chicane. Is it Eau Rouge or is it the corkscrew?
It's the corkscrew in this direction. It's Eau Rouge in the other direction, isn't it?
Yeah, makes sense.
It's not. It's neither. It's the downhill or uphill chicane at Aston.
It's a corner that would never exist in real life.
It's the Cork Rouge.
Cork Rouge.
Yes.
Okay, I like it. You heard it here first. Cork Rouge. Cork Rouge, if Eoin was still here.
It's not eau de screw.
No.
I think that's better.
Sounds like a dreadful fragrance.
That's my basic French.
But so does
commentators,
Cork Rouge.
viewers. You're all welcome.
Eau de screw.
Eau de screw. Anyway,
that
we've lost the plot
sounded
now.
more Scottish than anything else did, Adam.
Absolutely, yeah. The gap from Mattis Linda. Elmo in our ears just said that Eau de Screw sounds like a Lynx flavour. He's not wrong, is he? Let's be honest. Mattis Lind is 10.5 seconds behind. Behind the leader now.
And he's on the grass.
He's off again.
Yeah, that's not the line you want to be taking through there.
Adam, I'm curious about your thoughts on these last two corners. The leaders just went through that 180, and then the right-hander before that. We were talking about Renault earlier, kind of pitching the car into corners, and I found that when I was driving out there, I wonder what you think, most of the track really suits smoothness and being like rolling into the brake and into the throttle, but there are a couple corners that seemed like they're a lot quicker if you just throw the car at the apex.
Yeah.
Curious if you drove it the same way or not.
Definitely through the third hairpin, the tightest one, the one that you have to take in first gear. There's really no other way to take it than giving it a bit of a slide, even in the XRT. And yeah, kind of the last corner as well. You can give it a slide, and the little hump catches the car, and you get some of your grip back. There are a few corners where you can give it a bit more laldy through him.
Was that some Scottish coming out there?
Laldy.
Laldy. For our viewers who don't understand what that means.
Give it a bit of oomph, maybe? Is that
a bit
good?
of oomph, yeah.
A bit of oomph.
A bit of Cork Rouge.
Yep. Bit of eau de screw.
For the Americans watching, we'll call it a bit of yeehaw.
Laldy. There's nothing to choose between these front two now. I wonder what Renault Coots is thinking.
They're kind of trading times. Carlos gets away a bit, and then Renault catches up, and then Carlos gets away a bit.
It does look like he's brought the gap back a little bit. It's kind of hard to tell if he's changed his driving to suit or if he's doing more of the same. But Carlos had stretched it just a little. It looks like he's stretching it again, so it does go back and forth.
They had exactly the same split time through that. You know, only 100th in it. It's really close. And remember, Carlos's tires are gonna come good earlier because they're older tires.
Will that work better for Reno? The tires will come to Carlos a little sooner than they will for Reno, but I'm curious again what your experience was, Adam. That means they'll go off a little bit sooner. Or they did for me. There was a sweet spot, and then there was a lot of oversteer, and I wonder if Reno will be in the sweet spot when Carlos starts to get a lot of oversteer toward the end of the stint.
Well, you never want your tires to get too cold, but to prevent them from getting too cold, you'll see Carlos start to push it harder and go for some faster times. And you know, with these cars, the tires are going to pop before they get really cold. So I don't think there's much to worry about slowing down.
We've got Zdravko in the commentary box right now, and he has something he wants to say.
Hi again. Yeah, but I never left, right? I was watching the difference between 4th and 5th place because you were too concentrated on the battle for the lead, which is awesome. I see Kutz is close again. And 15 laps ago it was 30 seconds difference. Now it's only 10. So I fully expect
that's a big
Darius to catch up to Reject before the end of the race.
Yeah. Trespasser was almost a second faster through that third split, and Reject is all over the place. He just cut the corkscrew.
Yeah, Vertonen's off there now as well. He's just gone straight through the gravel.
I'd also like to apologize to Linda. I mean, it's not my fault, but I didn't. You obviously had me on a friends list on Lazy, so when I joined the server, automatically got a hello message. That's why they got the first drive-through.
I mean, can you blame yourself for that, or?
No, I don't even know the guy. I don't know why he has me on the friends list.
You're too friendly. That's the problem.
I think it's probably his fault for not turning them off.
Turning it off.
I'm not sure I even raced with him before. I don't remember him.
Well, just be grateful that you're the only person that got a hello from Mattis Linda when he joined the server.
I mean, what is his Snip? Am I?
Yeah, Snip.
So yeah, that's kind of a classic name, really, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's been around for years.
Yeah,
anyway.
and I don't understand the tactic behind Kutz and Nola, because they pitted 3 laps before I pitted, and they could easily have done. I think they needed 38 laps on a set of tires till the end.
Yeah, I
mean,
think it was.
Surely Reno is not that much faster than Nova, so it's.
I think Nova is on mouse and you get fatigue on longer races. I think if he had kept driving, he would have probably had to give up anyway because of his hands.
Yeah, I mean, even a mouse veteran like him, I think doing a half of a 6 hour on your own is probably quite difficult, especially as you get older. I know he's a young boy, but by the time he should just buy a wheel. That's the moral of this story. Just buy a wheel. Like, what are you doing? Like, you've got pace.
I think hasn't he had a wheel in the past?
I'm joking, obviously, but
decided that he was faster on mouse.
Yeah, I mean, mouse and pedals. That's the way to go.
He'd have to change his username as well, wouldn't he?
Don't think so.
No. Think of the wrong person then, never
I
mind.
think you might be. Anyway, yes, the gap between Henry Vertonen and Darius Wyszynskis has come down by a lot more than 10 seconds now. It's 9 seconds. Just under. Let's see what it's like at the lap, at the start-finish line. I'm going to guess something around 8 seconds. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Zdravko. Appreciate that.
As Vertonen's coming into more problems with lapped cars, not having a fun time there.
Looking back to Mattis Linden now, and I kind of wonder if he's written the race off. It looks like he's really struggling. He's not going as quickly as he was earlier. I can tell because he's going as fast as I was earlier, and that wasn't very fast. And he's clearly struggling. Like, the tires look like they're in reasonably good shape, but the car is all over the place. I wonder if frustration's gotten the better of him here, or if he's had an off and is trying to find the rhythm again, or what.
There's another car that has been up there and earlier in the race that we could see up there yet again, and I believe the Tortoise and Hare Racing, they have a chance of catching Virtanen if he's keeps his dismal pace up. I say dismal, it's just not as fast as the cars around him.
I think that's about the pace I was doing, and I think I would like to call it pedestrian. We'll say it as a pedestrian pace, gentleman's pace.
For someone like you who doesn't race LFS at all anymore and is used to iRacing, I think your pace was pretty bloody good.
That wasn't a solicitation for compliments. It was meant to be a dig at him while being a dig at me, and not overtly a dig at him.
It didn't work.
But I appreciate that, Adam. Thank you.
From what I could see, it was consistent, very consistent, which is what you need for an endurance race.
Since when's this been a nice commentary box to be in? Why are we all suddenly giving each other a big hug?
It's the end of the year. It's been a rough one. Sometimes kindness isn't a bad thing, Chris, you know?
5 days till Christmas, come on.
Peace on earth, goodwill
6 days till Christmas.
Goodwill
to our mortal enemies in the commentary box.
Yeah, no, joking aside.
Yeah. Half an hour to go, just over. Motodutis for Adam and Nico's team, which was renamed from Subaru Technica International to an even more ridiculous team name, 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team. Leads Air Attack Newsroom, Sean Lee and Renault Coots, with not much time between them, but a growing gap, now 15 seconds back to Procrastination Motorsports. Mattis Linder just having a shocker of a stint. You do wonder what would have happened if he didn't have that second drive-through, whether his pace would have dropped off anyway. But we will see. Born to Race and Fragmaster are getting quite a lot closer. The gap now down to around about 6 seconds between Darius Vrzynskas and Henry Virtanen. Rob Logtenberg behind is some 20 seconds down the road, so I don't see there being a change of position there unless someone up ahead has an incident. However, the gap between Tortoise and Hare Racing and War Faction is quite close. It's 5 seconds from Heikki Hittinen to the FXO of Logtenberg. As we say farewell to Jonathan Palmer, who's now leaving the commentary box. Cheers for joining us, Jonathan, earlier, and thanks for putting on this event and stuff. And yeah.
Yep, not a problem. Thank you all for broadcasting. Thanks everybody for watching and racing, and for a great 2020. Yeah, we are still. I've gone back to the stewards panel. We're still adjudicating some BSC items. So, but yeah, thank you all.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Darius Vrzynskas is going to be getting a little bit frustrated here. He was on a flyer until he caught the back markers, and then it took him a long time to get through. I think they probably could have pulled aside and left him a lot of space, and now he's lost quite a bit of time to Henry Virtanen. He'll have to put his head down and gather it up.
Well, Virtanen didn't have the greatest time with the back markers either, so I think it's balanced himself out. Still, nothing like that should have happened anyway, but...
Even with the back markers, that's a mighty lap from Darius. A 19 dead, or near enough.
As you can see on screen, the gap between P1 and P2 is as close as it's been. Sort of having to pinch myself that this is the lead for the race. It doesn't often come down to the wire like this, but this has been a race-long battle for the lead of the race. There's just nothing between these two teams. Very evenly matched drivers in the car right now. Thinking back to the main TBO Challenge Series, both of these drivers had mixed successes. I don't remember Cagaš ever winning a race, but I know that Renault Koets won 3, the only triple winner.
So they've got a back marker who gets...
Yeah, that's
well, he's
Sujitas
offline, but...
He'll move out the way for sure, or just make it easy for them to get past. No risk there.
Yeah, right out of the way.
Yeah, good stuff. Thilo Falkenberg needs to get his calculator out or his notes from the TBO Challenge and let us know the podium tally of these two drivers. But I'm pretty sure that Renault Koets, on paper, is the more successful driver in the TBOs.
Koets is really throwing his car about. His right rear tyre is still, it looks to me like 85 degrees. Whereas Carlos's tyres are perfect condition.
I think we're going to have 3 battles at the end of this race. There's going to be a battle between Cagaš Mosjutis and Renault Koets. Then there's going to be no man's land with Linda in the way. We'll have a battle between Henry Vertinen and Darius Vishinskas for sure, at some point in the next couple of laps. And also, the battle that we thought was going to happen might be the first battle to unfold between Race Green Autosports and Angry Angus Racing. This was the one that kind of hyped itself up during Reg's interview.
There is another one hidden in there in the Tortoise and Hare Racing, and I believe he's by himself. Data Phi done the whole race alone.
Heikki Hittinen, yes. Yep.
Drive-through penalty car 91 and 99, speeding at the start of the VSC procedure.
You're joking.
Another drive-through for Linda.
And Rob Logtenberg.
And that's going to really close up that battle that I was talking about.
So, as you heard from race director Jonathan Prevost, Mattis Linda, the 91, receives a 3rd drive-through penalty of the race. And this time, surely... I don't know. It's gone from bad to worse. I wouldn't be surprised if they retire through frustration, but I'd like to see them finish the race. But unlucky for Rob there as well. Just too eager on the restart of the VSC, and yet more penalties arising as a result of that VSC period caused by Saimas Taukavicius double puncture. And we're hearing it was at the start of the VSC, not the end of the VSC, where these penalties were incurred.
As Patrick Hall's looking at the inside of Reg LeBlanc.
Here we go then.
Reg LeBlanc's going defensive, but he covers his line.
Sliding though. Patrick Hall's got a good run.
He had a great run, but going round the outside here is... Yeah, you don't really want to be doing that, especially if you're not the one in front.
It's okay, as Chris said before, if they hit each other, they'll just apologise. So, both Canadian?
Indeed. Oh, brilliant
Beautiful.
move there by Patrick Hall.
And Race Green take over the lead of that battle. Up to P8 for Race Green, down to P9 for Reg LeBlanc and Angry Angus Racing. And there we have it.
That was brilliant racecraft from Hall, and just well timed, well executed, and also by LeBlanc to think carefully about whether trying to defend the position to make it stick. He thought better of it, got out of it, and he's still right on top of him.
Hey, Travis,
battling.
Unsurprisingly polite.
Unsurprisingly polite. Very Canadian of them.
Good stuff. I'm sure Jared will be happy with that.
99 is in the pit lane for his drive-through penalty. So it looks like he will be coming out behind Heitinen.
Undoubtedly. Yeah, there he goes.
His pace did look a bit faster.
Yep.
So expect that to come to a head in a few laps' time.
I mean, it wasn't really surprising, was it? We had a Canadian battle on screen, and lo and behold, Jared Mead's in the commentary box. Hi, Jared. I'll say again, hi, Jared.
Hi, Pete. Yeah, I'm here. Just all right, muting the stream. Hello, guys. Good
How's it
afternoon.
going?
It's going good.
Yeah, unfortunately you lost a position, but there's not really a nicer person to lose a position to than Patrick Hall.
That's very true. I mean, Reg and I kind of knew that was going to happen. Pat's got a lot of pace, and Reg and I have not prepared for this at all. So that was a bit of an inevitability.
Yeah. I mean, Reg said in his interview earlier that he thought that would probably happen. Although we didn't know who Race Green's All-Star was until we checked the entry list, and turns out it was Patrick, so there we go.
Yeah, I knew who was coming. I enjoyed the third stint of the race because we were quite a ways behind Race Green, and I put a big bomber of a stint in to chase him back. And then I kind of looked like, oh, all right, Patrick Hall's joined, and all right, okay.
Well, the top Canadian in this race, if I'm not mistaken, is Rob Logtenberg, driving for Hare and Tortoise Racing.
Yeah, I think there's 4 of them here today.
I think so. You, Patrick, Rob. Unless I'm not sure if Rob's teammate's also Canadian.
Is Dan Ravenga here?
Yes. So there's 5 of you.
5 of us.
Yeah. Quite the turnout. It's getting close up front, so I'll have to let you go, Jared, but thanks for that. Come chat to us at the end, I'm sure.
All right, no worries. Have fun, guys.
You too. Cheers.
Coots has got him, I think, here. He's up the inside. Is he going to be brave enough to make the move stick? Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
Which wide, and will there be contact? There will be slight contact.
His exit's not going to be as good, though.
Very patient move, though. I mean, he's been so patient behind Carolis. Carolis is going to have a go. This is going to be... Carolis cannot give up here. This is the fight for the win. If Coots gets ahead, he's going to disappear. Carolis has got to give this everything.
Try and switch back.
Yep. He's got too much overlap on the outside there. He hampered himself. He wasn't far enough back. Coots very wild through the downhill. But has Carolis got anything to respond with here? Doesn't look like it right now, does it? It's Renault Coots for Aerotech News and Racing. Takes over the lead of the race in the dying laps with 26 minutes remaining. There we go. As we cross over onto lap 142.
While this is happening at the front, Darius Vazinskas is absolutely flying behind Henry Virginen.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that the gap has come down to, well, basically nothing. What is the gap? The gap is 4 seconds now between these two.
On the previous lap, he took out about a second, and he's taken out a half a second so far in this lap. He's got the time to catch him if he can keep this pace up.
Yeah, even on the opening part of this lap, Renault Coots has opened up half a second over Carolis.
Although, as we know, Coots has consistently been fast in the first 2 sectors and Carolis faster in the second 2 throughout the whole race. It took a while for Coots to close up to Carolis, so I believe it'll take a while for him to get away, if he even does get away.
But it doesn't look yet like he can get away. Carolis is still right there with him.
But Coots' tyre troubles have stabilised. His rears are in pretty good nick at the moment. It's looking a bit hot at his front right, but that shouldn't be a big deal.
Hittinen and Logtenberg, are going at it. They're both very, very close to each other now. Let's see what happens here.
I mean, the fatigue must be really hitting Heitman here, so it shouldn't be that hard of a move for the Torch and Hare Racing car, but we'll see how it goes. XRT is faster on the straight line with all the restriction that the FXO has, so it should be a trickier move than we maybe have seen in the past.
Yeah, it's battles all up and down the field at the end of this race, which is awesome to see. part of me hopes that Cowlis has some fight left in him to take the battle to Renault Coots. Renault was very patient during up to the back of Cowlis.
All of me hopes that.
Okay, yeah.
Being a driver for that car.
True. I mean, all of me hopes that Zdeněk can overtake 9 cars in the next 23 minutes. But that's not going to happen.
Well, he'll have to do more than 9 cars because he's a lap behind a few of them.
True.
Darius Vasinskis now has Henry Vertinen well in view. He took nearly another second out that lap. Another lap or two. I think they will be running a line astern. A good show from Darius late in the race to run a pretty crazy pace and try to catch the rabbit ahead of him.
Yeah, the gap down to 2 seconds now. As you can see, I don't really need to tell you the time, but you can just see that the gap's nothing. Yeah, it's only a matter of time. I think Born to Race's days are numbered in the top 5. Oh, sorry, in the top 4. And looks like Fragmaster's day, as Zdravko mentioned earlier when he was in commentary.
As it's a move for 6th place. Pretty much the only way you can make a move in the FXO is a dive bomb up the inside, but it's a fair move and it looks like he's through.
That was beautifully done. A late send alongside, gave him just enough room, and then made it stick. That was a great pass.
The gap between Darius and Henry at the beginning of the stint was over 30 seconds. And it's now 2. And neither of those 2 drivers are slow by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, Darius didn't know if he had a drive on Friday, I believe, because he was doing some practice, but he didn't have anyone to race with. But I believe someone pulled out of that Fragmaster car and he was handed a place. I may be wrong on that though.
Vertinen's picked up the pace. Darius is through the first 3, 4, however many sectors, finished before Screwback there. He's been doing consistently the same pace, about 37 dead through there, and a second up on Henry Vertinen. Henry Vertinen picked up the pace a lot on that lap, so has the bit between his teeth, and Darius Vasinskis behind him now. He'll have to find some space if he some pace if he wants to keep this position, but I would say it looks inevitable at this point. Darius will have it.
I'm pretty sure Darius is the fastest car on track at the moment, so
yeah, he's been the fastest car all race.
Going to be a challenge.
Their position in the race doesn't reflect their outright pace. It's just in endurance racing you have to have consistent pace drivers in your team in order to win, and some luck thrown in as well, as there's a bit of contact there.
Yeah, Darius riding the curb on the inside there. I think it's quite a fun note that I've got the fastest lap in my car, in my team. Did the least amount of laps, but...
Was this the commentator's humble brag?
Yep.
I'm just a commentator, but I'm so fast.
Hey, Adam, do you think that Nico did more laps practicing for his drift event or for this?
Oh, I don't know. Probably his drift event. I don't know. Is there such a thing as a lap in a drifting competition? I have no clue.
I think so. A lap normally starts and finishes in the same place, and not all drift tracks do. But anyway.
Is Saudi drift still a thing in Liver Speed, by the way? Oh,
Yeah,
speaking of the devil, here's Nico.
Here's Henry Vertinen as well.
Darius is about to make a move here on Henry Vertinen.
Around the outside here is going to be tricky.
This will be tough.
Henry Vertinen gives him the place. Probably quite sensible.
Yeah, and there we have it.
Although with 20 minutes left, I would be fighting for every last place.
Maybe you should tell your teammate that then.
I think he
His
is
teammates-
fighting.
I don't know that he has to tell him anything. He's out front, and it looks like the gap is extended ever so slightly.
Yeah. But anyway, Fragmaster up to P4 and Born to Race down to P5 after what looked like a pretty, stunning start for the Born to Race team. They are regrettably only I suppose they've made positions up since the start of the race. They're up one place from where they started. They started P6, and they're up to P5.
There's a back marker. Cagaš ahead of Reino Koots, who got it all wrong coming out of the first half of the circuit, and is now off in the gravel right in front of Reino. I hope we'll see him. He does. He pumps the brakes and lets the leaders through. That's good. A monstrous sector time for Reino Koots, under 37. That's the first I've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll need to be a couple tenths faster through there to be close to the fastest lap, but that is a bloody fast split time.
Oh, Cagaš has gone off in the background. That's not going to cause a problem, thankfully. But anyway, that was a bit flamboyant. As we have 17 minutes on the clock as they pass over start-finish, and we'll see what happens with the lap times.
Cagaš is all over the place, and I hope it doesn't happen again. But his left rear tire is looking awfully thin.
It's a bit thin, and it looks like there's a bit more camber in it than normal. I wonder if he's gotten into the fence somewhere, slapped the left rear of the car.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a bit of arm damage and a bit of toe damage on the left rear.
Yeah, there is a bend in the bodywork, so he's gone off somewhere. And,
I wonder if it's the chicane, or the
yeah, that could be.
cock, or whatever we called it. In fact, somebody's just gone through the tires there just now.
Cagaš. Well, it's not over for Darius Brzezinski. Looking back, Henry Vertinen has just gone faster that lap. Only 100th, not much, but I think a few moments ago we expected Darius Brzezinski to drive away because his pace was so strong, and now Henry Vertinen is right there with him. Not giving up.
Maybe he's got the game open and he heard Adam.
Yeah, I think Adam called it. He'll fight all the way.
Just to give you an idea of the times, or the best times of each team. Obviously, Fragmaster with the fastest lap times, but after that, the rest of the teams are seriously close on lap times. Air Attack and Three Pedals are damn close as well. So, really, really strong lap times from everybody during this race.
While we're tooting our own horns about lap times, I was not as quick as Adam, but my faster teammate Zdeněk has just recently done a faster lap than I was able to do. So well done to him by 100th, I think.
You don't sound very genuine.
Well, he's consistently quicker, so I hand it all to him.
Car 46 has actually made it to the pits. They were discussing a minute ago. I think he's been deliberately driving a little bit like Nico Pantola for the last half of the lap and realising his rear tyres were completely gone.
Yeah.
I never got an answer to my question, I don't think. Is Saudi drifting still a thing?
Yeah, I said it. I said it definitely is. Definitely is a thing. Still.
That always confused me.
Luckily, it's not on not so much of a thing on the TC servers anymore.
Pop Pete chasing Saudi drifters.
Anyway,
Cagaš on the way out of the pits has hit the tires at the end of the pit wall. So he just came in for new tires of repair and then promptly walloped one of the tires, one of the stacks of tires right there at the exit.
Yeah, he wanted an extra couple.
He said to his pit crew, I want that one.
Curious backmarkership from Wilson, who's decided that despite being passed by Heitonen, who's chasing down the 99 car, that he's going to unlap himself by going right the way around the outside.
He tried to make a move up the inside of the 99 on the last lap. I'm really confused as to what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he needs to let that car go. It's not his fight. He's a number of laps down.
I would not be surprised if he got a big penalty.
I'd say it was a fantastic move around the outside of the corner we've been discussing. Now don't go back down the inside. What are you doing? You're
There's
just
a
going to slow him
definite
up.
fight going on here with a lapped car. So, not really what we want to be seeing. But there we go.
One of these cars is on lap 147, the other on 143. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I assume this will draw some scrutiny from race control.
Yeah.
I'd be very worried if it didn't.
Hittinen needs, Hittinen's in a direct battle with Falkenberg there now.
Looks like we might have a new fastest lap. Oh, not quite. Renault Coots with a rapid split 2 time. That matched my fastest lap time.
How closely were you watching that lap, Adam?
Not very closely.
Have your teeth been chattering for the last 2 minutes waiting to see if a Renault can sneak in behind you?
Car 46 is off again.
Oh no. What's going on?
And he not only went off, he kind of lost it on the way into the fast right-left before the... whatever we've called it, I can't even remember what we've called it.
It could be 6-hour fatigue, remember?
He jumped over
his clutch is bright red as well.
Oh yeah, he managed to jump over the tyre stacks, so yeah.
Wow.
Wouldn't be surprised if the stewards asked him to retire the car, because he's really making a meal out of this.
Anyway, Renault Coots still leading with a healthy gap now over Carolus Motojutis, who didn't have any response to Renault Coots' pace after he got past. Carolus held him up for a lot of laps, and Renault just didn't have the pace to get past. But as soon as he did, he's managed to open that gap up to now.
I don't
4
think he was
seconds.
holding him up. They were trading lap times.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Like they were together, and neither one was particularly pulling away from the other. So, Motojutis wasn't making any errors, wasn't giving Coots any room to manoeuvre. So, matching each other on pace. But since then, 5 seconds has opened up between the two. Mattis Linder, however, that gap is now a whopping 30 seconds to Carolus in this stint alone. But that's partly due to 2 drive-through penalties in this stint. Darius Vajinskis, on the other hand, has got past Henry Vertinen, as we saw earlier. He's running in P4, still with the fastest lap of the race in his XRT. The Born to Race car, still in a strong position, P5. They can be very pleased with that if they finish there. Likewise, Falkenberg, who qualified outside the top 11, the only remaining FXO, currently in P6, in a battle with Heikki Hittinen, who is down in P7. Then it's Patrick Hall, who got past Reg LeBlanc. Patrick Hall driving for Race Green Autosports. Reg LeBlanc for Angry Angus Racing. Not able to hold back his fellow countryman and had to concede that position. Zdeněk Cagaš for SimBroadcast.tv is in P10 at the moment in our RB4 entry into this event, just for a bit of fun. And Sigitas Sakis for Cuddle Kitty in P11. Simon Astarkovicius, who is about to hit the wall at some speed, narrowly misses it down, what do we call it? What's it called?
O-screw or...
Yeah, O-screw. I like O-screw. O-screw. In P12 for Global Gaming Racing. About to be lapped once again by Darius Vajinskis there. And finally, Lucas Wilson in his Gum Garage RB4, driving for the Racing Wilsons today, with a Gum Garage inspired livery.
Cagaš just very politely parked the car in the first corner to let the the fourth and fifth place cars come through. Darius Wazinskis and Henry Vertinen actually stopped on the circuit. That car looks like a handful. It looks terrible.
For half a second there, Travis, when he was heading toward that tyre wall, when he was on the handbrake slowing down, I thought he was going to go out of bounds. No, that's not the fastest way to that corner, no.
Let's spare him blushes. He's done a good job thus far. Pointing the camera somewhere else. In fact, let's distract people with some skin competition standings, as reminded by Thilo. Thanks, Thilo. We've had 31 entries into the skin competition, and surprisingly, out of nowhere, Born to Race are currently leading the skin competition with over a quarter of the votes. So your current leader in the skin competition is this car, Henry Vertinen, currently driving the Born to Race livery. So if you don't like that result, then why not vote for your favourite, which is definitely the Sim Broadcast skin.
I mean, 3 pedals equals 3 legs is, it's a pretty good skin too.
It's not bad. It's not as good as the Sim Broadcast one, but by the by.
I drove that car and it looked brilliant from the inside. Not as brilliant as it does from the outside. But the point is that it looked brilliant.
We've got a pair of Logitech G29 pedals on the side of our car. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it made me want to hurl.
I did enjoy that.
Nothing's more tasteful than that.
I won't say I didn't enjoy it. I just don't know that it's a winning skin.
Yeah, no, exactly. Anyway, Renault Coots looks comfortable, doesn't he, with 7 minutes remaining in this race. The gap to Carolus has opened up even more in the last lap.
Yeah, Carlos Montiutis just has no answer for him. Renault keeps going faster and faster, and Carlos's pace is good, but it's just Renault's driven away.
I mean, Carolus has done almost 3 hours, 3 laps. He's done almost 3 hours.
He's almost done 3 laps.
Which is, I mean, Coots has done more, but you start to fatigue after a certain amount of time.
We can have a quick word with Sean Lee. Hi, Sean.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Hello.
You're back in the lead. How does it feel?
To be fair, I didn't have the pace at all. Renault is much faster than me. I think he's about a full second faster than me. So it was pretty obvious from the start that we needed Renault to be in the car more. So I think I did the bare minimum, which was 1 hour 20 for the first stint and then 30 minutes for the second one. So it made it about 40-60. So just about made it. And then we are back in the lead purely because I think car number 42, if you look at their tires, the left rear isn't looking that great. Have you checked it out yet?
We can't get that data on the stream, so not.
I mean,
I haven't checked that.
To me, it's a bit skinny, but looks pretty fast to me. It looks okay. I think it's more that Coots just has he's a brilliant driver, and so is Sobis, but only so much you can do.
Yeah, I mean, Sobis is pretty fast as well, faster than me for sure. But I think Coots gave him the run for his money, and yeah, now it's all down to who doesn't blow up before the finish. Actually, there was a scare midway through the race because I thought we didn't put enough fuel in to make the finish, but it looks like there's no issue now to the end.
Well, it's a shame you're not in the car then, because you would have done well with all the fuel saving practice you did last weekend.
At this circuit, you're spending a lot of your time on the throttle, on the gas pedal. So in terms of fuel saving, you can't really do much. If not, you'll lose a lot of time, especially over such a long track like this. But in terms of the fuel, I think, it's no issue to gear now.
Good. So it looks comfortable as long as Renault doesn't have any hiccups on his way to the end. You look set to take the win in the 6 hour, which will that'll be a good result for you guys for sure. You've had a good year.
Yeah, lots of ups and downs, of course. Racing badly in the past few races, and having a bit of rubbing at the start with the P2R was as usual. Hi, Spiky. Yeah, I mean, we have come to the point where I think Coots has shown himself to be a really, really good driver, and we've just taken in strides at the moment. We should have gotten him in at the start of TBO because he would have probably given the top guys the run for the money in the drivers as well.
Yeah, in 3 minutes and 33 seconds you'll have your answer. So feel free to come back and chat to us at the end. Thank you for chatting to us and letting us know how your race has gone. It's a shame you didn't feel up to pace around here. Endurance racing must be tricky with your mouse, but good effort for having a go. Maybe you need to find another couple of drivers for your Air Attack Newsroom Racing team for future races to share the load a bit more evenly, perhaps.
For sure. I mean, mouse over here is not easy, but I mean, I'll probably go to sleep after this. It's like kind of close to 5 a.m. So I stayed up really late for this. But the hang is half day because it's been quite a while. But I mean, good result, and a good result for everybody as well. Closing out a good 2020. Of course, with the COVID stuff, it wasn't really nice. And of course, you guys at home looking at this and. It could be an actual racetrack. I think Provost has been there doing his marshalling stuff, but a good way to end 2020, and I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Thanks a lot. I echo everything you just said. So get some sleep, and we'll see you in a future event. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Sean Lee there for Air Attack Newsroom Racing. We're watching his teammate Renault Coots completing what will be his penultimate lap of the race. If he keeps it there, they look set to take the win. Carolus Motojutis in P2 for 3 pedals equals 3 legs racing team. Mattis Linder is some way back in third, but third it looks like he will take unless he has any trouble in the next 2 laps. And Darius Rashinskas, he has closed up. You have to say he's closed up an absolute ton to Mattis Linder, but it just won't be enough unless someone has a shocker. The podium will be denied to Fragmaster today.
Can I just point out, Darius Rashinskas has set an astounding second split. Sorry, there's a lap to watch this.
Okay, well, we'll go on board with him and enjoy it. But yes, what I was going to say was that the Fox and Oval specialists, the Fragmaster team, can be pleased with themselves that they've managed to get 4th in a TBO event, putting their name up there on the order. It's a shame they didn't load their livery at the beginning of the race. It would have been nice to see that throughout the race. We will, of course, you have 1 minute left to vote in the skin competition. 37 responses so far, and Born to Race leading the way. So if you want to change that, get your vote in now. I won't mention it again until the end of the race. But yeah, it looks pretty set now, doesn't it? As Renault Coots starts his final lap now.
I think you slightly cursed him, Adam.
Yeah, I don't know. Still a beautiful split 3, so I'll find out.
We'll surely find out if it's
What
a good
did
lap.
I say?
Ooh, that is a mighty lap.
What did he do?
The fastest lap of the race.
On the final lap? Wow.
17:26. That is awfully quick.
400ths quicker than his previous lap.
Why I thought you cursed him is because the first time I saw him in the third gear downhill left-hander, he was about a mile from the apex. So
yeah, I was a bit worried too. I thought it was an instant curse, but he brought it back. Got a brilliant exit out of that corner.
The Renault's about a minute from the finish line. I'll get the last flouting of commentator-driver egos in. My teammate Zdeněk in the beautiful SimBroadcast.tv car did a personal best the last time around. Not quite as quick as the leaders, but respectable.
Speaking of the leaders, Sean Lee's average lap time in the race was a 2:19.25. Renault Cout's average was a 2:18.32. And if Renault Cout's can round the last corner without any drama, winning this endurance race will be the 5th win in the TBO Challenge season for Air Attack News and Racing. 3 wins for Renault, 1 for Sean, and 1 win again. Well, their 5th win is confirmed as Renault Cout's rolls up to the line, flashing his lights, honking his horn. Congratulations to Air Attack News and Racing on their victory here today in the 6 Hours of Aston North, concluding our TBO Challenge, NDR TBO Challenge series. What a race it's been. Across the line in P2 comes Carolus Montajutis for 3 Pedals Equals 3 Legs Racing Team. Commiserations, Adam, you couldn't pick up the top step, but grats on a decent P2 there. Then we just have to wait and see who comes around the corner in P3. It's probably going to be a Mattis Lind at some point in the future. But yeah, we've got plenty to talk about after this race. Mattis Lind there coming across the line in P3 to pick up the final position on the podium. That's a race that could have been for them for sure. They'll probably be quite disappointed with the amount of avoidable penalties that they picked up. Coming across the line in P4 then is Darius Vyshinskas for Fragmaster, taking the fastest lap on the penultimate lap, a 2:17.26, absolutely rapid pace in his XRT. So in P5 it will be Henry Vertinen who will cross the line in the Born to Race car to pick up the top 5 and the top placed RB4. Next across the line is Race Green Tortoise and Hare Racing in the FXO. The top placed FXO driven by Rob. There he goes. Rob Logtenberg there, car 99 for Tortoise and Hare Racing, finishes P6. Heikki Hittinen for War Faction finishes in P number 7. Patrick Hall finishes P9 for Race Green. Patrick Hall finishes P8 for Race Green. Reg LeBlanc P9 for Angry Angus Racing. And with his horn blaring, it's Zdeněk Cagaš who brings the SimBroadcasts.tv RB4 across the line in P10. Sigitas Sakis for Cuddle Kitty finishes in P11. Simonas Taukavicius finishes P12 for Global Gaming Racing. And last but not least, Lucas Wilson, car 44 for the Racing Wilsons, finishes in P13. We only lost 2 cars. Bono, my teammate, is gone, which was driven by Michael Malek, and Ford Rally Esport team early on in the race. So, gents, that was an exciting race. It really was an exciting start, and the first 2 hours basically were wheel to wheel for every position that mattered. It got spicy again with half an hour to go, but ultimately Carolus had no response to Renault Coutts' pace in the end and has to settle for the second step on the podium. So, Chris and Adam, we have our podium finishers right in front of us on the grid. I want to say a big shout out to our crew here today who helped out with the organisation. We had Stuart Baker, we had Jonathan Palmer, we had Elmo, and of course Jonathan Prevost up in the race control booth. So yeah.
Interesting left, by the way. Vertinen actually finished with a left front puncture in the last lap, so it was very lucky for him that there wasn't another lap to that race. I think he would have been struggling to make it to the line.
I'm sure he would have done, but anyway, there is your podium. Renault Coutts in the middle. To his right, it is Carolus. Sorry, to his left it's Carolus Mosajutis, and to his right is Mattis Linder. The podium of the 6 Hours of Aston North, organised by New Dimension Racing in partnership with us at simbroadcasts.tv. We hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully we'll hear from a few drivers. We expect the commentary box to be busy this evening, hopefully. It's been a long race, so I will forgive drivers who don't fancy that action. But yeah, while we wait for that, and while we wait for confirmation of anything else that the race control want to tell us, we will remind you of what we've got coming up over the next couple of weeks. First of all, we will have the race Ungreen Events Xmas Derby event. This is Crashmas 2020 on Saturday, December the 26th. The 10th annual running of this event, actually, and it'll be good fun. So if you want to join in with that, you can do so by checking out the LFS forum. You don't have to sign up for it, you can just enter it. It's first come, first serve, so please feel free to join in for that. It's going to be great fun. Earlier on that day, we have the Fragmasters Fox Endurance Series finale at KY1. Commentary for that will be Jonathan Palmer, and he gets very excited when he commentates over oval racing, as we know. So looking forward to that one. The first round of that series and the last round of that series that we'll be covering. So you can join us for that on the afternoon of the 26th of December at 2 o'clock UTC. Alright, what else have we got coming up? We have MRC's BF1 League the day afterwards on the Sunday for round 3 at Fern Bay Black, which should be exciting. That will be Travis and Adam bringing that to you on that day. So if you want to join us for some more F1 action, tune in from 2:15 on Sunday for round 3 of the BF1 League, organised by Master Race Car. Then, as Jonathan announced at about 8 o'clock UTC, the GT2 Challenge is returning in 2021. The first round starts on January the 10th, and you can sign up for that now on the Live for Speed forum. The threads are all open, and we will once again be partnering with NDR to bring you every single race in the GT2 Challenge series. So we really hope that you can join us for that. It's going to be awesome. That's all of the notices, and we, as promised, have a packed commentary box, which is always great to see. So, who are we going to bring in first? Wow, I have a lot of choice. Chris, Adam, who do we want to talk to first of that lot?
What about Carolus, second place?
Carolus, then we'll bring in Mattis, and then we'll talk to them all, the rest of them in an order that we will pick randomly. Carolus Motajutis.
Hello.
Hello. Congrats on P2. Didn't quite have the ultimate pace in the end there to hold off Renault Coots, but please give us a summary and congrats on that great result.
Well, it was a long race. Nico started first, I went second. Our original plan was me going the last stint. But after my stint, I saw that Nico was faster, so I said, Nico, come on, you should do the last stint. But he wasn't around to take over Adam, so I jumped into the car. But yeah, overall it was a fun race. I didn't expect for my tires to get so hot, but it was alright. I was a little scared at the end that my tires won't hold, so I just dropped my pace and cruised to the end. But after doing the cooldown lap, I saw that I had way more than I thought.
Yeah, so do you think that it would have been unrealistic to assume that you would have been able to catch Renault in the end? Or, I mean, are you satisfied with your P2 in the end after the performance that Air Attack brought today?
Oh, I am totally satisfied with our... Oh, there's a restart. Another race. Anyway, I was more than satisfied with my pace. I didn't really expect to keep up with Renault. And more so holding him off for a bit. So yeah, I'm more than satisfied with my pace.
And I guess I should throw them back to you, Adam. Yeah, how do you reflect on your race with Carolus and Nico?
Well, they're pretty awesome. It was great to have teammates that could carry me to a podium, because I think if it was just my pace, I wouldn't have been close, you know? Yeah.
So modest.
Very, very tricky. A lot of very tiring. I can't imagine how it was for the people who had longer stints and more time in the car. It was, but a brilliant race. A much better combo than I thought it would be.
Good. That's all good stuff. Anyway, thanks, Carolus, and thanks, Adam. We'll leave you in here. Feel free to stick around just for the chat. We'll have a chat with Mattis Linder. Hi, Mattis.
Hey guys.
How's it going? It looked like this was your race to lose at one point, and unfortunately, it kind of slipped out of your grasp. Talk us through your race.
Sorry, I had overlapping sound. You asked me that?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, the race was quite unfortunate because after the first stint that Andres Leitnex did, we thought to change the drivers, but unfortunately we didn't know how.
Yeah,
so
we figured it might be
Andres
something
just
like that.
pressed full gas pedal and he just went off on the second stint. And I don't know, it was really quite a mess. We struggled a lot. I especially struggled on fresh tires. I lost a lot of time comparing to Andres and also to Renault and the other teams. So yeah, that was our main lost feature, and also that we got free drive-through penalties. So
yeah,
that
was a bit
also very unfortunate. So yeah, but still, it was fun. It was a great experience.
Yeah, well, great to have you along for it, and bad luck on the overall result, but P3, you can be happy with that.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for coming for a quick chat. We hope you enjoyed the 6 hour, and hope to see you again at more. Who should we chat to next? Let's have a quick word with Jared. Jared, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, Pete?
Pretty good. Are you satisfied with your result?
That is as good as we were ever going to expect. I mean, Reg and I was thinking a couple weeks ago, just for the lulz, to solo this event, and I'm so glad that I didn't. So, you know, I called Reg along, and Reg has been busy. He works in the transport shipping industry, so this time of year, his life's a living hell. And so I'm just glad I brought Reg along, and I'm really glad I didn't solo it, and we were just here to have fun.
Good stuff. Well, yeah, I'm glad you're happy with your result, and hope to see you in a week's time at Crashmas. And yeah, we'll have a laugh then for sure.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Who else should we have a word with? We've got the teammates of Katal Krokin and Ayubel Hanouni for Born to Race in the booth with us. P4 was stolen away from you at the last moment there by the fast charging Fragmasters team, Darius Vashinskas on fire. Ayub, let's start with you. How did you find your stint?
Well, first of all, hello everyone, and thanks for that. My stints were good. Comparing to my teammates, were 2 laps shorter and for about 5 laps shorter than Spiky had in the first stint. We expect from the start, you know, top 3 were close, battle for the lead, some contact there and there, but in the end, the tires had a really major role to decide where to finish.
Yeah, and over to you, Katal. Your stint was particularly strong. You were fighting with Leitnex for quite a while. Personally, I found that quite surprising, considering Leitnex's pace at the beginning of the race. You did a great job to hold him up for so long. How did that go?
Yeah, it was interesting to say the least. I wasn't expecting it myself. I was expecting him to just blow past me, but yeah, I just changed my style of driving whenever I seen him behind me, I started using the rear of the car more, which kind of helped me towards the end of my stint. I didn't have less grip at the front, so I was able to push most of the way from 11, 12 laps into my stint. But it was a lot of fun.
Good. I'm glad it was fun. I'm glad you both enjoyed it. And yeah, maybe we should ask you about. Did you think you had the pace to keep ahead of Fragmaster, or was it just kind of inevitable in the end?
I had the pace. I just too many little small mistakes, and RB4 is not a car I'd usually drive, but I'm glad we drove it this time around. As you know, the RB4 is either hit or miss. It's really good or it's really bad, and I think we did a good job with it. So
You definitely
yeah,
did,
I really enjoyed it.
Patrick, especially in his first stint, getting up to the front of the race pretty quickly. He did a great job there, and then got bullied a bit by the air attack car, but ultimately you gained a place overall in the race, and highest placed RB4. Good result.
Yeah, it was a good surprise. I thought the RB4 might drop off at the start because we had to have the longer first gear, but it kept its own.
It did, and speaking of surprises, Darius Rashinskas joins us. Trespasser, hi.
Hi again.
Hi again, yes. So congrats on that P4. That was a monster final stint, and I think I want to pass the mic to Adam, who's going to maybe blow your trumpet for you a bit.
Yeah. Consistent 17s is pretty impressive around this track. How do you manage it?
Yes, it was. I was pushing like hell last stint. Tires were like 4 degrees higher all stint long because I was pushing constantly to try and hunt P4. So happy to manage that at the end.
Excellent stuff. It was a great final stint, and you must be a bit disappointed to be so close to the podium in the end.
Maybe a bit, but was like a bit too far. Lightnix was very fast in his stint, so minute to make is a bit too much. Even when they got penalties, I knew they were too far for me to hunt them down. Mostly was shame on my second last lap. I did mistake. I wanted a 16 lap time, but didn't manage that.
We were still blown away by your 17.26, which was the fastest lap of the race on the penultimate lap. But if you thought it could have been a 16, then wow, that would have been really
I was like, I was after before mistake, I was 2 tenths up on my PB, and my PB 16.8, I think.
Okay. It's still impressive.
blame-
The last. Go on, Travis.
You can blame Adam for that.
Yeah,
because he
in.
noticed you were on a flyer and said it was going to be a very quick lap, and then as he said that, you went a little bit deep into that the third gear, the long left-hander. So that's Adam's fault.
So what you'll see
Adam again. Why me?
Curse of the commentator.
Commentators, we're good at that here.
Yeah, it's second time for me, from Adam at least.
It's normally Zdravko that we do it to. So welcome to the club of people who've been cursed
Yeah.
by us.
I lost 2 tenths there.
Well, it was still a blistering lap. It was still you had the fastest lap of the race, and you went faster again. So
Yeah,
don't be too
I
disappointed.
noticed that Cutes was trying to get fastest lap. So I was like, I need to, just in case, make a better lap time. Because he was pretty close at the end.
Yep. Well, thanks for chatting with us. We're going to bring in a couple of other drivers now. We'll bring in Simonas Talkovicius and Lucas Wilson. Hi, guys.
Good evening.
So let's start with you, Lucas. Good to see you and your cousin, I believe, driving as like a family team almost.
Yeah.
Give us an elevator pitch, a summary of your race.
Well, first few laps was pushing because I kind of knew that the tires could go for 10 laps, and then the tires were starting to give in, so I was just trying to manage them as quick as I could. Then came in and then did quite a good stint. I really wasn't having any tire issues at all, and I was just trying to keep chatting with my cousin, like just trying to figure out where people are. just talking about random stuff as well, to be fair. And the first 3 hours have just flown by, and then I got a puncture, unfortunately. So then I had to pit, and that's when we decided to do the driver swap and let him take over for a couple of hours. And because, I wanted to give him a chance, because there's no way I would have done that by myself. He did a few good laps. The VSC got called out because I think it was actually the 46 that got a puncture. And I was debating we should do the driver swap then, as there was like an hour and a half left of the race, I think, by then. But we decided to stay out, and then I came in to do another hour before the end of the race. I was having a battle with someone, I can't remember who it was, under blue flags, which I shouldn't have been, but I loved doing that. And then noticed, I think it was the 46, they were having some serious issues for the final couple of laps, so I tried to push as hard as I could, but then coming out the final corner on the very last lap, I just lost control, and But yeah, I enjoyed it nonetheless. Very happy to have, been a part of it, and hopefully we'll be able to do another one if it happens again.
Yeah, we liked having you. In the end, you finished 26 seconds behind Simonas Taukavicius, who is also in the commentary box with us. Simonas, the double puncture which caused the VSC was unfortunate for sure, but it looked like you might have been having car trouble, or maybe you were just really tired in the last maybe half an hour of the race.
I lost completely all hope when the double puncture happened. So I just couldn't focus at all.
Yeah, 6 hours will do that to you. Congrats to making it to the end. It's an endurance race for a reason, and doing it solo like that is impressive anyway. So well done for finishing in 12th. Are you happy with that result?
I'm kind of disappointed in myself because I definitely could have got the 11th place, but that puncture happened and it blew out the entire race. But at least I got P12, not P15. Wasn't last.
Exactly. I mean, you were very much not last. There were 2 non-finishers and a car behind you. But yeah, unfortunate that you had that incident, but congrats for doing the race all on your own anyway.
Thanks a lot.
Good effort from everyone. That just about sums up all of the driver interviews. Thanks to everyone who joined the commentary box to be with us. That was great to hear from everybody, and to also all the drivers who joined throughout the race to update us with how their races were going. The biggest result of the day, I think, is the Sim Broadcast skin competition, which I need to give you the results of. In the end, it was very there's only one choice. It's Born to Race. They won with 26% of the vote, followed by Air Attack News and Racing in P2, and 3 Pedals equals 3 Legs Racing Team, Adam, and whoever else was in that team, I forget, Carolis and Nico. So our podium in the skin competition: Born to Race, Air Attack News and Racing, and 3 Pedals equals 3 Legs Racing Team. Congrats to those guys. They're good choices. Not the right ones, but yeah. By the by.
Well, we had to get a podium somewhere.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, I mean, you were good podium.
We forgot the skin.
Good one to get. All right, that just about concludes the action here tonight. Just a couple of housekeeping notes once again. Thank you to New Dimension Racing for hosting the 6 Hours of Aston North. We really enjoyed it, and we hope we can partner again with them for an endurance race next year. Please sign up for their GT2 challenge on the Live for Speed forum. Sign-up's open for that now in the New Dimension Racing sub-forum. The 2021 season of the GT2 challenge starts on January the 10th. Next week on Sim Broadcast, the Fox Endurance Series comes to its conclusion. Round 7 from the Kyoto Ring Oval. That'll be at 2 o'clock UTC, broadcast here on Sim Broadcasts for the finale. Then later on that evening, we are broadcasting Race Ungreen events. This is Crashmas 2020, the Xmas Derby event, the 10th annual running of this event, and it's going to be a laugh, so make sure you get along to that. No sign-up required. More details on the Live for Speed forum. We can't wait for that. I love Crashmas. It's just a lot of fun. take out your aggression on all of your rivals throughout the year and just have a laugh in TeamSpeak. It's good fun. Then back to more serious racing the day after, Sunday the 27th of December from 2:15 UTC, Master Race Cars BF1 League Round 3 from Fern Bay Black. That series organised by Master Race Car, and we'll be live from 2:15 for that, so don't miss out on the action coming your way during the next week. So all that's left to say is to thank the crew, everyone who's joined me in the commentary box tonight, Chris Ford, Adam Brown, Travis Mehlinger, Thilo Falkenberg, Eoin Harmon, Jonathan Palmer, as well as all of our NDR crew, Yaroslav Donlik, Elmo, Jonathan Provost, the race director, and Stuart Baker, the safety car driver, who fortunately didn't get to drive around the track this evening. And yes, all of you for watching and sticking with us through the 6 hours. I need to go and give my voice a rest and suck some lozenges, I think. But other than that, I'll recover and be ready for action next week in the stuff we've got coming up. So from all of us at Sim Broadcast, oh, one other name I forgot to mention, Zdeněk Cagaš as well. Sorry, kid. Thank you. If I forgot anyone else, you know I love you. It's been great. Have a good evening.
I love
See
you
everyone
too.
later. Good night.